common gaps occur? We kind of prefaced this a little bit earlier, but we'll go over it again. News and economic data, unexpected news, economic data releases, all of these things, even sympathy plays with other stocks that are actually news-based. These can all cause temporary price fluctuations resulting in common gaps. But there's also shifts in market sentiment, right? Sudden changes in the market sentiment due to rumors, speculations, other factors can lead to common gaps. Sorry, just one sec. Can lead to common gaps. And there's also trading halts as well. Super important. I mean, obviously, the volatility halts don't stay open that long or stay closed that long, 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But when there's news pending and it's closed for sometimes days at a time, can create really big gaps. So keep that in mind. So how do you trade these common gaps, right? We're not going to get too much into the nuance of trading these common gaps, but you have to understand that they occur a lot, and they're very bamboozling. So sometimes you can mistake them for other gaps. The point is to try to stay away from them. That's really all I'm trying to say. So while common gaps might not offer significant trading opportunities, understanding them is crucial for overall market analysis because you want to know where in the trend you are. So here are some key points. One, avoid chasing the gaps, right? Since common gaps fill awfully quickly, chasing them can be quite risky. Identifying these areas of support and resistance, though, is important because they can create in and of themselves new areas of support and resistance. So even though they may not change trend or show you anything fundamentally different, they have a way of creating new areas of support and resistance. And consider other factors. Combine gap analysis with other technical indicators to make these informed decisions. I'll show that in a second. So how do you differentiate these common gaps from other types of gaps? Because that's kind of the toughest thing I think we face when looking at these. So to differentiate common gaps from other types of gaps, consider the following technical analysis approach. Here we go. Gap size and volume. This is important. So common gaps are typically smaller in size and accompanied by lower trading volume compared to the breakaway or exhaustion gaps. So a large gap, for example, with a significant price increase in volume is more likely to be a breakaway gap or an exhaustion gap, or even maybe even a measuring gap, which we didn't even talk about, as opposed to a common gap. So gap size and volume, super important to consider, but also the price action after the gap, right? Common gaps are often filled relatively quickly, while breakaway and exhaustion gaps may have more prolonged price movements in the direction of the gap. So if you see it get filled quite quickly, and sometimes it's the day of, you should be on the lookout there. And trend context. Breakaway gaps often occur at the beginning of a new trend, while exhaustion gaps obviously happen at the end of a strong trend. Common gaps can occur at any point in between. But it really is kind of incumbent upon you to look at the general trend. If we've been consolidating for some time and you see a gap up that doesn't gap above a key area of technical resistance or below a key area of technical support, it's likely a common gap. And support and resistance levels, important as well. Breakaway gaps often break through key areas of support and resistance, while common gaps tend to occur within the existing range. And that's kind of what I really want to push through to you guys. So if you see a gap above a key area of resistance or below a key area of support, you got another check mark on your list there to say, yeah, this is likely, either a breakaway gap or some sort of other non-common gap. But if you see it really within the range and it doesn't break within or without a technical area of support or below technical area of support, above a technical area of resistance, likely a common gap, okay? And a little bit of bonus tip, focus on identifying factors that cause common gaps in the chosen market that you want to trade. This knowledge can help you anticipate potential gap occurrences and adjust your trading strategy accordingly. Adara.
Yeah, gotta love, as someone who likes ranges, those range gaps certainly are fun and worth noting. I like the Chinese ADRs example because they do tend to gap rather frequently for kind of no reason, or stuff's going on in China and then they'll just continue doing their thing 21. I put in the chat CMG, num num num, and that was me munching on some profits on CMG. Really hope everyone is okay there. Thank you for the bang button. Yeah, really happy with what I did. Wish I had more shares, but as you always say, you're always going to be a little angry as a trader. I should have added at 20s, which I said I was considering doing, but didn't do it. I tried to add at 10s, and CMG was like, no, sorry, we're closed for the night. We've got to go clean up the fryer. They don't use fryers. We have to clean the store. So I was like, okay, fine, whatever. That's cool. But then I added here at 85s, because that was a bit of an area we struggled with earlier. That's actually where I took profit out, part of my profit, 40% out the first time. So then I added basically the same amount I took out around that area, trying to take out another 40% if we get, I don't know why I'm using 40%. It's just what I feel like doing at this 72, I believe is where the order, 72 is where the order's set. So I like this. I don't want to see a higher low, which I'm kind of seeing right now. I want us to see continue to grind lower, but it looks like CMG might give me a little bit more guacamole there. So someone put in the chat, they made like a pun with guac and walk. I don't remember exactly what it was, but that like walk the walk or something, but with guac. So shout out to you. Hopefully, I mean, I got to shout out CMG here as well, to be fair, CMG. Proud of you. But let's see how far this goes. Also, the other post-earnings name I was watching from yesterday was EW, which is Edward Life Sciences. And their chart might have had you say EW yesterday because it was not a good look. They were down about 30%. They were yesterday's Dexcom and actually more mild than Dexcom. This has been giving you nice little 9 EMA bounces. I was looking here, but I kind of was wanting to wait because before this candle flipped, it did look a little bit bearish to me, so I was like, okay, let's wait, let's see. Right now, we are bouncing off the 9 EMA. If we can't eclipse this area, if we cannot make another higher high, because this is I don't want to say double top, but certainly some resistance at 63.80. I'm going to look through my levels from yesterday and see how I'm feeling about that. Speaking of levels from yesterday, or just levels in general, TSLA, which again, still have the book up, have not traded yet, but there's a level I noticed on the daily chart yesterday during the market recap. I was just had the chart up that I want to talk about, and it's 226. Why do I want to talk about 226 in the daily in Tesla? I will explain. So I'm going to zoom out here to just kind of show what this level is. This isn't like necessarily a trade I have on right now as much as an observation. This 226 level was a level we tried to wick up into yesterday. We did wick up into it, and we failed it. That was also where we closed here going back on, what is this? This is July 24th. This is Monday or Tuesday, one of those days. But the point I'm trying to make is this is also an area we've had some gaps. We're doing gap lessons, so how can I not notice the weird gap confluence we have going on here with TSLA? This morning, we opened near 225. I said if we get to 226, I want to short this if it happens on the midday. We didn't even get to 226, so I just want to note that resistance I'm seeing here in TSLA at that 226 level. Another kind of gap area we had for going back earlier, then we get even clearer resistance going back to November 2023. So that's my 226 Tesla thesis. CMG continuing to chomp at the bit to the downside. So I don't want to keep typing nom 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 in the chat, but nom 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 CMG. How's your Apple going?
Good. We wet our beak and added at 80s. Going to look to see if it can reject 218. It did weasel its way up into 218, but we were able to get a nice profit taker for about a 20 penny winner off, actually more. So that's a good look there. Let's see if it can dip down a little bit over here. We'll take some out in the 60s. It's having trouble with 218 on the day. You can see it, but it's putting a rounded bottom, which has me a little bit concerned, right? Because we know these rounded bottoms tend to be bullish signals. So we'll just wet our beak there on some more profits. So we'll keep looking to scalp this as it comes down into the mid 60s. Here come the mid 50s. If we can wet our beak a little bit there at the mid 50s, that'll be a good look. And there it is. So nice look right now. Oh, I just got long because I added there, so I have to get out of that. All right, good trade there for Apple as I work with that 218. I'll get back into it if I need to, but I'm looking to basically just zig and zag with Apple because it's been quite rangy all day. I'd say Apple, Meta, Amazon been a bit of a tight range. Google's had some better direction, so has NVIDIA, and they've been a little bit zigging and zagging, but NVIDIA went green to red, I believe. It was green, then it went red briefly, but now it's rejecting off the 20 again, and now headed back down to, I guess, maybe 112 and a half, so, and a quarter, excuse me, but it did have some support at the $0.50. The low of the day is 112 exactly, with the closing print being at 112 and a quarter. So good direction from NVIDIA, good 20 exponential retracement over here. You can see in the more liquid time of day, like the 10, the 1030, there doesn't spend that much time at the 20. It'll get into the 20 and then it'll reject. But now when we're the slower time of day, you can see it spends more time at the 20. So I've been kind of noticing this with respect to how these Mag 7s have been trading with the exponentials because, well, I have been getting cut up as of late. So, we're doing some more research at home to see where we're going wrong and what we're doing. So right now, doing well on AAPL, positive on it, looking to basically take it a little bit more short. but I am cognizant of the rounded bottom. Not too much in the way of small cap gappers today. I've got Triple M over here. Obviously, it's not a small cap gapper. It just printed high, looking to break that 122. Very much respecting the 10 exponential, saving except for a brief little minute over here. Well, more than a minute, but around 10:30, 10:40, it did break ever so briefly, giving you another opportunity to get in. It didn't quite make it down to VWAP, was quite close at around that 119, but didn't quite make it down there. I'm also looking at KITT, NWL, and then there's some old holdovers from yesterday. But other than that, not a whole lot to talk about.
Yeah, the small caps did seem a bit more subdued today.
Yeah.
CMG made a new low of day. I didn't get out. I was like, let's see, let's wait. Let's see what we do when we come back to that previous low of day, 49.55. We bounced a bit. I got out 49.57s. Happy with how this trade went. Please just punch. Please just a Chipotle lemonade, which I've never had, but I'm sure is good. I don't know. I've never had one. But I do like this look here on CMG. Happy I took the trade. You always wish you had more shares, but this was a bit more shares for me than I normally take because I did feel confident about the trade. So that even I consider to be a small W. One thing I want to say as well with regards to the trading yesterday and just reflecting is I've noticed there were two trades yesterday that I missed out on because I got it too early because I didn't give myself enough risk. So happy I gave myself a little bit more risk with this Chipotle, knowing that if I'm going to risk 20 to 30 pennies, there was definitely a way you could have make at least that much. So that's my little spiel. The journaling has been helping. I have been trying to reflect more. Now we'll see if that reflects in the trading. I don't know yet, but watching out for Tesla here. Tesla getting into 216. I have not traded TSLA yet. And as I said, I'm going to be a lot more discerning about my Tesla related choices today because I feel like there are times where I do think I have a good read on the Tesla book. And even yesterday, a lot of the trades on Tesla, a lot of my L's on Tesla were not me getting massively chopped up. It was me getting involved and getting out like 2 pennies later, losing because I was like, oh, I'm not sure. It's like, Adara, you don't trust. If you trust the tape, then you know you were wrong getting into it in the first place. So wait till you have a crazy read on the tape and then go in it with size and with a Gressla, and then you're not getting chopped up earlier. So that's going to be the plan with TSLA. I'm not rushing into any trades on this. If it gives me something I really like, I will be going at it full throttle. So just like fair warning, Tesla, just be aware of that. EW, prepare yourself, Tesla. EW here, ew. Like I said, I wanted to see what we did here at the 9 EMA. We're getting a bit of a bottoming tail candle, but we also made a lower high, so I have no read on this yet. I'm going to wait and see. Thank you, Rock Dog. Also, yeah, chill vibes. I think this week has certainly been different. There's been a lot of exciting opportunities in the market, but also I think one thing too is understanding what type of trader you are. As someone who, I like ranges, so far I've only had the one trade, but it's been a bit more of a fun day for me. But yeah, I definitely understand there's going to be ups and downs. I mean, believe me, this week has been, I said, like literally my worst streak. Definitely since going live.
I feel like you had a fantastic day yesterday. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I think I recovered yesterday. But yeah, I'm trying to say, I think part of trading what I'm realizing, accepting the highs and the lows. But either way, I hope everyone has a fun day. And thank you all for being here regardless.
And I love your sentiment, man. Good vibes, Katera. Always pleasant, always doing the most in a good way. So shout out to her. I'm in SERV. Here we go. 50s. Give me more. There we go. Take a little bit more there. We just got long on SERV. Thank you, Scott, for pointing that out. I did get long there at what word was I? 41s. We were able to scalp a little bit here with some size, but this one is a bit of a bamboozler. I got in here to defend this area crest at 1440. It did obviously break it. I didn't DCA because, just loaded up this one now and I haven't had eyes on it, so I didn't have a lot of conviction behind the name, but I'm more inclined to want to get in at 14. And exactly what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to set up a dip. 405s, come what may, we're going to look to defend that $14 level. That's a bit more of a pronounced crest. And then this one was over here. 1420 as well could be interesting here on SERV. Scott, I don't know how you see it. Oh, there it goes. Should have held a little bit there. It's quite spready though, Scott, for a $14 small cap gapper that's done a bunch of volume on the day. I don't even know how much volume it's done, but I can just tell you based on how it's trading, it's a lot. Yeah, man, 41 1/3 million shares, and it's got like a 7-8 penny spread at times. What bad word is going on over here? So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I'm definitely interested in that $14 dip and rip if we can get something in and around there. Up 19%. We know that SERV has been around for a while as a small cap gapper. It seems to show up every couple of days or so. It's not technically a small cap gapper anymore, I guess. A $540 million market cap, right? Serve Robotics is the name of the company, and it's got a float of around 24.33 million shares. So it's not huge by any means. Let's find out what the set short float is on this bad boy. And sadly, Trade Ideas does not have it. So the NOS boss and his crew don't come through this time, but that's all good. Can't come through every time. Come on now. So here we go. SERV doing the dance with absolutely no shorts or pants at around 14 and 2/3 because I'm wearing shorts today.
I like that. I like that you're giving people who are wearing shorts some love as well.
And Raheem gave me grief yesterday for wearing shorts. He's like, bro, what are you doing wearing shorts? I'm like, short season, bro. He's like, that's for women. I'm like, excuse me, that's skirt season. Right? I'm like, that's not short season. So
where would you
whereas
want to
Raheem was giving me grief
also,
yesterday.
he has suit season 24/7, even in the summer.
365.
People get to do what they. I say as someone who had a suit on, but you have to do what you have to do. So
yeah, man.
shout out to all outfits in all seasons.
Right? I love it. So that's the look there. Keeping an eye on SERV. I see you, chill vibes. I've got 3M locked and loaded. Look at it. It's a monster. It's doing, it's doing the 122 dance, right? It wants to break 122. But, it's not doing it at the moment. 17, almost, and more than 4/5 at the moment. Higher highs and higher lows. There's nothing really bad to say about this monster. It's a good recovery from last year. Last year was a really tough year for them. If you know anything about this company, they had class action lawsuits up the wazoo, and that hurt the balance sheet of Dara, so trying to recover right now.
Yeah, also trying to recover, in my opinion, and I have a feeling this will be an unpopular one, Tesla. So I said I've been watching the book, and I saw Tesla getting really waffly with that 216 area. Initially rejecting 216.25, I was very tempted to short. Then I said, wait to see what we do at 216.50, because at the time it was a bit of a topping tail candle. We've had the rejection of the 90 MA. Then I see us grab 50s. We take that 50s, and we're into club with 50 cent over here with Tesla, that 216.50 area. Now we went from resistance to support. I like it on the book. What's giving me a little bit of pause here, what's making me not turn that Cybertruck on and go vroom vroom quite yet, is A, I don't want to jump in just for this one thing. And B, as Sharif said, it's not just one candle. It's always going to be the balance, the evidence. What's the whole chart telling me? Well, what the chart's telling me is we are below the 90 MA. I think if we can get back above the 90 MA and hold 50s on the buy, I am absolutely getting involved in Tesla. And I'm going to take not a huge amount of size, but a Scotia size, because I would be confident and confident in that trade. Look at that. We just got back below 50s. Look where we came right back up to. 50s. Come on, Tesla. Give me some more confluence over here. If we come and bounce here again, we get back and we bounce off that 90 MA.
I've been looking at that same thing.
I'm taking this long.
Good.
Like, not until I get see what I want. But if we do, I will be pounding the gavel on that. My judgment will be a long on Tesla. Also, guys, if there's any tickers you want to vote for, you want to see us talk about, Sharif beat me to it.
Oh, good.
In the afternoon show, get involved, ! Join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe you want to know what, have some Neelage or some Obi Confidence shed on your ticker. There's a way to do that. Get in that chat. ! Join space. Maybe it's TSLA, DXCM, SPY, EWM. Yes, I'm looking at my side charts, but whatever is in your side chart and in your mind, make sure you get that ticker voted for. Tesla, I'm taking you. How are you doing?
Good. I'm watching Apple. It just broke that 218 range up into 218 a fifth, but you can feel like no follow through here. Let's see if it breaks. It's above the 10. It's above the 20. It's above VWAP. It's above the closing print, south of the 50. All right, so we're watching here 218.05. I'd like to see a break and take, and then we'll look to trade this one. I just don't want to get in on a false breakout right now because it hasn't had direction, but I do see the rounded bottom, and I do see the incrementally higher lows. Not a whole lot of higher highs. It feels still like more of a 218 top range, but ranges are made to be broken. So if we can continue to watch this and see the range break on, there you go. It drops right below 218 again. So yeah, that's why I'm not super inclined to want to get long quickly on these names. I'm a little suspicious still of this market. 19.1 coming in on the future as it does drop down on that 19.150. By the way, the future is still putting in lower highs and lower lows. That, trend hasn't changed. So the likes of the big spiled one and some others are probably salivating at some of these shorts over here, thinking we maybe get a little bit lower. And this is all I see. I see incrementally lower lows and lower highs, with this one still being the lowest of the day. Well, not the day, but during the trading day, this 1045 print over here. So good luck. We'll continue to watch. Randall, $4.99 super chat. Keep it up. Thank you, Randall. Adara and I will do our absolute best to keep you guys entertained and put these trades on for you. I'm also looking at the soft one up here at near high day. Technically, 427.25 is the HOD. To me, though, 424. Sorry, I said 427. 424.27 is the high of day. 424 to me is the better resistance level. And here we go. We're rejecting off that level as the future makes another drop below 19.1. So this is oh, that's meta. My bad. This is interesting here on the soft one. Already $1 lower off that 424. A couple of topping tail candles there that, kind of made you feel that the sellers were stepping in at the $0.25. We already know that that was IB high, the high of day printing 424.27 at exactly 1025, which is within 1 hour of the opening bell. That puts it within the IB high. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at the soft one. I want to see if we get continued moves down or this 19.1 is the line in the sand, and then we start putting in higher lows and higher highs. I'm unsure, and that's okay. So we'll keep watching right here. Let's flip to some of the small cap gappers, see what they're, MMM took 122. Well, did it do it on a closing basis? Well, not quite yet on this 5-minute candle, but it did print a new high a day. Oh, baby. 122.27 is 3M's high of the day, as this absolutely respects everything to do with the 10 exponential on the 5. I mean, that would be the way that I'd look to get in. We haven't even touched the 20 yet. Like, there hasn't even been a touch at the 20. This one was strong in the pre-market. It's continuing that after the bell. So, and then it just printed another high of day, $0.50 now. It's a little spready though, guys. I mean, let's load up the level 2 on this monster. Allow me a second to go back into my triple M screen. Here it is, 8 pennies right now. I saw it at 15, 16 at times, but 8 is respectable, I guess, for a $122 name. Right now, it's about 10 pennies. So yeah, you're gonna have to trade this one like you would a Meta or something like that. It's not as spready as Meta, to be fair. But there it goes again. Go triple M, go Adara.
Yeah, I guess you're saying, if you're involved in that one. But also, I want to talk about this Tesla trade because I did not win on this Tesla trade, but this was, I can live with this because I stuck to my plan and I waited. And yeah, here we go. I want to talk about it. So we got that 90 MA bounce. Like I said, I wanted to see us have those higher highs, got involved. Okay, price. Not my favorite price I got involved out here. 216.78. I was like, okay, we'll take out part of 217. We'll wait. We'll keep a small piece for the dream, which, like I said, I don't usually like to dream in Tesla, but I did really like that setup, and I liked how well we were holding that. If we got below 50s, we get out. We did, I did. There you go. Ooh. I have not gone into a short yet, though. As I said, if we break below 50s, I'm interested in that short. But you know what Tesla's actually telling me? Is it's in a weird, on the book, a bizarre 50 penny. 50, it's Tesla, it's not gonna be perfect. It's 50 to 60 penny range. Top of range, 216.90s. Bottom of range, about 216.40s to 216.30s. I'm not shorting that range though, because if Tesla breaks 217, Tesla's gonna break 217. So I do not want any of that smoke. Like Tesla breakout smoke, not the type of smoke I want. So we're gonna be cognizant of that. That being said, I still like this as a long, like look at the little roundy bottom I'm seeing. I just need a better point of entry. If we come back to 50s, hold 50s, smaller position, I'm willing to build into it. I know, I can't believe I'm saying that. What, Adara, you're not book scalping Tesla, soccer, blah. There will still be elements of that to this trade, but I really like the chart setup on this, even though that's not what I was going for. So, and like I said, my plan for Tesla was just to wait till I trusted myself. And in that way, I would say I followed my plan. So, gonna wait on that. CMG, CMG, you want me to short you again? Are you serious? Like, I don't know, because CMG, I did already just get that burrito, and we got some guac on that. I was pretty happy with that trade. I don't want to rush into a new CMG trade. That being said, lower highs, lower lows. I don't love these bottoming tail candles. I'm gonna wait to see what we do here at 49.90s, because that was where that previous wick was. Using the previous wick and candle levels worked for me last time, and again, no guarantee that will be perfect. I understand that, but that's an area I'm going to be watching out for. If we keep projecting 75s, I'll start building a position at 90s, but I do not want to rush. I don't want to take a trade that went well and then crumble a chip all over it and get it all greasy and weird. So let's see if Chipotle hopefully doesn't chip my P&L should I take it again. But EW, Edward Lifeside, I want to take a long here at the 90 MA. We're bouncing off the 90 MA. I'm going to wait a little bit because these are red candles, but these are red candles with one bottoming tail candle, and they're very doji-ish, doji-esque. I see a potential pattern continuation, to which I say I would like all the smoke. Plus, it's giving you a clear risk level, 63. Why? Whole dollar level, also some chop and some churn, resistance support. That's my take here on Edward Life Sciences, so I might make a life choice to get involved. Tesla, I'm still watching you too, though. Do not feel like you've got me off the hook there. How are you doing?
Good. Short softy. Looking to wet my beak here on some profits. Fill me? No, you're not going to fill me? Fill me? No, it's not going to fill me, Adara. I know, Ram, I should have asked nicely now. Likely will get stopped out now. No! All right, well, whatever. We'll have to watch what I'm going short softy at 424. There's a whole lot of chop and churn at 424, but the future is trying to weasel its way and maintain its levels above that 100-point level. So we're going to need a bit of a flush here on said future in order to wet our beak on some profits. But let's see if this softy will reject 424 and weasel its way back down. I'm waiting around the $0.50 there for some profits. I'm seeing umpteen amount of topping tail candles on softy, but that doesn't mean they have to continue. And that doesn't mean that doesn't flush without stopping me out. So looking at this one, packing my patience on MSFT. I'm also seeing a really negative candle coming on Apple right now as it also rejects 218. So interesting look on the future right now. Interesting look obviously on the Mag 7, trying to work off these tops. I do have some levels from Microsoft that I charted yesterday. I didn't look at them a whole lot today. I just want to see if they're still in play. But there does seem to be a bid on the book. Every time we dip down in the lower 70s, mid 60s, we are being bought up. But for how long? And the topping tails really haven't stopped at the moment. So keep an eye on that. I want to shout out Scott H for one hell of a trade on SERV. My man, you did well. He was saying I've been in this for a hot minute, and this one is still going. I got this one at 14.40, and then we wrote it into the 60s, but this now is in 16s. This is really going here. I yelled to Neil. I'm like, Neil, you got to look at SERV, and it's flying through 16, just printed above the $0.25 or thereabouts. This one has got all sorts of legs, and the tape is really starting to move now. Let me just check what the volume is now. Now we're at basically more than 46.5 million shares traded on the day right now as this really picks up. Scott was saying something about NVIDIA, investing into it. I don't, there's so many things happen on a daily basis around here. It's hard to remember everything. So bang on softy as we get that one. That's a good trade there. Take 30 pennies. Let's see if we can wet our beak some more on the soft one, but it's still doing the dance at 424, not rejecting it, but the future is not showing you any higher highs. So I'm not going to get out of this trade. I'm still got a little bit left. Let's see if we can wet our beak on some more stuff. Scott H, SERV 16 break, bang, bang, bang. Shout out to Scott H there. I got my eyes on it. Don't you worry. I've been seeing what SERV, where the hell did I put it? There. Nope. There it is. Wow, there it goes, 16.5. It's going on the way to 16 2/3. The strength is real in serve. It's serving up some profits for whoever's trading it there. I thought you might like that one.
I did,
but that was a little easy. That one's a little on the nose. Not your quality standards. I know you have higher standards.
How
yeah, get out of here, Ram.
But thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, we're covering soft one. Boom. We'll take more. Take 40 pennies on that one. Very happy with this trade. What are you doing?
Please just punch for your trade. I got involved in Edward Life Sciences. Not saying you quite yet that we are a few pennies out of the money, but Tesla, I'm gonna wait till I see something else here. I don't want, probably a little bit chasey here. I was seeing that we were holding this 217.17, so I was like, okay, cool, Adara, get involved. So I got involved there in the long. I said, we'll see what we do if 217's when you're gonna start to panic a bit. And then where things are gonna get real dicey though, is if we break below that 216.90. Why? Because 216.90 was a massive area of resistance on the book earlier. So I was like, if we can't hold that, that's gonna be bad. We broke below 90s, I got out, so I can live with that trade. But EW here, is it making me say ew a little bit? Yeah, it's making me like, eh. But yeah, so basically I still stand by this trade in theory. I think the thesis here was we'll get a 9 EMA bounce. I'm not really seeing anything to not confirm that yet. We're holding up at 63s very nicely. The plan will be to piece out some pieces if we get the ability to do so. I'm risking about 30 pennies and I want to make minimum 30. So for my risk reward ratios, I recognize that's a little bit smaller, but I usually do more like tape scalping than the chart scalps. I'm still working, or not chart scalps, chart trades. So I'm still working on that kind of risk to reward elements. We do have Tesla bouncing off 50s. I am torn here on Tesla because I don't want to be obsessed love with it all day. But that being said, if there are levels I owe it to myself to take those levels. I should have been way more on it when I saw that 216.50, and I was not. That's an L for me, putting the L in TSLA. But the processes in general, the fact that I got back in it and stuck with it, I'm seeing levels I like. We're gonna keep watching that Cybertruck, babysitting it, petting its smooth, silky silver exterior. So let's see. I think I disturbed Sharif there. Apologies, but
Obi got a chuckle out of it.
Also, Obi with the double entendres today. I'm just gonna clap because.
Yeah, that was a
lot. That was intense. I appreciated the commitment. I also appreciate you, Edward Life Sciences, as I'm stroking the Cybertruck trade that I'm not even involved in. Edward Life Sciences pops back up here. Please stop waffling. If you want me to get out Edward Life Sciences, just tell me. Just let me know. Give me the Chipotle style that the CEO was talking about.
I love it.
Also, the Chipotle short, that's upsetting. I got really into that Edward Life Sciences move and what we saw with Tesla. I ignored the Chipotle short, but I'm still watching that. What are other people looking at here? RTX flat top, says Andy Frank. I know RTX, that was an earnings play as well from yesterday. So RTX, is X gonna mark the spot on RTX? RTX, this looks a little rounded toppy to me, but, and I see why this is I agree with which way do we go, because we had this gorgeous move up here. We bounced off the 9 EMA, and then we were very stagnant here at 115.15s. But what's interesting here too is that we have bottoming tail candles. I would say see what we do with the 9 EMA, not just because it's the 9 EMA, but look at this level we had earlier, that 115 bounce. If we bounce off 115s, I would see if we can clear 115.15s. If not, that to me does look like maybe a bit of a change in the tide. EW, honestly, I'll scalp you out for 2 pennies if you just don't want to go up. I just need this thing to make up its mind, and the 3-minute chart is giving me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies. But what are you looking at?
I'm looking at Softy. As quickly as it rejected off 424, as quickly as it was able to bounce off 423, and I swear I almost hit that enter button. I want to take that one long and then right back up. But look at all these candles of indecision showing you at basically an equilibrium at the moment between buyers and sellers. This is kind of what it looks like. So good look. I mean, it's trying to keep the market up. I think Softy is definitely the best name. Bull-wise, I know Meta's up more, 2.42, but that was really more of a gap up overnight than really any after the bell price action. Like you can see over here, where when a $4 range on Meta, it's a $400 name. So good luck for both the names. I'm still interested in the range on MSFT if it continues to give it to me, because we're still not making new highs on the future. And as a result, Microsoft hasn't been able to propel itself through 424 with any real vigor. I mean, the breaks of 424 have been all quite anemic. Even the high day still in place, the one that we put in earlier at the IB high, 424.27. So it's a good look. Now, you are seeing some winds of change now, possibly on some of the Mag 7, as the future is putting incrementally higher highs, but locally, not on the the wider time frame. Like if you're looking at area crests, we definitely need to get above that 19.1 and 2/3 on a closing basis to say, okay, you've put in higher lows and now you've put in higher highs. So you can feel kind of the winds of change coming. The reason I say that is look at Tesla above closing now, above the 10 exponential. So I think Adara absolutely had that idea accurate, blowing through 217 on its way to 218 at the volume weighted average price, which is essentially 218.10, but be on the lookout for this area trough over here at 217 3/4. We're very close to it. We're at 2/3 right now. That is the area where we rejected right at that 935 and then bounced up right into that 221 area. So Tesla curling, and you can see that on NVIDIA as well. It also breached the 10 exponential on its way to the 20. Last time it did the same thing and it rejected off the 20. This time though, we have a higher low, not a lower low. So that's a bit different, if you're looking for differences here. And then, you know, Apple's still definitely doing its thing with the range. Meta has had issues with 465 all dang day, save and except for that opening range break into 468.27. That was the IB high, but we haven't been up there. We were there for like a second. But you can see 465 been an elusive level to break today on Meta, but the higher lows are quite telling for what may come. All right, Softy breached that high a day. It got into 424.49. Prior to that, it was 27s. So the higher highs are now in play. It is above the IB high. Shout out to Dan Man Emmons, who always talks about that. Be on the lookout here, I would say, for a possible continuation long. But as I say that, I see the future reject off 158 rather than breaking 163 or 161 where I topped out last time. But that could be just super local and we could be continuing up. So I'm going to stay on my hands here and not trade for a second until I see how the futures resolves. And right now it looks like it's headed to the downside again. So I don't really see a whole lot of change in trend. We'll see though, if we break that 19.1, do we make a newer low below the 90 area? Because last time we held above 90 with 3 or 4 bottoming tail candles showing you buyer exuberance. So looking at that, let's flip to the small cap gappers and see what's up. NWL has been really the best small cap gapper in my estimation because it's been very directional and very predictable in how it trades. Look at that hold off the 10 exponential. And even when you ranged, you didn't break down, you didn't zig and zag. It doesn't look like there is a whole lot of bamboozlement on that. That could change though, absolutely. NWL, I'll give you the details on this one super quick if I can. This is Newell Brands. Obviously, it's not a small cap gapper, excuse me. It is about $3 2/3 billion market cap, having traded 12.8 million shares on the day, 413 million share float. And let's find out what the short float is, if there is, 5.15%. And this one reported this morning. So keep that in mind. As a result, you know, good look for it, looking to break $9, up 39% and change. That's really the only one, this one and MMM, which we know is not a small cap gapper. Back to the future. I didn't actually mean to say that. But back to the actual futures analysis over here. And look at Microsoft Go. Okay, so the soft one is breaking the high day. I think Softy's the strongest name on the day, not percentage-wise, but price action-wise is continuing to go. 425 incoming. I'm going to theorize and say that this is as a result of Search GPT and its association, obviously, with OpenAI. Google, you know, doesn't stand to benefit from that. I didn't read anything about monetizing. Did you read anything about Search GPT and monetizing? Neither did I. And I asked Brendo too. And Brendo said he didn't read anything about monetizing. So right now, you know, just stealing market share from Google is their intention. I haven't heard anything about monetizing, but you got to assume they're going to do it at some point.
No, that would make sense. Yeah. Speaking of things that don't make sense, I don't know, but this Tesla, I'm a little bit miffed at myself. So yeah, cool, Adara, you called the rounded bottom, you played it wrong twice, whatever, right? Why? Okay, to be clear, I understand why I shorted this. I do get why I shorted this. I got short Tesla 217.50 because we were getting kind of stagnant in the book. And also, if you look at this previous area of support,
yeah, that's what I said.
To me, right, you said the same thing. I didn't think it was a bad idea. I took it with literally the smallest amount of shares one can take. It was more of just like a getting the reps in type trade. Obviously didn't work. I was able to get out, like, lost 35 pennies. I'm not going to say, oh, it's like the best moment of my life, whatever. But I think this is huge because I think sometimes it really, maybe you need more evidence. I don't know. I'm conflicted on this because I am happy I took it in principle. I just think I also want to be cognizant of the fact there could have been potentially a little bit of FOMO-y action in there. And I say that because, of course, of the whole, you know, tried to take this long twice on the way up, did not work out either time, even though the idea was right. EW also falling a little bit here, so come on, sir. Come on, get back up. Like I said, I'm giving this to 63s. Let's see what it does here at 63s. This was a topping tail candle. Arguably should have scalped out earlier. And I think this is like, sometimes you have to have things happen a lot before it's like a big, like, giant flashing sign in your head, like, do not do this. Adara, when you use price levels as you're out in your stop, things almost inevitably get dicey. So I definitely need to trust myself a little bit more on the book, even though this wasn't a planned book scalp or book trade. I still think there were things on the book and on the chart screaming, Adara, leave, Adara. So I need to be cognizant of that. But I'm not, you know, always still in a great mood here. The markets are moving, and I'm here. I'm always happy to be here. That's honestly the truth of it. So let's see you still have to have that confidence. You cannot let the market will try to take your confidence. The market will try to rob you of those dollar signs fluttering around Sean's head. Certainly it will. We're getting out here of this. I can't even say the name of the ticker now. Edward Life Sciences. So yeah, that was not the time of my life sciences, but it's all good there, baby. You just got to keep going. And if it wants to give me a 9 EMA rejection short, I'll take that too. CMG curling higher.
Holy.
I like CMG here. Chipotle, like I said, I was like, oh, I missed like the other short opportunity. But now Chipotle looks like it's curling for a long. Look at that massive bottoming tail candle. We cannot break below 49.50. Now what it needs to see is going to be the same impetus for the Chipotle long I attempted yesterday. If it bounces off the 9 EMA and I continue to see these higher highs, higher lows, that is where I will be getting involved. Come on, Chipotle. Let's give me some chip I can dip in there. Good times. I'm watching also the 9 EMA and the $63 area for an ew short, because that first trade had me say ew at myself. But you know, you never say ew to this market. You just got to keep going. Adara,
the market is trying to break out here, but Microsoft certainly is breaking out. What a move by the soft one through the 425 area. Forget about 424 where I was trying to short this. 425 came in, it got blown through. Now I'm looking for a pullback. We are above that 19,160 level on the future. So we've made higher lows now, higher highs. We're still, we're positive on the day. We're up 0.91, almost 1%. But that pales in comparison to the Dow, which is up 1.5. We're actually above the Russell. Oh, baby. We're competing with the Russell. I didn't think I'd actually say that with a straight face before, but that's how these markets are. They change. The winds of change come, and now the Russ is in vogue, and the NASDAQ is taking the back seat for now, or so everyone says. And Microsoft is continuing to go. Here's the $0.50. That's a high a day right now. This thing is on the way up. So is the future. The Mag 7 are all curling up. Nvidia's above the 20. Tesla's above VWAP. Apple's going on 219. Amazon broke out through that 182 range. Everything's... I don't even know what I'm saying. Meta is about 465. Beautiful move there. This had trouble with 465 all morning, saving except for that opening print. So good strength here. And the only one that really isn't going, well, maybe Tesla as well, is Goggles. Goggles is all sorts of anemic right here, really not benefiting from that market pump, still below the closing print from yesterday and below that 50 exponential, which it showed it's had trouble with today, 166.50 generally there. Do we get this continued pump? Are we going to break through 19.2? Because we're quite close, 23 points or so to 19.2. We have this topping tail candle there at 10:30 that rejected 19.2. So we definitely had some selling, no question about that. At that level. Keeping an eye on the future right now, keeping an eye on the Mag 7 to see whether or not we get that continuity, or whether, this is it's a more of a prolonged up move and we're still going to get short anyway at some point. So keeping an eye on the future, keeping an eye on the Mag 7. Let's quickly look at some other names. Newell still continuing to go, knocking on the door of $9. Triple M decidedly now above 123 at that 2/3 of a dollar. So good look there. What happened to my SCRV? There it is. I don't know why I didn't have this on. Did it serve you a divorce paper? No, I didn't serve it well by not putting it on there. Divorce paper. I'm not married to it, but yeah, I like it. It's all good. 60s. I'm not married to it. Conception. Hey, bang. So the whole point is try to keep an eye on this one. It did defend 15, and that was actually an interesting level for it. This is the 5-minute look on ACRV. I hope Scott H is printing up a storm on this, because $15 was certainly an area of support. How much did you need to give it? Not even 15 pennies. It dipped into 87s, 14.87. So it breached 15 by a whole 13 pennies. I hope that was enough for anyone to put their stop in and to print on this one. But SCRV serving its traders very well in here. Okay, I got to give you applause for the puns, but also, guys, whatever stock you want to see, you might see this little thing in the comment. It's a bar. It says, what stocks you want to see? Ask something. Press on ask something. Then you can ask something. Ask your ticker, put it in there. Please get involved. Oh, show it to them. Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Oh, no, and I just closed all my charts. Okay, so as you can see here, what stocks you want to see? Ask something. I'll say Tesla.
Put it in there. Guys, look how easy that is. And then it says question sent. So go and make sure you ask something and don't close all your charts in the process and get involved. So ask something, whatever ticker you want.
Pretty cool.
When it says ask the question, please do that, guys. That is the new voting procedure. So definitely, please use that. I am going to have, before looking at any charts,
that's
apparently, yeah, I have to reopen my charts. Oh, it's in testing. It's in progress. Sorry, guys. I just accidentally did close all my charts, but I can talk about my Tesla scalp because I'm proud of that.
I can take over while you do
your
thing.
I want to talk. I took like 20 pennies on this Tesla bounce here off VWAP. I'm interested in getting back involved if this keeps bouncing, but man, that is a bearish candle if I've ever seen one here, coming in on T to the S to the L to the A. Groff pointing out Tesla is making a bit of a recovery, especially on the 15 after that consolidation. That's a fair point. I think Tesla, that 20s area was pretty interesting. We broke below 20s now. I don't know why, but I've noticed Tesla at the fifth of a dollar, to use a Sharifism with the fractions there.
Hey, I know. People
has been interesting as of late. I don't know why that is. It's just you watch a lot of Tesla tape and book and you notice areas. That's one area I have noticed for TSLA as of late. If we get a bit of a bounce off 20s, I'll be tempted to take a position. I took less shares on this, though more shares than I took on that short because I was like, let's wait, let's see. But yeah, basically, the moral of the story is trust yourself when possible. I had a plan for this too. I was ready to add if we got into that 2.8, if we held at 217.80s. We didn't even have to do that, so it's all good there, baby. Tesla, you want me to trade you again? Once I get my charts up, that might be an option. So I'm going to throw it to you while I get my charts up.
Yeah, of course. So Zion used the old way to vote. He hit that exclamation point, join, $, and the ticker. That's not how we're doing it anymore. At least not today. We are in the testing phase. Look at the top of your chat. Right here, guys. So Zion Lala, one of the small cap traders extraordinaire. So this black rectangle or whatever this is on the top, you click that bad boy. What stocks do you want to see? Ask something. I'm going to go ahead and say NVDA because it's weak, baby. It's headed back down. NVDA, we're going to put that. And then question sent. So Ram, is it going to tally all the questions? Like, so, for example, if I put NVIDIA, and other people in NVIDIA is going to be like, oh, there's 20 questions about NVIDIA. How's it going to work, Ram? Okay. We'll figure it out. Okay. Shout out to her. Absolutely sounds like they have it down pat there. So we'll keep eyes on that. So I'm looking now at we're looking like we're getting some selling here. Meta's at 466 and Microsoft's at 426. I wonder if this will be an interesting area to get in. I want to get in at around 425 for a dip if Microsoft was going to continue up. I see the 10 exponential actually at 424 and a third, so maybe 424 and a half, but that's quite a bit a ways off where we are right now. But that's all right. I'm seeing some weakness come in on the Mag 7. I want to say that, initially I was talking about Google being the weakest. It's not bad. It's still negative. It rejected topping tail candle off 166, but look at this move on NVIDIA. Right? We got all sorts of strength and then it breaches the 20 exponential, comes into that area of technical resistance at 13 and 2/3. Basically this area bottom over here and rejects. So it doesn't make it up to the VWAP, doesn't make it up to the 50, breaches the 20. So if you were trying to use moving averages there, you got bamboozled. Thankfully, I didn't trade this one. Apple weaseled its way up into almost 219, 218.89 or so. It's back at the $0.50 now. Apple looking to recover here off the lows of 216, now 218.5, looking to break that 219.15 high. I'm still keeping my eye, though, on Microsoft because it's not making new highs. I want to see if it can come back down for a better entry. Now, how much do I want to see the future retrace, in order to be like, okay, well, the trend is still healthy? We'll have to see at this this 150-point level. There was a lot of interaction with this 150-point level as a level of resistance. So if we come back into it and hold it, I'm going to use 19,150 as a possible level of support. It's not an exact area or exact price, sorry, it's a general area. You can see we had multiple topping tails through it, but when you look at the closing prints, they're all south of that 19,150. So if we come back into it, I'm going to use it as a supported area.
Yeah, sorry, Zubi's in there. Yeah, so my charts are back up, and I did go back to Chipotle, and I ordered a burrito bowl, and they said, what size would you like? And I said, extra large. And then I did the little thing that the Chipotle CEO tells you to do if you want more protein or whatever. You got to give them a little look. Anyways, I like this trade because I like the 90 MA bounce. Now, the thing that I realized after that had me kind of go Homer Simpson, whatever, is this topping tail candle. That is not a great look. we do still generally have lower lows, but we have a bit of an uptrend here, and we are very bullish, bouncing off the 49.50-esque area. I'm waiting to see if we can bounce here off 60s. I'm cool staying in this trade. I intentionally added at the 90 MA because when I was in that previous short, that 74 area was super spicy, pun intended, because Chipotle. Actually, it wasn't, but I'll go with it. But I like this look here. And honestly, I was a little bit hesitant to re-enter this trade, especially with more size, because I was like, but Tara, you already had to trade in Chipotle. You can't trade P&L. You have to trade progress and learning. If I like this trade, I owe it to myself to take this trade. And that's why I am still interested in going after Tesla if it gives me stuff I like. Because I've noticed, like that's why I hid my P&L, and I know I've lost, from the Chipotle was my first trade of the day. That went well, and then we got a little bit shaved there on Tesla, a little bit of a nick from the good old Tesla razor. But this Tesla here, topping tail candles, but we are bouncing on the book. I like 20s. We're going to start building a position here at 20s. This was a level I mentioned earlier today, and also a level that, as I said, that I think has been kind of confluency. That's not a word. Apologies to Obi for ruining that word.
We'll
there.
Get very upset with that.
I know, right? But I like this look here in Tesla. I do find it to be a bit confluency at the 20s. I'm willing to add if we get to 218 flats. If we break below that previous support area I liked at 217.80s, that's where I'm going to get out. But because it's me, we will be getting a little bit chop and churn with it. I want to be taking some pieces out, keeping some pieces back in. Is this how I normally trade Tesla? No. But I'm comfortable with it because I have been still faithfully reading the book on this, like a little avid reader at the library, flipping through those pages. So I feel confident enough in the levels to be okay with this trade. If we get into, what is this, we're going to take 59s. If we can get into 59s, I'm going to take some out, and then I'm willing to add if we come back in. I have levels I like, and I trust myself.
Get it,
and I have
Adira.
confidence.
Get it.
And hopefully there will be things to get, Sharif. As we get that Chipotle, it's breaking his little burrito shell a little bit. I wish we could clap for Chipotle, Sharif, but Chipotle does not deserve my applause.
I'm just clapping for your
right
enthusiasm because it's ridiculous. I love coming in every day.
Go Markets.
Yeah, man, straight up. Honestly, if you're being around people who are enthusiastic definitely brings up my spirits. I don't know how y'all feel, but that's how I feel. So I'm going to express it when I can. So here we go. We're long on the soft one. I already wet my beak on some profits. I'm looking also at defending the $0.50. So I'm going to add at the $0.50, and I'm going to give it really tight room because you can see here we've been bouncing off said $0.50. I think this was a healthy pullback for the soft one. So I'm looking to get in. I've already got in, what am I saying? And I wet my beak, but I want some more profits and some more size. So if we can defend said $0.50, I already have an order to go long at 57s. I'm going to defend it through the break of 44. So let me just make sure that I have my stop. I do. Yes, I do. So the stop is in place. What is that? 425.57. Oh, yeah, that's the one. Why is that a stop? Why is that a script stop? That's weird. All right, so continuing to watch Softy over here, back into the 90s. All right, now we're breaking above 426. That's not what I wanted. I wanted it to dip back down, so I'd add more. All right, so we're doing the dance right here. Okay, good. We're not breaking 426 decisively here, still zigging and zagging. 426.20 is the high of the day. I want to add more shares if we can dip into the $0.50, but that's not happening for me at the moment. The market feels strong now, though, as we weasel our way back into 19.2, and the soft one looks like it wants to break, and it is going. There goes Microsoft into the high side. It still hasn't breached the high of the day. That's still $0.01 of a dollar. Let's see if we can get that continuity, but you feel like the bid is coming in on the Mag 7 name. So it's about what we get into. We're already in the soft one. I see two hammer candles also on META. Well, this one, if it closes this way, will be a hammer candle, but this one is, and it's at a key area of technical resistance. It is resistance level 1 on pivots, and it's dancing at it right now. 466.50 is that general area there. So we'll keep tabs on that. What is the soft one doing? Are we getting that continuity? We're still doing the dance with no pants with 426. It breaches it, but then you can see that wall of selling come in to keep it down below that level. But I feel like the bid is a little bit overwhelming here for the ask as we incrementally get higher and higher on Microsoft. And there it is. We'll take that one. Nice 35-penny winner there. Brendo sending me a headline with respect to XPeng. Let's talk about that. XPeng to launch robo-taxi model in 2026, CEO says. What is the Peng doing? Let's have a look at it real quick. XPeng moving up bigly, 5 2/3 to the high side. The Chinese ADR is absolutely in a full state of pamp right now. Let's let XPEV, Sharif, let's go. It trades on the New York boys, 870 HOD, printing back down into 65s. There's the volume spike. Let's see if we have that headline. I don't have it actually on my blotter, so that comes in from Brendo, but I don't have it. So fantastic look there. That's why we work as a team, and that is the look. So we'll keep an eye on XPEV. See if it comes down back down to 850 to defend that obvious area top. I'll be going longer there.
Yeah, so Chipotle is, I don't think it really, like the person ordering doesn't really know what they want. Like, do they want a little bit of like what the carne does? Do they want the sofritas? Do they want like the chicken? I don't know, they're chicken spicy for me. But this CMG trade, what I'm trying to say is a little bit wiffle waffly. Why am I still in it then? I said I wanted that 60s bounce. And honestly, to me, this is a pushback moment because look at this. Look where we had that bounce previously. Previous low of days. This is around what, like we'll say like just below 50s. That's accurate. Then we get a wick there, we bounce, and we make a higher high. Look what we saw happening again there.
What?
I call it confluence, because that happened the same thing twice. Oh, sorry, I got really aggressive, guys. We had this low here, which is the candle. Next to that candle we wicked by, that's going to be 60s. We come up here. We have a bit of a bearish candle, mind you. I was a little bit hesitant about it, but then we come back here and we bounce once again. While I'm in it, I'm like, do I have to press out? And Chipotle's like, no, the store's still open. You have 10 more minutes. Grab your burrito. So I did. Right now, we're not rolling in any profits. We're not rolling that burrito in any profits, but we're going to have to see how this goes. I think one of the best parts of trading that I'm still trying to get used to is things change so quickly. You've got to be ready for all the smoke, because the smoke can come in your face. It could like choke you out a little bit there. The smoke can, miss you entirely. So you just got to be ready there, waiting in the breeze with your burrito for the case of this analogy. So let's see how this one goes. Gaurav mentioning Rivian. So let's see what direction Rivian's revving. That being said, by the way, to finish my Chipotle analysis, I don't really love this 90 EMA rejection we're seeing. So if I can't get another bounce here right quick, I think I will have to bounce out of Chipotle right quick. Maybe go to a different restaurant. No, I'm joking. But Rivian here up about 4%. Nice volume in RIVN. We have a bit of a rounded bottom here, and also the volume candles are rounded bottom. So to me, we talk about volume increasing your confidence in a mood. In a move, not a mood. Rivian, this volume is a mood because it shows you, much like what we have with the candles, as we get higher, as we push higher, the volume pushes back up. I like this. And also sounds like you are not feeling the pain in XPeng.
We're going to try it, Dara. I mean, it's very small size. I just want to participate so that we can kind of just get involved with the trade over here. XPeng 6.10. We know, though, that the ADRs, there is a political headwind for these. So even though, the balance sheet may look good, this and that, politics really trumps the balance sheet over here. So we'll see if this one can continue to pump or we get a mean reversion right back down. So keeping an eye on this one. Long 77 is looking to add at 68. The trade ends if it doesn't hold this general area at 65, stops at 64. So, we're just participating, having some fun on this bad boy. But the real trade, well, I don't want to disrespect XPeng, but the real trades that are happening right now, baby, the Future is on the way up. 19,200 just got breached, and the Mag 7 are all on the way up, well, except NVIDIA. NVIDIA's asleep, below the 10, below the 20, below VWAP, below the 50. It's barely positive on the day. To go negative, it has to break 112.25. It's at 113 right now, so very much nearer the bottoms than its high a day. Amazon printed new high a day. Meta's on the way to the high. Microsoft set a new high. Apple's weaseling its way into 219 again, and Tesla about to take that 220. It's at 219 and a third. Even Goggles has awoken and wants to break that 167. It's actually putting in higher lows, GOOGL. Good recovery for them. All right, here we go. So we're out of part of the position on XPeng, so it's going to have to hold this area here, or I'm breaking. If it breaks 60, that's going to be the end of the trade. So we'll give back a little bit there as we get stopped out on XPNG. Let's see if it can hold 60. If it can, I'll take it back north. If it can't, then it's a mean reversion. And yes, the reversion is mean. Shout out to the OB. He is the one And he's sitting next to me.
And he's in the chat now, guys. He's in the chat now. He introduced himself by saying, I have arrived.
He couldn't do it in the morning.
Period.
The chat didn't want him. Ram had to help him this morning because he was not being allowed to talk, even though he's a sub. It's a sub-only chat. We already know that, right? So Ram had to get involved, and, she helped him out. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so Chipotle, which I will be calling the spicy one because we have names for our stocks. Every time I'm like, oh, Chipotle, I really need to go. It's like, no, I can make the burrito faster. It's okay. I'm like, okay. But this is why I feel very bamboozled by Chipotle. We have these, Chipotle, you're going to give me that? Oh, yeah. I see you, girl. I see you. Look at these bottoming tail candles. We have 1, we have 2, we have 3. Are we below the 90 EMA? Sure. But we are bouncing like crazy off of this level that we've already bounced off of twice now. We're trying to bounce off of it a third time. I would be adding around that 65 area, but I don't want to add till I have some more of the position out. This is a bit of a larger burrito for me. Took a few more shares because I really felt good about this trade. Again, like, within responsibility, like it's only a large amount of shares by my standards, but I feel like if you do have confidence, you must go after what you want. And in this case, I want that burrito. So let's see how this goes here on Chipotle. Also, I've been trying to short Edward Life Sciences here. Like I said, this is so upsetting. Look when it wicks into your area, and then it's like, nah, I'd rather not. So I like Edward Life Sciences, as I said, it's a $63 area and a 90 EMA short, and it's giving you confidence with both of those. Look at this. Is this a Head and Shoulders I see? Kind of a weird lopsided head, but we don't judge. We love everybody over here. So let's see how this goes. I want to see if this can hit. I'm taking less shares with this than I was going to take with the initial trade. I'm also, if I'm not going to get that exact price area, I'm willing to start at 85s and add it at 9. You know what? I am going to do that. Smaller position, 85s, and then if I see something I like at 90s, I'll get out. If I see any kind of, clinging with, I don't know what that face was. We bite down and cling with our teeth above that 63 area. If we start bouncing off the 90 EMA, that's going to be a no-go for me. But until I see that, I'm going to be staying involved in this trade. Simple AF Trading saying, film that CMG orders. That is a reference to how people were filming the Chipotle people, I was going to say baristas, making their orders because they were like, oh, they're not giving us enough portions. And that's why the guy had to make the video where he was like, if you want more, you just have to go. So I shout out to you, Simple Trade. As someone who was following and then made Sharif watch some of the videos of the Chipotle saga, it is really funny. But yeah, I appreciated that because I think I am probably the target audience for that joke as well. CMG for long term says Trump 2024. Yeah, in the chat, shout out to you. I was a little bamboozled by that name. Yeah, I think we're certainly at a dip. I think higher highs and higher lows are great, but you know what else is great is?
I didn't know you were so political there, Dara. Neil's ready for the lesson of the day, guys.
Welcome to your lesson of the day. Sometimes, with Darren Sharif make me chuckle too, but I want to talk about sometimes you have a great idea, or look, one of the first ideas that you come up with, one of the first levels that you're in love with, one of the first stock trades, or just concepts, you're like, that's the thing I love when I sit down. And you'll have a directional bias typically on that stock. Like you'll come in and say, maybe I like Tesla the short today, or maybe you like Microsoft long. It all kind of starts with that. But sometimes you'll have that initial idea and something happens and it's important for you to be able to get away from it. And I think two things that can be trouble. One, fighting what the market is telling you is always a bad thing. But then two, not being willing to take a trade that goes against your original thinking if that's what's presenting itself. So you need to have a little bit of that into your toolbox. And I'm going to use the example of Alphabet today because, you had I will call it the bad news with the ChatGPT, Search GPT yesterday. Then you throw in the fact that it was the biggest move to the downside in the afternoon when everything else bounced. This ended up holding going all the way back into its lows. Most things that bounced and had the V-shaped recovery held some of those highs, or at least held some higher lows, something along those lines, instead of giving everything back. Well, Google gave it all back. I came in, I think it's a little bit weak, so that's the premise that I'm working with, and I'm looking for a short at the open. Well, lo and behold, short at the open happens. I'm looking at other names at the time. It's par for the course. NVIDIA, AMD were the first two things I wanted. Candidly, Ford as well, right? So those are the three things we ended up short, and there's just no chance to get in. Now, oftentimes, you're like, what's the next available trade? Short back in VWAP, still trending down. That happens as well. I don't get any of those shorts when it retests the low. But a funny thing happens at the low of the day on Alphabet. it retakes the bottom, and you get this strong candle right into the number back into VWAP. Preceding that, you get a higher low and a higher low and a rounded top. Now, if you're bearish on a stock that goes into the opening range resistance, probably want to short it, right? But that's not what the market was telling me in the moment on Alphabet. What it was telling me was it had found a bottom, put in a higher low, kind of like an inverted head and shoulders, then another higher low into the same level in a bullish reversion. And at the same time, I'm just going to pull up Microsoft because I happen to have Microsoft up. At the same time, you're getting everything else curling and breaking out. Like, okay, well, maybe it's just going to play a catch-up trade a little bit here. And if you're only stuck with the I think Google is a short today and that's it, that's my trade, there's almost no chance you're going to listen to all of these other things telling you that it might be something else. And sometimes you just have no choice but to do that. If a stock is going against your thesis, you got to be willing to go in the other direction if everything lines up. Now, had this held on to VWAP, it could have still made that bottom, and it could have tried to put in a higher low. It could have rejected VWAP, and maybe it stays a short. And there's a difference between that and here, like say NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA, at no point, and of course I got out of it multiple times, sometimes for losses, most of the times for wins today. NVIDIA also made a wipeout bottom that held a higher low. But at the end of the day, it was just different. You're still trending into the downside. My thesis was if we didn't get 117, then we look for a join the short instead of a shorted up at the top, but you just trend down underneath VWAP all day. So what do? You join the trend. You know, there's a difference between those two things. And the best part about it is if you still like the short, find where the short is working. Don't just hone in on the one stock that you wanted to trade. I'll give you another example of that. I've been between three names today. The market's at the highs. So this is the NASDAQ. Market's back at the high of the day. I'm in another chip short. It's not NVIDIA this time. It's not every time I missed AMD this morning, I would go over to NVIDIA and vice versa. AMD just broke out VWAP. So I'm not in NVIDIA right now. I'm not in AMD. Anyone watching the morning show should know I'm going to be in something which is still setting up the same premise that I wanted before. ARM. So another stock in here, still holding underneath the 150, still holding underneath VWAP, still finding resistance. Now I'm having to scalp it. Why? Because if ARM gets back over 150, it's a breakout trade as well. So you've got to make sure that you're only staying in things or with things that are following your initial plan. The second it stops making any sense to you, don't let it do this, like what happened there yesterday. You can short on the way back up as long as it's holding to a pattern that you like. But you've got to be able to get out of the way. It's easy enough to say, hey, Microsoft is strong, it's trending up. It bounced off a double bottom from yesterday, made a higher low and a higher low and a higher low, and it just keeps on going. That's the easy part sometimes of trading if you happen to be watching it. A lot of times things are going to be a little bit more subtle, where it's going to be like a rounded bottom. It still looks pretty bearish, but it's just enough to get you that curl and potential breakout trade. The other thing I'm going to point out here is, we're ending the lesson of the day. XPeng just retraced back into VWAP. I don't know if I'm going to be long. I was short this one into VWAP. I don't know if I'm going to be long, but I missed because I had my earpiece out, so I didn't hear the news in Benzinga. Once it had got, you'll want to join that move, obviously. But once it had broken past like 60s and 70s, look at this wick high from a couple of days ago. 870. Then once it turns there, I only have one trade. It's either short into VWAP or it's break it out. You've got to trade what's in front of you, not what you want to have happen, not what is behind you. So if it's good news and the best trade setup for you that you like is a reversion because that's where you're at in the price, then that's the one you take. If a stock that you like short goes to a key level and breaks it out and you think that's a reversal, then you got to jump into the long if that's what is your setup. So be willing to pivot if the market gives you enough of an idea to. It's not always, this is my idea, this is the direction the stock is going, and no matter what, I'm either going to win big on that or I'm going to get shut down. If that's the only thing you're ever able to do, you're going to find some great opportunities out there, but you're going to miss some of the big reversals. Because oftentimes, it's when something that everybody is convicted in a certain direction, when that flips, you can get that explosive reversal. And you want to have that in your toolbox so long as you can find it. So once a trade no longer fits your thesis, you don't have to go back to that well just because it was working before. And on top of that, if it's telling you a reversal is in, be open to that idea. That is your lesson of the day. And let's see about this VWAP here on XPeng if it wants to bounce off.
We were not ready. Well, welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and Neil Roberts, baby, dropping hot lines every single day around that noon hour. So make sure to be with Adair and I at Hot Trade to catch Neil's lesson of the day. So let's do a little bit of a quick analysis over here. I tried to get short on the fuge right before we got up on the TQQs to mimic the level that I like on the NQ September contract. And here's what I'm looking at right here. This is the chart. And I'm going to look at it like this as well. I just told Adair, I'm like, look, if we come back into 19,200 and bounce, this could be trouble for the shorts. But if we give way here, this is going to be one hell of a move down on the future. Reason I was looking short at this level is because of this level. That's the IB high, not the IB high, sorry. That's the reaction high from the PCE number release right at 8:30. So it says 7:30 on my chart, which is Central Time. We know that's 8:30 Eastern. So we're at break even. Break even is 19,204. I'm looking at that level as well as obviously 200, the 100-point level. But we did come here and reject. So I'm looking to see whether or not we come back down below 200, which we know is the level of resistance. It's the closing print. It's a 100-point level. So should act as support. If it doesn't here, I'm looking short both on the future and on the Mag 7. We'll see how this one ends up resolving. A V-shaped recovery, we could absolutely weasel back down. There's no need for us to pop back up. And it depends on really, I know we're technical traders here, but a lot's being said right now by analysts, by even, Tom Lee. He was saying the same thing. He thinks, we've done really well in the market. He doesn't see, a big retracement. But he thinks, we whiffle and waffle a little bit, maybe into the fall, until that election time. So we're going to have to see. And that's exactly what happened last year. Who remembers July 2023? The middle of July was the high until we breached it in mid-November. So if that's kind of the look, and that's been happening a lot, the seasonality into the fall, where we sell off late summer. The year prior, it wasn't July, it was August when Jerome Powell got on the mic at what's that thing called in August?
Hole.
Thank you, Jackson Hole. And the market tanked in 2022, and we didn't recover until January of 2023. So there's always these market cycles, and I'm definitely going to keep tabs on how the tech and essentially the market indices trade from now until then. So keeping my eye on the future. It's maintaining its position right now above 19.2. There's no question about that. But for how long? So I'm not looking short, I'm not looking long. I want to see exactly how this resolves, and then we'll decide how we trade. Separately, what is continuing to curl up and now is actually green on the day, TSLA right back above that 220 and a quarter, which was the closing print quarter, fifth, whatever, closing print from yesterday. We have a couple of topping tail candles from today that went into 221 and rejected. The first one at around 950, the second one 10 o'clock, both topping tails and both unable to kind of weasel its way back above that 221 area. We may get a shot though at set 221 awfully soon because we are now above the $0.50 zigging and zagging. Right now, TSLA, a gnarly recovery off the bottom, good recovery with the other names as well. I know somebody was asking me earlier about NVIDIA, and look, I don't think I have a good read on NVIDIA today other than to say I think it's not really respecting any of these moving averages, at least on the 5. I haven't looked at other time frames. What I feel it is respecting is price action, formerly support, now resistance. What is that level? This 113.5, generally you get wicks higher into the $0.75, but so you did as well when you used it as support. This is the level I'm talking about from around 9:45 till around 10:30. We defended that level at 13.5. Now we are using it as resistance. However, the other side of that coin is incrementally higher lows. Each successive trough higher than its predecessor, so this one could go. It's just late to the party, Adara, because the other ones have already went. And as I say that, I look quickly at TSLA, and lo and behold, it's now negatory again, down 0.5% after trying to weasel its way into the local high there, Adara.
How dare it be late to the party?
I don't know.
The party's waiting for it.
It likes to be fashionably late.
Yeah, but it's RSVP, Sharif. They planned for it to be there, and it's late to the... No. All weird analogies aside, I have weirdly took a lot of trades during the lesson of the day. I wanted to get up, but I was like, Adara, you've got to babysit your burrito. So I was burrito sitting here. I was petting Chipotle's, like, being like, it's okay, baby, go up. No, I'm joking. But why did I stay in this? I know I said I was worried about this trade, but then I was like, Adara, look at these higher lows that you're seeing after those 3 bottoming tail candles. They exist. They are vibing and thriving.
Oh.
Now, have I added? No, because I want to get some out first. Like, I want to make sure I have room in the burrito to add some more toppings before before we start taking out some toppings here. But that CMG trade is still happening. That was why I was still sitting down. But then I took a fun scalp on Tesla. Fun, not sarcastic. I can't do sarcasm. I'm so proud of this trade. So why did I take this short? Oh my God, I love this. Sometimes things just work out. I took this short because we were breaking down the 219.20s on the book. I said, Adara, try. Got short, took about 20 pennies, took it out in 2 pieces. So I did want a little bit more, but it's all good there, baby. If we bounce off that level here, 219.50s, I'm interested in a long, but we're gonna have to wait and see on that. NVIDIA got a little bit chopped up here. Lost like 10 pennies on the short, was gonna flip long, wasn't able to get filled. Again, life happens. Apple.
Uh-oh.
I should not be trading Apple. I feel like, some stocks you just feel like you don't have a good read on.
You and I both.
Apple is one of those. I feel like I never have a good read on it. Lost 15 pennies. Basically, I wanted to see us continue to reject 80s. Looks like now we are, so thanks, Apple, for doing that while I was involved. Could have been a bit more patient and held it to 219s, but that's not really my style. Maybe not the type of stock for me to trade. Also, we gotta go.
Absolutely. Guys, are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before anybody else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself a free 14-day trial. And Adara, how is Benzinga Pro?
Very good.
Did you know I was going to ask that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I was
you
just doing
did.
yawn-face.
Okay.
So that's why I took
You did a non-face. Yeah, you were not sure exactly where I was going with that.
No, I did yawn-face. I was doing
yawn-face. Okay.
But yes, that's why I wasn't sure. But yeah, shout out to Benzinga Pro. They are awesome.
They are.
And thank you very much, Benzinga. And also, I believe Ryan Faluna is going to be in the market recap with Neil and I tonight. Pretty sure.
Oh, very
from Benzinga. So check that out.
Oh, nice. All right. There used to be a soca song called Neil, what was it called? Faluna? Something like that? Come on, Neil. Don't leave me hanging like that, Neil. I look bad. I'm going to have to look that up. Because Faluma ding, ding, ding. Yam yalama ding. Boko ni da da. Na. Come on, Neil. You don't know that? He knows that. Yes. Get it, Ob. Get it, Ob.
Yes.
Let's go, baby.
Hey,
Yes.
Hey.
Obi, you like
boy.
soca?
Oh, boy.
You like soca? Soca is good? Of course it's good. Soca is awesome.
Also, apparently, it's on Baba.
It's okay. Just tell me next time.
Well, no, I just noticed it now, and that's why I said it mid-yawn.
Right, go.
But yeah, apparently Baba raising fees. Thank you guys for letting us know here. And let's see if we can pull up the chart. Apologies for the yawn there.
You're good.
Alibaba, okay. BAB. Getting a nice pop up here with volume at highs of days. Great look here for Baba, apparently raising fees. So good look on that. I'm going to find some more info on that trade. But yeah, good day for Chinese ADRs, probably got weird X-Ping.
Yeah.
And Alibaba.
Get that yawn in, Adara.
Appreciate that. Some support there around 76.10s and some coffee for myself.
Yes, absolutely. I know. I've been there. We've all been there. The yawn wants to come out. It's going to come out. There's nothing you can do. So let's keep an eye out on the TQQQ. Oh, that rhymed. You're killing me, Adara. I was never like this, Adara. I really was not. I promise you I was not like this. All right, I'm looking at the future still because we are very much locally high here. We're not printing the day's high. That's at 39. But we are weaseling our way up now, and it's about what we're going to participate to the high side. Goggles is on the way up. Even NVIDIA now above the volume-weighted average price, really doing its darndest to get above that closing print. Or, sorry, That's previous day's closing. Get above that 114 level, excuse me. So good strength here on NVDA, but the soft one just bounced off the 10 exponential. I'm looking here for exactly what's got the best strength, and I'm not really impressed by anything because we're not blowing through these highs. We're still stagnant near the day's highs right now. So I'm not going to get involved in anything right now until we get some direction. I feel like we're definitely a lot nearer the highs. I saw Dan the Man Emmons as well in the chat. He's like, look, man, yeah, we're you know, we could definitely pump up like 100 more points or so from this level. So let's have a look at what the future's doing. And here it goes again. The future, okay, it's nearing high of day. Here comes that new high of day, 19,240. The future is pumping. Microsoft is on the way up. So now we're getting some green candles. NVIDIA working right into that 114. It's at 114 right now. I can kind of see it from the side screen, but this is the area that we rejected right at 8:30 today. This 19,239.40, generally that area. So I'm anticipating some selling here. Let's see if we can break it decisively, because I like to go long here. It just really depends on what I'm going to go long on, because we're at so many different resistance levels. At 114 on NVIDIA, the future is at resistance. Microsoft, Meta, they're all very close to that high a day. Apple, I'm definitely not taking long at these levels because it's not showing me what I want to see. So packing my patience here, trying to see, okay, we're going long the future. That's a short. Crap. All right, there we go. Yeah, no, I got out of it. It's okay, Ram. I'm looking long here on the future. Let's see if we can get something a little bit lower. So
she just failed you. She buzzed you.
That's okay, because I didn't fail though, because I didn't actually get in the short. I hit the wrong key. That's all that I did there, Ram. All right, so I'm looking here for continuity on the future. We're at 114 NVIDIA. I'm looking at the side charts, guys. Sorry, I'm not looking at the screen to see exactly what we're doing. It's not directional. I'm not getting involved here. I don't think this is right, because I don't see what I want to see. So I'm packing my patience. What are you seeing down on your side of Daryl?
Pack that patience. Put it in its suitcase. Shout out to the suitcase that I just realized that was on screen there.
I think I didn't get in.
Get that suitcase. Pack that patience. Do the thing. Why? What am I doing in Edward Life Sciences? I'll tell you.
What?
I'm shorting pops.
Okay.
But I'm saving. I'm trying to build a position for some profits.
I like it.
I want to get some out at 62s. Why do I want to get out at 62s? Someone might have asked. Probably not. But I like this. 62 was a level I liked yesterday. We got a big old bounce there. So I want to secure some of the bag,
nice.
Some of the egg, shout out to you. But yes, we're going to be getting out some if we get to 62s. I do not love how we bounce right below VWAP, but the bounce isn't like it's not a trampoline. It's like a little baby, like, you know, the tiny trampolines that gymnasts use. It's not a big trampoline or a bouncy castle, so I'm okay with that. Keeping an eye on my EW. If I do see, also, why did I enter where I did? I'll explain, because look at that previous support area that we resisted, 50s. That's why I got involved. CMG. Also, someone was asking why I keep talking about burritos for the last hour. It's because I'm in Chipotle, and I like making my puns. Yeah. And so there we go. Chipotle, I'm so proud of how I called this rounded bottom, because I said we have these bottoming tail candles even though we were below the 90 MA, and look how we curled. Come on, curl. Come on, Chipotle.
Come on, curl.
Come on, curl.
Curly fries. Let's go, baby.
Come on, curly fries. Come on. Lightly salted
Kramer
Chipotle
likes curly
chips.
fries.
Give me that move on Chipotle. You guys know how much smoke I want. All of it. If it's actually at Chipotle, ironically, I want no smoke because I can't handle spice.
Fair.
But in this trade, we're about flat on this right now. So really happy. Should have added some, as I mentioned, but I didn't want to add until I had a little bit of this out, because right now we have a full burrito bowl, and I would like to empty it a little bit before I add some more toppings.
What do you get on your burrito bowl?
Chicken, queso, corn.
No guac?
Cheese. Sometimes guac, depends on how I'm feeling, because sometimes the guac can be a little spicy.
True.
Which is
I like guac because it makes everything easier to eat.
That is true.
What I mean?
Guac is like the paste. Well, it's
exactly.
like sour cream too, because I feel like if you have a dry burrito bowl, it's not the vibe. Chipotle though, not
Get it,
dry.
Adara.
Chipotle. Okay, I'm like a cent in the money, but you still gotta celebrate, because we got that bounce. I got that bounce, and I apologize for the yelling. I'm just very excited.
Don't apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Right. As Sean said, you want to have that passion. I have that passion. EW, you want me to yell for you too? You got to do a little bit more. Like, cool. 2 pennies in the money. EW continue to kind of go down. I'm not going to say ew to this chart yet, but I would like to see it continue in its downtrend. We have the lower highs. We have the lower lows. Will it give me smoke? Will it give me life sciences?
Oh.
I don't know. What are you looking at?
Well, I'm long the future. We're doing well here. We're on the way up. I've got planned DCAs. because I think that we're going to trend up here on the future. That's just my bias, and we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. So I already wet my beak on some profits, looking at adding if we drop down into the position so I can get a little bit more. I'm still holding on to some. Let's see if we can pamp. I'm looking, well, let's do some charting. How about that behooves us? Let's do some charting. Where are we going to encounter some resistance over here, as the French say there? Did you hear what happened today on the Eurostar? That's not a good look. I think 19,300 likely the most, well, if we continue up here and break the 50-point level, 19,250, I'm looking at that 300. Then ultimately, though, that almost 400, 19,387, that's the crest from yesterday that we put in midday that we V-shaped twice yesterday. Once to the high side and once to the downside. Yesterday was a bamboozler of like epic proportions. Look at that V shape and in the, that was the bell. And then we found our bottom at around 10:10. We found our top at 12:10. What? And then we found another bottom here at, basically 3 o'clock or so. So keeping an eye there for that. I'm going to continue to hold my position in the future and look to add to it. Quite frankly, we're nicely in the 20 pennies in the money here. Let's do a little bit more. Oh, baby. Let's see if we can weasel our way through 300. I'll likely will wet my beak at 300 if we were to make it up there. I'm just going to pack my patience, come what may, baby. There it is. Wet that beak.
Do you have that yet, that button?
I don't. I should probably get that, though, because I say it so dang often, right? So might as well, yeah. All right, so we're letting the future go here. We're 20 pennies in the money. I'm going to let it go. I'm not touching it. Let's see what we get. Tom H. All right, Tom. Abdi, hello. Abdi Shakur, hello to you as well. Hello, what's going on? Uber, small bearish flag, says Paolo. Let's see exactly what we got there on Uber. We knew we had that headline yesterday with respect to independent contractors. Yeah, if you look at it on a wider time frame, definitely agree with you, Paolo. A little bit of a down and to the right. We call that the hockey stick pattern around here, and that's not a good look. This is the pump yesterday on Uber. Came in around 10 to 1, popped up, and then really kind of sell the news event there. The future is continuing to head higher. We're now 25 pennies in the money on this monster. Go future, go. I'm thinking 19,300. At though the best, I think maybe we could do, again, just my guess, is that crest from yesterday midday at 19,368 or what, 2/3, give or take, in that area. Here comes 66 now on the TQQQ. Some size there at the whole dollar, unsurprising. We're going to pack our patience, expecting areas, obviously, where it's going to drop back down. I am going to look to add on those areas. It's going to be about where. So I like the 70 penny area. That's where I'm in. And if it comes down into this area, I will add at this area. Right now, my add is in the low 60s. I don't think that's valid anymore. I think that 70 area now is more valid given this area crest that we rejected off. And then once we cleared 70, we came down and we defended it. That's what you want to see with respect to area technical resistance and support. So the 70 penny area is a good area for me to add. Here comes 99s, 98 showing on the bid, but that's kind of irrelevant for me because I'm not taking anything out here, Adair.
Make sure you vote for what ticker you want to see, guys.
I forgot about that.
Get involved. There's a Q&A. I'll show you guys.
Yeah.
Hello.
The Chilean Nightmare made this little app on ChatGPT, tallies all the votes.
Thank you. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare / Fabian. And also shout out to Ramin. Shout out to everybody here. But look, you can go, what do you want to see? Ask something and you type what you want to see. I don't want to like mess up the vote by typing, but whatever ticker you want. Maybe it's CMG. Maybe it's Dexcom, whatever ticker you want, type in there, get involved. I am trying to get involved in Tesla because we keep bouncing off 20s. Like I said, that fifth of a dollar level, shout out to Sharif, has been a bit of an area for the Cybertruck. So I'm going to start piecing some out here. I took a really random number of shares. That must have been a typo. The trade was not a typo, but the number of shares I took must have been because it was a really random number. But it's all good. It's within my area of interest. Let's see. I don't know why I said that like Pinterest. But let's see how we go here on TSLA. if we bounce off to that level, I'm the one with the whole dollar to the, okay. So yeah, Tesla here trying to wake me up. Let's see what we do if we retest that level. How are you doing?
Good. I'm just looking to add. There it is. We got the add at 70s. So now we're long 69s. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher here. What's my out? My out is going to be 40s. So we're going to have to pack our patience on this trade. I'm looking for it to hold up at around this level. Let's see if we can weasel a little bit higher. I'm going to start the lesson in a second, guys. I just added to this position, so I don't want to be super quick to get out of it if I add it, or to do the lesson if I add it. So we'll watch this one for a little bit. We are talking about, though, we're talking about gaps all week long. And there it is, baby. Added and wet my beak again at that 80 penny level. So we'll see if we can weasel our way back up. Bottoming tail candle at the moment, guys. So looking to keep the future on the ropes if it continues to move up. We're above the IB high, so my bias is long now. So I'm looking to add on the dips and bang, go up more. Future, let's take that $66 level out. We're already 4% on the levered product here, Dara. 4% is the TQQQ is obviously the NQ is 1 1/3, but this is a levered product, a triple levered product. So as a result, it's obviously a little bit higher. So we'll see what we get there. Rejecting off 90s for now. I want to get out of this so that I can focus on the lesson, because I don't want to be. Oh, I'm sorry, Ram. Yeah, it is being bent actually. Stream Deck. The thing is, Ram, look, it's bent naturally. Not good. Yeah, I bet. Sorry, Ram. Shout out to my. Thank you, Ram. All right, so I put it closer to that area. So I'm going to get out of this trade here. Should I get out? I'm thinking, I need to do the lesson, so I'm going to get out.
I can do the lesson.
No, that's my job. All right, let me get out of all the orders so that I have no outstanding orders, so I can not get in any trouble while I do said lesson, because sometimes I don't concentrate on the side chart. So let's go. Shout out my man, Adam DeLuce. Thank you for the 69 entries. Of course. But that's a running gag on this desk anyway, so that's a look there.
What's life without whimsy?
Yeah, exactly. Right? Tell them, dear. All right, guys, common gaps today. Gaps next week as well. We're going to get more nuance. This is the most boring of the lessons because there's really, I don't want to say there's no trade to be had on common gaps, but it's risky to trade them. So I'm not really telling you how to trade them or what the move is. I'm telling you how to spot them so you can stay away from them. That's my move, okay? So let's get right to it. Traders, today we're focusing on the most frequent gap type. Yes, that common gap, hence the name. While they might not be as dramatic as breakaway or exhaustion gaps, understanding them is essential for effective technical analysis. So let's get to what are common gaps. Common gaps are, as the name suggests, the most frequent type of gaps on a price chart. They occur due to various reasons, including news events, economic data releases, or simply market fluctuations, even sympathy plays. For example, if there was anything Mag 7 related, some of the other ones might gap as well. Unlike breakaway or exhaustion gaps, common gaps, though, fill relatively quickly, and that's typically how we can spot them. There's other ways, but the speed at which they get filled usually is how we spot them with success. And that's what I want to show you over here. This common gap, obviously, it opens up higher than the closing print, so there is an area, a void, where no trading takes place between two successive candles. But as I just alluded to, the characteristic unique to common gaps is the speed at which they get filled. And you can notice here, the third candle or the second candle subsequent to the gapping candle fills the gap just like that. So that's what we're looking for, these gaps that fill relatively quickly. So the characteristics of the common gap are as follows. With respect to size and volume, common gaps typically exhibit a smaller price difference between the previous close, which we know is the measuring for the gap, the previous close, and the next day's open as compared to these other gaps, the exhaustion, common, runaway, whatever, okay? Additionally, trading volume accompanying common gaps is generally lower than the other types of gaps that we've talked about. So you really may not see that outsized volume bar relative to the other volume bars that are on the daily, weekly, whatever you're charting, okay? So you may not have that outsized volume. Gap fill speed, which I alluded to multiple times. This is really what makes them stand out. While not a definitive characteristic by any means, common gaps often fill within a shorter time frame, sometimes even within the same trading session. So you get that gap fill right away. You know the expression gaps get filled, all gaps get filled? Well, no, that's not necessarily true. Maybe all common gaps get filled, or most common gaps get filled. Maybe that's where the adage comes from. Price action, with respect to their price action, unlike breakaway or exhaustion gaps, which often signal significant price movements, common gaps are followed by price action that really tends to revert towards the previous price range, as I showed you in that previous chart there. Basically, you get that gap, and then boom, 2-3 days later, you're filling it. Get it, Adara.
Thank you.
And some technical indicators that you can keep your eye on, with respect to common gaps. Volume indicators. You're going to typically see low volume accompanying the gap, as I alluded to. That reinforces the idea that it is a common gap. Oscillators as well. You're going to see things like the RSI or the stochastics basically show you neutral or slightly overbought or oversold, but you're definitely not going to see it at the extremes, above 70 for a prolonged time, maybe touching that 90 or touching that 20 on the bottom. They're going to be kind of in the intermediate area or just slightly overbought or oversold. Moving averages as well, important to look at when assessing common gaps. You don't want to see too much of a move in the moving average, so they really should be relatively unchanged if it is in fact a moving gap. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it's one thing to look at in your analysis. And here's another look at the common gap. You can tell there's umpteen amount of them here. So common are they, and they typically happen, as you can see here, within a defined range where you have a clear area of technical resistance and a clear area of technical support. I would submit to you that there was a big boy common gap breaking through resistance, then you really, or gap, not common gap, breaking through resistance, you should be on the lookout for a breakaway gap or an initiation gap or one of those types of gaps. Here's another look. We're zagging, but the most notable thing is it gets filled pretty dang quickly, okay? And so I would say to you guys, this gap over here, this gap could be a breakaway gap, right? Because you have a clear area of technical resistance from what we can see anyway, the little data that we have, and then it gaps through it, and it's above that, and it continues up. It doesn't get filled right away. So, compare and contrast this gap over here to this gap over here, which could be a breakaway gap. I'm not saying it is, because we don't have enough information, but looks like it. Why do common gaps occur? So I kind of alluded to this earlier. News and economic data, for example, unexpected news. Economic data releases can cause temporary price fluctuations resulting in common gaps, but there's also shifts in market sentiment that can have that effect as well. So sudden changes in sentiment due to rumors, speculation, other factors can lead to these common gaps and trading halts, right? Not necessarily, these volatility halts, although they can result in gaps as well. But these news pending halts that don't have a predefined time frame for how long they're going to be closed down for, they can just open up any time. You don't really know. Okay, as these news pending halts, if you don't know what they are, essentially the exchange wants more information for the company before they'll allow them to start trading, usually because they're gapping up or down with no news. Okay. And oh, by the way, Chinese ADRs, they're an exception to this rule. These Chinese ADRs and some others, because of their interest in other areas of the world, because they're Chinese, obviously. So the Asians, or they're trading the Asian market, and so sometimes you'll see there's a lot of volume on these Chinese ADR, like from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. or whatever, and so they'll have the effect of gapping up from the prior day close at 4. Okay, so keep that in mind. Trading common gaps, we're not going to spend too much time on that because they are a bit of a risky beast to dance with. While common gaps might not offer significant trading opportunities, understanding them, though, is crucial for overall market analysis. Here are some key points. First and foremost, avoid chasing them, right? Because they get filled pretty quickly. So unless you really want to short it and you're super confident in your assessment that they're common gaps, stay away from it. Identify, they also, though, have this ability, even though they're not really, as important as breakaway gaps or exhaustion gaps or continuation gaps or whatever, they do have, for whatever reason, an effect of creating new areas of support and resistance. So be on the lookout for that and consider other factors, right? Combine gap analysis with other technical indicators to make sure you're making those informed trading decisions. Rahim Alani was here. I was telling everybody you gave me grief yesterday for wearing shorts, and you're like, what are you doing out here? Right? How are you?
We're supposed to be on TV now. I show up in a t-shirt.
I know, right? But you look good. I like it. This is the first time I've seen this guy in no suit, right? He's always suited up and he's got a handkerchief.
Sometimes I dress down.
You look good, brother.
Thanks.
How's everything? Everything good?
Everything is good.
Fantastic. Rahim Alani, everybody. Rahim Alani. All right. So common and other gaps. Let's talk about these bad boys. So to differentiate common gaps from other types of caps, here are what I'm going to give you to consider as a technical approach, okay? First and foremost, gap size and volume. Common gaps, as we talked about, typically are smaller in size price action-wise, and they're typically accompanied by less trading volume. The way to discern that is to look at the volume bars near the gaps. Are they above on a general average, sense, or is it just, blending in with the rest, okay? A large gap with a significant price increase is more likely to be a breakaway gap or an exhaustion gap than it is a common. Price action after the gap is also quite telling. So common gaps often fill relatively quickly, while breakaway gaps and exhaustion gaps, might have more prolonged price movement in the direction of the gap. And trend context, super important here as well. Breakaway gaps often occur at the beginning of a new trend, and exhaustion gaps appear at the end of the trend, while common gaps, they're just hanging out willy-nilly. You're going to find them within a range. They're not breaking above support. They're not breaking below resistance. They're just happening in the middle of a range, and they don't establish anything new. So be on the lookout for that, okay? Support and resistance levels as well. Breakaway gaps, we know, break above or below a key area of technical support or resistance. While common gaps, sorry, I lost my train of thought. While common gaps, again, tend to occur within ranges rather than breaking up or below areas of support. And just a little bonus tip to leave you guys with, focus on identifying the factors that cause common gaps in your chosen market. This knowledge can help you anticipate potential gap occurrences and adjust your trading strategy accordingly. And one thing I'll leave you with, sympathy plays, Adara. So sometimes, Uber will have like a sick headline, and then DoorDash moves up in sympathy. But it wasn't the headline for DoorDash, it was the headline for Uber. So Uber continues, DoorDash gaps up, but because it was in its own headline, what happens? Phil. So that's one thing I would say to you guys, sympathy plays, when they result in gaps, sometimes they can get filled. So be on the lookout for that, because we were talking about identifying common gaps in the market context in which we trade. That's one time I see it all the time, as well as Chinese ADRs.
Sympathy plays is a really good way to because that way too, and Neil said this as well, sometimes if NVIDIA has a story, he'll play AMD, because the one that is the sympathy one, it can feel sympathy. It'll be like, oh, I'm here for you. I understand your pain. I understand but it's not going to have the same move because it's not happening to it. It's sympathy. It's not an empathy move. You know what I mean? So shout out to that. Thank you for
the future is absolutely pumping. Adara, I should have left that position in. What was I thinking? Dan, the dang man Emmons, called it. Shout out to him. He's like, yo, we're going to have another 100 points here. And he was talking about 19.2, may I add. And now the high is 19,289. Dan, take a bow. Good call out by you, sir. Shout out.
Shout out to Take a Bow by Rihanna as well, which was quite the song. And that was like everyone's emo jam in 2007. So shout out Riri. Also, this stock, EW, the lifestyle Edwards, this was a fun short. Do I wish I had taken more on the way down? Oh yeah, I could not get filled. Right now I'm trying to take the entire position out at 18s if we can get to 18s. Why am I doing this? Because these bottoming tail candles have me quivering in my, okay, we're good, we're out. I did not like that look. To be fair, we were still kind of rejecting off VWAP, but I was like, Adara, this is SSR. This was down 30% yesterday. You do not want that smoke if this thing pops to the upside, because I saw that yesterday. So if we bounce off VWAP, I have no qualms about flipping to a long, but I wanted to get out of my short there. Please just punch. Basically, every time we had lower high, I would add, tried to subtract more, was not able to get filled. Happy I got out where I did. If we bounce off VWAP here, or that is VWAP. If we get to the 90 MA, a little bit of trampolining action, I would be interested in the long, but happy with how I played this. I want to talk about Chipotle, because I did get, the chip crumbled for me on there. I got, a little bit of salt on my hands with that chip crumble. We broke below 60s, I got out. This was kind of rangy, did not play it how I wanted to, definitely got involved too early. To be clear, happy I took it, because I still did see stuff I like. At the time we were bouncing off the 90 MA, I did not add too frivolously. However, Probably should add a smaller position, but honestly, if my reason for not getting in was going to be, oh, I didn't want to give up my first trade, that's never a reason to not get involved. So I'm happy I tried it. Didn't work out. As Obi says, where's the next trade? Edward Life Sciences curling, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. Also, though, that I have an eye on is 3M. If you were along this morning, or if you're a long-term holder of this, I'm sure you're saying because that was a great look here. But why it's caught my interest because we're below the 9 EMA. We have that rejection. Now, I don't love that big old bottoming tail candle, but I like that we're kind of coming into that previous area of support here around 66s. Oh. 66s, and we're rejecting. If we test this 9 EMA area again and we break down, I'm actually interested in a position here in MMM, and I'd be interested up and until 121.60. So that gives you about $1. Now, where would I get out if it goes awry? 123. So risking about 30, 40 pennies to try to make roughly $1 is a risk-to-reward ratio I can live with. Also, Tesla, because I forgot to talk about this trade. This was a really different type of trade for me in Tesla. This is not the type of thing I normally take. Got involved initially at 220. Where was this? 220. Yeah, I got involved initially 220.20s. Got out a half at 220.40s. Added in at 220s, then added again at 220.80s, continued to scalp in and out. Ended up taking 70 pennies with the remainder of my position on that. So really happy with this TSLA. I think my whole strategy with Tesla of having the book up at all times and only taking trades that make me want to jump out of my skin. I love them so much. That's the type of strategy that's worked on Tesla. Has every trade been profitable? No. But the decisions have been a lot smarter, and I've been able to do some more scalping. And to me, honestly, you want to be developing every single day. You can't expect to be perfect overnight. Heck no. That's not how things work. So happy with that. Small progress, little nibbles of growth every single day. And if there's a stock you're nibbling at and you're wondering about, get involved here, get in that chat. What stocks do you want to see? Press the ask something. And then you ask. Well, you don't ask, actually. You just put your ticker. Maybe it's TSLA. Maybe it's IWM. Maybe it's whatever ticker you want. Get involved, guys. Please let us know. So that the big kahunas there, we have Neilage and Obi-Wanfidence. They can give you a look at their trades. And also Sharif will stand up there. Oh, I have a nickname for you that I just thought of.
I don't know if I like this. I'm worried.
Wiz Sharifa.
Huh?
Do you know Wiz Khalifa, the rapper?
Yes.
Wiz Sharifa.
Okay, I normally I would be okay with that, but you have to understand something about Arabic. Sharifa is a girl's name.
Did not know that.
Yeah,
sorry.
so Sharif and Sharifa, right? So I'd rather not be called.
I understand that. You know. I was not aware.
It's okay. I didn't expect you. That's what I was telling you. Like,
you say that.
We're good. So that's the look there. But hey, you can call me whatever you want, Adara, because I didn't really take your permission to call you Adara Panera. I told you that was what you said your name sounded like, and I went with it. So
nicknames.
So you're entitled to whatever you want to do. So shout out to Adara. She wants to call me Sharif. Then I'm Sharif.
This is a reference to Wiz Khalifa.
All right, I'm long the future. I'm looking at going long here to ride the trend. I want to add, quite frankly, so I hope I don't. I hope it comes down a little bit. I want to add in front of 66, but it already gave you that opportunity to add. I was using the washroom, so I got in obviously a little bit late, but that's the way it is. So we're gonna pack our patience, look to ride this one up a little bit more. Here we go. We're at 20s, and now we got filled again on the future. So let's see if we can move up a little bit more. I want to add again, as I said, at 66. What's going on there? Mario, says Virgo. It's a me, Mario. No, I'm not Mario. My name's Sharif. Shout out to DJ Big Sharif. What's up? Havoc. Yeah, I know it's funny. I'm sure you guys got a good little laugh out of that. Now I know my name is going to be Sharifa from now on with the chat, which is fine because I showed you a little bit of weakness on my side. Now I know it's going to get exploited, but that's the look. Can you believe Google is moving up, Ram? I didn't think that Google would be moving up into 160. I know. I didn't think that this would be the case today on goggles, but now we are in positive territory, baby. We are up into that 1/3%, wanting to get into that 168. We definitely had issues. Oh, my bad. It pointed the wrong way. I know. You're disappointed in me, but I'll do better. Right, a 168 area. We rejected last time. We had a consolidation top there in the pre. So keep your eye out for a possible 168, rejection. But I mean, I wouldn't be looking short personally on the Mag 7 on the day. We're awfully bullish. Everything I shouldn't say everything because NVIDIA is a little anemic here, but most things are up into the dang right. Even Tesla is back in positive territory. Also, I believe Google up 0.33% over here, but Google's chart looks a little bit better than Tesla, to be honest with you, because we're at the IB high on goggles, where we're not necessarily, though, even close to the IB high. That's 225 on TSLA. So TSLA's got a lot more to do. All right, the future coming back down, getting a few candles of indecision. So that area of, I'm going to remove 66. I'm going to look to get long. Yeah, actually, I don't mind that area, 66. So let's go ahead and sit there at 66. So let's go ahead and sit at 2s or 3s. We'll sit at 3s. I do like this area. I took that off. I shouldn't have taken that off. So we'll look to defend that area. I was looking at the side chart at 19,250 on the NQ September contract. And the reason I'm looking there is because that's where the 10 exponential on the 5 is. And, you know, if you've been watching the future, it's been absolutely respecting the 10 exponential on the 5 since 11:30. So half an hour after we started the show, it has not touched it once. So if we do come back in, there is some aggression, I want to buy it off there, right? So we'll keep an eye on that. There is also other price action areas that we need to be concerned with. This consolidation area here that we put in the pre, 19,250, for example, or 225, excuse me. So that's another interesting area. All right, we got long again on the future. Now we bang on the future. Oh, man, I'm doing well today. Jeez. All right. Yes, right, dip right into 66 and right up again into the mid-teens. Happy with this trade. I'm still holding on to more, and I want to wet my beak on more. Go, future, go. The future's recovering beautifully today, 1.5% after we did basically on the ES. And I want to show you this in a second. From the top of the NQ September contract in that July 12th high to the low we made yesterday, almost exactly 10%. That same area on the ES, almost exactly 5%. Showing that to Brendo today. Just saying. So keep your eye on that. Meta, I see, is retracing into the 10 exponential on the 5. It's been very directional as well. 3.25 in the green. This could be an interesting area here on META there.
Yeah, I am in my blazer because I was a little chilly. So I'm gonna fix my. Oh yeah, okay, we'll do that later. But yeah, EW. I said I wanted to see what happened here with the VWAP bounce. I liked the VWAP bounce. I like that beautiful bottoming tail candle. I like the succession of bottoming tail candles. Happy I switched out of the short. We'll see if I'm happy if I switched into the long. I'm willing to add here if it gets to we'll do 13s. If we break below 62s decisively, I'm outie. I know we're below the 90 MA still. That is a low I normally wouldn't like, but look where we're kind of bouncing. That's right, not just VWAP, though it is VWAP, but it's also that area we chopped and turned around earlier, that 6220 area. So 21, I don't know if it's done something for me yet, but I am involved. We'll see. I'm going to try to add here at 13s if I can, because I do want to build a little position here. I'm going to take some out here at 50s. Should we get it, then I will be saving pieces for dreams. This is SSR, so I do, again, we might not get my bounce, but I like how we're holding right now, so I want to be cognizant of that. Lego, question mark for Edward Life Sciences? We'll find out. CMG, someone was telling me CMG was popping. CMG, little upset. No, I'm joking. CMG, I got out. We broke below 60s. Had to get out, to be clear. I stand by that. Then I didn't get back in because I wasn't really seeing enough. And now CMG pops back up. So shout out to anybody involved in CMG. Happy I had those trades earlier. Tried again. And again, like I said, I could be upset that I lost on those trades, but I can't be that upset because I did follow my plan. Though again, area of entry could have been a skosh better. But that's what the whole point of progress is. You live and you learn. And you can't learn if you haven't lived. So there you go. Also, you know what I just noticed? One of my favorite tickers that I know Obi was trading earlier today, EWM, rangy, you may say. Rangy, bouncing off 90 MA, you may say. IWM, do you want me to get involved? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Ooh. Okay, I'm really tempted to get involved in the IWM here. If we come bounce off EWM, oh no, it looks even better when you look at this bounce earlier. If EWM bounces off 223.40 again, it would not be getting involved in an EWM. It would be a planned entry. I like that look. Also, Tesla, 21's doing something here for Tesla. I'll pull up that little ticker. Like I said, with Tesla, I've just been watching the book all day. If there's levels I like, 221 rejection, I might short a pop, but I would be very hesitant to do so. Like the shorting the pops on Tesla can work, to be clear. I did this so successful earlier with that one, but it is always a bit riskier, especially when Tesla's in an uptrend. We call it stressful for a reason. If I see something I like and feel really good about, I will consider it, but I will consider it pretty intensely. So I'm definitely not something you're gonna bounce in on. Pushing back up here. This is clearly a crazy area here, that 122.60s. Like I said, I was like, let's wait to see what we do here. It decided to bounce. If this wants to range, if you'll have me, I would like to take you to the downside.
I like it.
Just a range, please, and thank you.
You tell that,
Thank you. I don't know why I yelled that. Sorry. Wow. Lesson soon.
Yeah, we just did it, so you can hang.
Oh, I appreciate that. Well, how was your Q?
Good. I'm holding it, and I added at 66. I want to add more. Quite frankly, so we'll see what we get. Now, I want to mention, let's talk a little bit here because it's 1 o'clock. There is a big crypto conference happening in Nashville. I believe it started today. I'm not 100% sure. And, you know, obviously Donald Trump and JD Vance are going to be there, but that's not really the reason that I'm talking about it. It's because there could be some crypto action this weekend. Go Fuge! Yeah, sorry, just let me yell a little bit. But the whole point is to keep your eye on crypto this weekend. I don't know what kind of announcements. I'm assuming, though, that we'll get some sort of maybe political announcements with respect to how crypto will be treated in a possible new administration. So we'll wait to see about that. So Nashville, I believe there is a big crypto conference.
It is Nashville.
It is Nashville, right? Yeah. Starting, I think today and going into the weekend. That's going to be big for the crypto lovers. I don't know if the Chilean Nightmare is listening. I think he's got his headsets on editing your video. But that is the look there. So keep that in mind. Let's have a look at how crypto... Just tell him that there's a crypto conference in Nashville this weekend. So crypto's in play. Because I know he cares about that kind of stuff. He booked a plane ticket. Come on. I know you. But there is the look today in crypto. And everything, Adira, is in Greensville. And I know my percentage for crypto or for Bitcoin could be a little bit different than yours because everybody's start time for BTC is a little bit different. That's been my experience. 67,368, up 4 1/5. Ethereum lagging behind, whatever for the reason is behind Bitcoin 3.83. MicroStrategy is the monster, up 9 2/3, looking to go 10%. Coin, like we mentioned, 4 1/3, but negative after the bell. Mara as well, no Patty Ice today, 6 1/4, but a quarter point down after the bell. Riot, Hive, CleanSpark, Cut, you name it, they're all in green. So keep your eye on this one, because it could absolutely be in play on the weekend, and which gives us another play for Monday. And here comes the Fuge. The Fuge's topping tail over here, right back down into 66. It goes. Does it hold, or are we retracing a little bit here for a deeper move down? Let's keep watching over here on said Fuge. Still holding a little bit of a position at 03s. It's defending it for now. 19,291, essentially moving in to 19,300. But I got to tell you, I see 4 topping tail candles on the 5-minute chart into that 19,300. That usually means sellers are starting to get in and short at this level, or there's umpteen amount of profit taking. So 4 candles, topping tail into that 19,300, but technically 19,291 is the HOD.
Yeah, I think my 1 p.m. trading checklist might have to come out here because a choice was made. It's all good. I stand by it for now, AM'd. But why did I short AM'd here? Because with that little move in the market, as Sharif says, topping tail candle, I see a whole slew of them on AM'd. Look at this. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop. So many. Are we bouncing off the 90 EMA? A little bit, hence my hesitation. If we see distinctive out of this poof, out of this 141-ish to 140.85-ish range, I shall be poof exiting the trade like that, magic. But no, yeah, I don't like this. I'm gonna have to be leaving because clearly that was a decision that maybe should not have been made. Adara, you've not traded AMD yet today. Sure, it looks cool for you for half a second, but stare for longer in the future. Learning lessons, values. This one though, Edward Life Sciences, I'm still in, and this thing is still chopping and churning. I stand by this as a long for the time being, but I have a feeling it might actually be more of a range than anything else. Like I said, as long as we're above this 162, I'm okay staying in this. And actually, I think my plan for this is going to be to add, I know my plan for this is going to be to add and subtract. If we get to 30s, 32s, I'm going to take some out. Then I'm going to get back in. Shoot, 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 shoot. We're going to be like slalom skiing through this range, you know, through the pulls. But we're going to see what happens here. This is, I really like this look. Also, TSLA 21 could not really do something for Tesla in a significant way. Look at these little wiki topping tail candles. That being said, I'm seeing something similar to here to what I saw in AMD, although I've been watching the Tesla book way more than I have been looking at AMD. That AMD trade was definitely not the trade of my lifetime, but you know what? It's one trade. And as Obi says, where's the next trade? I don't know. Right now I'm still in ew. But right now I'm not saying ew to it. If we pop up, I might even say yay to ew if we can get to that first little beak wetter at 62.30s. If there's any stocks you guys want to look at in the afternoon show, you want Obi and or Neil, but it'll be not and or, it'll be both of them, guiding you through what they would have done with that ticker, their thoughts on that ticker. And there's been so many interesting stuff going on today, guys. There's crypto. Ashraf's just taking us through that. Whatever you want to see, if you want to know what's going on in the crypto conference in Nashville, whatever you want to see, get in that chat, exclamation point, join space, dollars. No, not that anymore. Sorry, guys. Whoops, my brain. Go through this thing on the chat. You go to that. Ask something, you press on that, and you type whatever ticker you want, and then maybe it'll be covered in the show. Unfortunately, you can no longer campaign with your friends. It's a little bit more, I like this, it's like silent voting. It's like when you have your heads down, you raise your hand.
You can bully them to type in the ticker
that is true
you want,
too. You could
right?
be like, hey, yo,
Look,
like.
Bullying is frowned upon. You know, it's not in vogue anymore, right? I know you want to bully people, Ram, but we're not talking to you right now. Yeah, she wants to bully everybody. I got a side story for this. I got a side story because I remember you told me something here. But you know, we're okay with bullying in the chat. If only allowed to bully your friends to vote. No other bullying of any kind. I'm just kidding, guys, making stuff up. But Ram did tell me one time. So here's what I said to Ram. I'm like, look, I can't wait to get Optimus so I can absolutely bully the hell out of it. I'm going to swear at it, throw stuff at it. Yeah, of course. No problem. And then Ramram's like, I can't wait to have kids. I'm going to bully my kids. I'm like, what? What's going on? I'm like, I'm talking about bullying a robot. She wants to bully her kids. I'm like, that ain't the move. So shout out to Ramram. I love Ramram. I'm just kidding.
She's hilarious.
Yeah, all right. So no, Mario, bullying is bad. So I'm just kidding, guys. We're just joking around here. Let's not take everything seriously. I did wet my beak on Apple, though, for a nice 20-penny winner. So this one came into the 10 exponential on the 5. I got long, but I am seeing a bit of a curl down. I don't like what I'm seeing at the moment for how it's making lower lows and lower highs. So unless we get a nice decided bounce off that 10 exponential on the 5, I'm going to get out of my trade on Apple. I don't want to paper hand it, but I am seeing a bit of a rounded top right now with rejections simultaneously on the future of that 19,300. So we'll see what we get, but right now I'm looking out here, dear.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back to the burrito land. I know it was like, no, I don't understand this anymore. No, Adara, just because, like, literally I got wicked out of this. That's honestly what happened. The idea was still solid. My entry point initially, maybe kind of meh, probably took 2 minute size to begin with, but I'm willing to take a smaller burrito, a little babier bite, and I really want this smoke. Why do I want the smoke? And shout out to the person who told me this was popping back up. I believe your name was Jericho in the chat. So I like this because look where we bounce. That 80s area. We have bottoming tail candles. Well, we had one. We'll see. I don't even think I'll get filled. I'm not chasing waterfalls here. If the line's too long, chasing waterfalls. That's how you get messed up in your Chipotle trade. I don't know. But we'll see what I do here on Chipotle. I'm not going to be chasing. I do have a planned entry, though. The 76 area, that was an area I saw both on the chart and the book. That was a little bit bouncy. But Edward Life Science is giving me life right now because we did get part of this position out. I have 2/3 remaining. If we come back, if we bounce off that 90 MA, you know who's adding? Me. So I'm really happy with this right now. Going to take some out at 50s as well because that was initially the plan. We'll try for 51s. 51. Can you do something for me? Probably not, but we'll see. Let's see what happens here. If this is a topping tail candle, I will not like that, Sam I am. But I think, you know, as long as I continue to see this uptrend, I think that VWAP bounce is gorgeous. I'm happy I played that appropriately, was able to make profit on the short here. We'll see if we can make profit on the long, and we'll see if we can eat that. Oh, we're not in Chipotle. That's annoying. How are you doing?
I just want to, what Ram just told me by ear. She's like, someone in the chat said, it's actually smarter to bully your kids than to bully a robot because guess what? When the robots take over and Skynet is active, guess who's going to get the first cut? And that's going to be me. So yeah, Ram, be smarter than you let on, and especially the people in the chat. That's actually quite brilliant there. Shout out to them. I did get weaseled out of my Apple long as it did decidedly break through that 10 exponential on the 5. I'm still involved in the future because we're still above that $66 level. We're still above the 10 exponential on the 5. I am now looking at the dead one, Apple, for a 218.75 hold at the 20 exponential. I'm not going to have a resting order there. That got me in a lot of trouble this week, having resting orders at exponential moving averages that I want to hold up, not necessarily that actually hold up. So I need proof before I get in. Now we're going to look to see exactly what we're doing here on the future. We have very small size at this level, but I'm not going to be as quick to add at 66 this time around. And if we do break down below 90, that is going to be the end of my trade, and we'll see what we get a little bit later. And here comes 90. If we break below 90, I am gone Zeno. But it is retracing quickly right back into 66 over here. So that was a 10 exponential on the 5 hold on the NQ September contract, and right up it goes. So this is a good hold here on AAPL. Let's go into this one for a 20 exponential hold. And let's see what we get here. We'll go up into this, and then we'll basically put this. Sorry, I'm just putting in my stops. There we go there. So we put in that. So I'm looking for a 20 exponential hold on Apple and a 10 exponential hold. Woo! That was quick on Apple. Nice trade there. Happy with this trade. Whoa, what's going on? How come it's not letting me out? What the hell is going on over here? I know, bro. I know.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's weird.
Remy?
I don't know. What, Ram?
Remy
Hold
just
on.
flashed me across the screen, and I was going.
All right, I'm just seeing why it's not letting me out. There we go. Now we're good. We're good on that. Okay, I just lost my marbles there for a second. So we hold on to that. I'm looking at the future still, and still positive on both. Happy with both these trades. I'm going to keep keeping Apple on the ropes. It dipped down to the 20 and it held up. Let's see if we can add a little bit more, Adara. Go Apple.
I'm very happy for you, and I will also scream with you. Go Apple. So please this punch for you. I got out at UM. Took I think less than 10 pennies on this. I wanted the bounce here. Then I noticed we were kind of rejecting the 90 MA. I like this range. I think there still could be a range, but I do not want to stay in this for the time being if I don't have that massive confidence. Did not get filled in CMG. Said I wasn't going to chase it. If there's another dip, I'll get involved there. Dip, like a salsa dip or something in CMG. EW, what are you going to give me here? Ew. Let's get Edward Life Sciences up here. Like I said, I am out of a third of this position. Oh, okay. Topping tail candle, not a vibe. Potential bounce here off the 90 MA, a vibe. So I'm a little bit, I think EW is giving you a little bit of a mixed sentiment here. I want to see what we do. I'm comfortable chilling in this trade because it's giving me some stuff I like. Tesla back to waffling around that 221 as Tesla does. I think, though, it is time for us to do our lesson du jour. Okay. I'm going to keep my pal EW on my side chart. I'm going to stay in this trade, though, because I do feel good about this trade. I'm just not going to add. So we'll keep you apprised of that, as Sharif sometimes says, what's going on. And ew, hopefully, if you see me screaming ew during the lesson, that might be not a great sign. But you know what's actually a pretty common sign in the market? What? Accidental pun, common gaps. Ooh. So we're going to talk about them because they're the most frequent gap type, hence the name common gap. And they might not be as dramatic as, bless you, as exciting as breakaway gaps, but understanding them is really important for technical analysis. So what are they? As the name suggests, they are kind of the most frequent type of gap on a price, and they occur due to various reasons like news events, economic data releases, or simple market fluctuations. If the market's breathing in and out, price goes up and down, we get a little bit of a gap. And unlike breakaway or exhaustion gaps, they often fill relatively quickly. Not all gaps are going to fill, but a common gap is potentially more likely, as Sharif was talking about. So here's an example. In our trend, we get a little bit of a gap up, then the trend continues. It's like it didn't even matter. The market fluctuation does continue. So here's a characteristic of a common gap. So you want size and volume. Common gaps are typically going to exhibit a smaller price difference between the previous close and the opening price compared to other gap types, and the trading volume accompanying the common gaps might be a little bit lower than that of a breakaway or exhaustion gap. What about the fill speed of the gap? Well, not a definitive characteristic, words, English, common gaps often fill within a shorter time frame and sometimes even within the same trading session, though again, they might not always exist to begin with. Or they might not fill. Gaps might not all fill, that's what I meant to say. But what about price action? So unlike a breakaway or a common or exhaustion gap, which will often signal a significant price movement, common gaps are followed by price action that tends to revert towards the previous price range. What about technicals? So technicals are going to have lower volume here a little bit. That's one thing to keep an eye on. it might accompany the gap to reinforce the idea that it's common. The volume is continuing on its merry way. It's not going to give you any kind of like screaming volume up or down. It's just breathing. It's just ready for the next move. But what about oscillators? So you might have some indicators like the RSI or stochastics showing a neutral or slightly overbought or oversold reading, which suggests a temporary price imbalance rather than a significant trend change. Moving averages also should exhibit a bit more unchanged of a slope. So nothing massive, just continuing on its trajectory. Also, thank you, Ian Respetta, for the super chat asking about one of my favorite stocks. We'll talk about that in a minute. Common gaps within a range. We've got this range going on here. This is an Adara Panera trade. I would like this trade. We've got a couple gaps, but generally the range does continue. Fly, watch out. I saw him buzz. Ooh. But here's a common gap before an initiation gap. So you get your common gap. You can tell. We come in. We fill it pretty quickly. Fills a couple times. Then we get our initiation gap. Thank you, Sharif, for showing the different examples of the gaps on those charts. Why did these common gaps occur? Why do they occur?
Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I wasn't alive to that. That's actually funny.
Oh,
I wasn't
really?
alive to it.
That wasn't even a pun. That was my brain not knowing what occurred.
Because offer. That's what I thought you meant.
That's good. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that. So yeah, maybe I did. What do they offer? Well,
true.
They have usually there's some news or economic data involved. So unexpected news or economic data releases can cause temporary price fluctuations, resulting in a common gap. Maybe you've got an upgrade or a downgrade. Maybe you have Chinese ADRs doing their thing 21. Yep. Whatever it is, there might be a bit more common gap that quickly gets filled back to business as usual. What about market sentiment? So that can play a role here. Sudden changes in market sentiment due to rumors, speculations, other factors, those can lead to common gaps. Trading alts can also be interesting here and play a role because trading alts, due to circuit breakers or other reasons, can create common gaps when the trading resumes. And that's going to be more intraday because gaps, like a lot of things here, are fractal. What about trading common gaps, though? Because while common gaps might not offer significant trading opportunities, you do have to understand them. So what are things to keep in mind? Avoid chasing gaps. Since common gaps fill quickly, chasing them can be a little bit risky. And also you want to make sure you're identifying support and resistance. Even though common gaps can fill quickly, they also can temporarily create new support or resistance levels. I was just talking about that level I liked on Tesla, that 226 area. That's a bit more of a common gap, but you saw that coming in quite a few times. So that's just one example of a specific me thing that examples, common gaps.
Fair.
Also, you might want to consider other gap factors because combining gap analysis on its own is just gap analysis. You want to see what everything's working together, so combine with other technical indicators to make informed decisions. How do you compare common gaps to other gap types? Gap size and volume is a key. Common gaps are usually smaller in size and accompanied by lower trading volume compared to breakaway or exhaustion gaps. A large gap with a significant increase in volume is more likely to be breakaway or exhaustion gap. I apologize to everyone for sipping water in their ears. Sorry about that. Also, price action after the gap is important to keep in mind because common gaps will fill a little bit faster. Breakaway gaps, however, might have a more prolonged price movement in the direction of the gap, and the trend context is really important. Breakaway gaps usually occur at the beginning of a new trend, while exhaustion gaps appear at the end of a strong trend. Common gaps can occur at any point during the trend. Support and resistance levels. Breakaway gaps usually will often occur through significant support or resistance levels, and common gaps tend to occur within existing price ranges. And maybe one tip to help is focusing on factors that cause common gaps in your chosen market, and this knowledge can help you identify potential price gaps. Yeah, Hugo, honestly, only thing I'm bullish on right now is all energy, all natural energy. Here, these markets, they give me caffeine, let me tell you.
Bang.
Also, I know you said you wanted to say something to break in the chat. I just want to quickly do the super chat.
Your thing, Dara.
So thank you so much to Ian Respetto for the $4.99 super chat. Is this a good entry for a Lily Long? So let's take a look at Mademoiselle.
Yes.
Taking a real beating the past week and down more than 10 to 12% would be hold long, not necessarily to trade. Thanks. You're welcome, and thank you, Ian Respetto. So let's see what levels that Lily has been respecting, bad pun. So here's the thing with Eli Lilly is this was talked about earlier today as well. With some of these weight loss stocks, you get news in one of them, and then I was talking to Ramin and Fabian about this, that's what it was. You've got, for example, Viking yesterday being like, oh yeah, we've got our obesity drug. Lilly and Novo take a bit of a hit. So, and Fabian, I want to shout out Fabian because his analysis on this I really liked.
Fabian.
He was saying, he's like, a lot of these names, when you've got the smaller names coming up and having their turn in the ring with weight loss drugs, it might be impacting some of these larger names. I think that's what you are seeing. So also, yeah, Marco trades. My voice does this every once in a while. So yeah, but I appreciate that. I'm happy you enjoy the energy because I love to try to keep that energy up. But yeah, one thing I'm seeing here for Lily, this level is interesting, this 880. We have a couple topping tail candles into this. We have this wick here into this, what is this? This 890, 900 area, and then we reject. But when you think about it too, this 880 area, that was a mild area of support here, a little bit. Yeah. So I'd be cognizant of that. I think the gap down, though, is probably the bigger issue. Let me zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out, as Neil says. You know what I would actually be waiting for? See what you do it at this 800 area.
Wouldn't that be
Not just because it's 800, but look at all of that previous resistance and support around it. That's my analysis on Lily.
Can I make one quick comment
Please
about
do.
that? Remember that Caterpillar 300 that never came in? Remember?
Yeah.
$300 level on Caterpillar. So the only reason I'm mentioning that is because sometimes when you want that 800 to come in, because it's such a good technical area, it gets front run.
You're right. So that could be what it is.
Sometimes it comes into that. So Ian, if I would say, if you want anything from my side, keep your eye on that 800. I think Dara absolutely has that bang on. But it's funny how those levels never seem to come in. Like that 200 on Apple, I was waiting for. Maybe it does come in, but I was waiting for that 200 level to come in again to get tested so I could add. I may not get that. I didn't get it on Caterpillar, and I may not get it on Apple. So all I'd say to use that. Now, I want to show you guys this. This is CrowdStrike. Okay, now we're not doing exhaustion gaps today, but I found this yesterday and I absolutely have to show it to you, okay? So we did 2 lessons on exhaustion gaps, and the reason I did 2 is because there are 2 types. One gaps up, gets filled later. One gaps down and ends the trend right there. Look at this one over here on CrowdStrike. This is a gap up, a gnarly gap up above a key area of technical resistance. Was a 361. That was almost all-time highs. We gap up aggressively to 370. We consolidate, but look what happens subsequent. You fill the gap gets filled, and then what happens after that gap fill? This is what's funny because it kind of foreshadowed that. We know that this was an exhaustion gap because it didn't get filled right away. It was like 20 days later, 20 trading days later. And then you have a monster second type of initiation gap. And that was obviously the outage issue. And then we've been making lower lows and lower highs since that time. This is the look on the chart on CrowdStrike. I took this screenshot yesterday when I was doing my charting because this is super, super relevant to what we've been talking about on gaps. There's your gap up. This looks like exhaustion gap number 2 that we talked about yesterday. This is exhaustion gap number 1. You could even make a different argument for this gap. This could be a bearish initiation gap. That's what that is. This was the exhaustion gap that ended the trend at the top. This is not in a consolidation range. You can't make the case this is in a consolidation phase. The gap here makes all-time highs. So we know it's an exhaustion gap because it finds itself at the end of the trend. Then we consolidate for like 20 days and then boom, the outage comes. And I would submit to you that this could be a bearish initiation gap here, breakaway gap, whatever you want to call the start of a new gap. So that is my look on CrowdStrike. And I know we're not doing that today, but it really behooved me to show it to you. So I want to show that. So there you go, Trump 2024, giving you all the love there, sending you $5 for your energy. And he called me Sharif. Which is okay with me because I told him that was cool, and I like how he added the A at the end there. So shout out to Trump 2024 in the chat there. Now, whoever was asking me earlier about why I got into the TQQQs, here's a look. It was Rick. Thank you for that, Adara. Here's the look. So I'm going to show you exactly what I like on the future, on the NQ September contract, and then I'll show you how I got in on the QQQs. Look at this over here. This is 7:30 Central Time. 8:30 standard or Eastern Standard Time. That was essentially the pop-up when we got the PCE number. It zigged and zagged, but it topped out at 19,236, okay? So we came into that level again, my man Rick, right at 12:10, just 10 after 12. We get into that level, we reject, but most notably, we don't make a lower high, and we hold yesterday's closing print and the 100-point level. So I was like, this is awfully bullish. We come into not the IB high, the PCE high, let's call it like that, and it was obviously bullish because we had a rounded bottom and we went positive on the day above 19.2. We come back, we test 19.2, and then we make newer highs. So that was the look for me, and that's why I got in. Now, Second time I got in was because we retraced the 10 exponential on the 5 and didn't give way. We kept holding it. So I was like, okay, this is an interesting area where I can scalp. And I've been scalping up a storm at 66. Every time it dips into 66, I'm adding and wetting my beak, adding and wetting my beak. So 66 on the TQQQ is obviously not the real level. The real level is on the NQ September contract because that's what institutions use to hedge, and so do big money players. So that's why I chart off this and not the TQQQs. Now, let me tell you about what I'm seeing. People are going to be like, oh, this is a gnarly bull flag. This is a continuation, Sharif, through 19.3. Well, that's not how Obi sees it. I was just looking at the one. He is the Knob on the right over there. I'm like, do we continue to run? He's like, no, I don't think so. You know, that could be what it is, but I'm looking for a mean reversion. And so, you know, there's two different schools of thought. That's why I'm not gung-ho to punch long through, you know, for a possible 19,300 break, because we're definitely not getting that continuity. We're in this stagnant side move, consolidation phase. And, you know, I definitely don't need to be first in order to get in. So if we do break 19,300 decidedly, I'm going to add again on the future. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Now, I got to tell you, it's looking a little bullish over here because it's not even touching the 10 exponential anymore. You had 3 candles on the 10 exponential, and now it's holding above it. So we shall see what we get, and we will not, Adira, get upset. What are you up to this weekend? Any good life plans? About 1:30, we can chill out.
Oh yeah. So my family, that was her words.
They're still here, right?
They're still here.
Yeah,
so
nice.
They, there's a thing. Oh yeah. So my family has this kind of reunion-y thing, but we've never met these people, so I'm a little bit scared. It is rural, which also has me a little bit scared. But tonight, my sister and I are celebrating her birthday early while she's in town, so that I'm actually very excited for. She like made me give her a whole list of like snacks, so I'm gonna meet her there. Pardon?
Shalinus?
I get Alina, she is a Leo, yeah. Grr.
Nice.
So that'll be really fun. I'm excited to see her.
Very nice.
So that'll be good. Yeah, I'm just watching my aunt. What are you?
Do your thing.
What are you doing this weekend?
I am. What am I doing? Tomorrow, Alfred and I are boxing. So excited about that. Then I'm going up. My parents want to buy a place up north, so we're gonna go see that. That's their place, not mine, obviously. So we're gonna go check it out. And yeah, that's really all I'm doing. And I might gallivant Saturday night. So we'll see if there's going to be some gallivanting or not. You gallivanting this weekend, Obi?
What do you mean by gallivanting? Obi's gallivanting.
He doesn't know what gallivanting is, Joshua.
We're doing some gallivanting tomorrow, right?
You're doing some. So you are gallivanting, Obi. Okay.
Where
so the
are you guys
answer is yes.
gallivanting to?
Obi is gallivanting, and so is Joshua. It looks like here. So shout out to both of them. Gallivanting up a storm. All right. So yeah, let's look at some tickers over here. What are you guys looking at? Tom H is looking at TECK. Let's have a look at TECK, see what Tom H is chirping about there in the chat. He's not chirping, he's just mentioning it. Calm down, Sharif. TECK, I'm not seeing much on this one. Oh, good look, but it's not loading up on my my chart for some reason. There it is. Yeah, big volume candle up there for whatever reason, right at 110. Good continuation. What the hell is this? Oh. Tech attracts merger and acquisition interest from major miners and copper rush. Okay, so that was met very exuberantly by the market there, breaking through that 47 top nicely, 48.5. Keep your eyes on TECK. It hasn't done a whole lot of volume, 5 million shares on the day. Not bad, but definitely, you know, not huge or anything. Let's load up TECK on the side chart over here, see if we can trade it. So it's a good look. Thanks for shouting that out, Tom. 5%. Or so there. I'm still looking at the future, still involved in the future, looking for that 19,300 break. It's not coming in quite yet, but we are now holding, I would say, to the higher end of the range that we've been in, Adira, for the better part of almost an hour now, starting really at 1240 and continuing right now. The future is working its way into the high. 19,292 is the high. We're about to break it. We just broke it by a quarter point. Let's go future. Let's go to the high side, baby. Rick. Great explanation, thank you. And I am in short position at 66.14 and possible reversal to 65.20. A shout out to you, Rick. Look, you know, I hope you print up a storm on that side of the desk. I hope I print and you do simultaneously as well.
There are times you can do, like, there was that time that NVIDIA was making new highs and I was like shorting every pop and you and Sean were long, and I think we all ended up being profitable. It's just how you do it. That was a fun. So remember the day you and Sean and I all got out of Meta the exact same to the penny level? That was crazy because you were like,
nuts.
oh, I got out 74s. I remember too, it was 74s because we all wanted 75s, but we didn't want 75s. So you got 74s and you and Sean are like, oh, that's crazy, 74s, and I tune in and I'm like, wait, you guys said 74s? And you were like, yeah, and I said, me too. And then we were all shocked. But AMD, I got out of a bit early. I stand by it. I left because I did not like that we were kind of having, for my taste anyway, lower highs in the book. I added because at that point we were holding 90s well. Ended up taking on average 8 pennies. Decent position size. I did want, you know, a bit more of a scalp. I was initially going to be adding, subtracting the whole way up into the move. Saw stuff I didn't like and said, Dara, you'll be happier if you just get out. So I got out. I stand by it for the time being, but also I want to shout out Mahmoud, who was asking if I think EWM is a short. This was a while ago. I think IWM is still in a range for now. It actually looks like it's trying to break up above the range. I had one trade on this. I think it was like less than 10 pennies. I was trying to play the range, but those topping tail candles that I think made you probably wonder, like, what's going on here with that potential short? I think those also were a bit bamboozling for me as well. So good look there. Also, Mr. Long Shorts joking about collusion. Now the funny thing, I think that was funny, Mr. Long Shorts, with that, is neither of us realized we all had it. And then we all like said it, and I think we'd all gotten out by that point too at the 73s. So I think that was what made it very funny. But yeah, shout out to you, Mr. Long Shorts. Also, I am a cool flat here in E to the W. Yeah, this is, I think I'm gonna get out of this. I don't like these lower highs here. I was like, oh, we could be consolidating for a move up. I don't think that anymore. I want to see if we can kind of go back to 20s and reject, but I'm probably going to have to get out here. I don't mind taking a bit of a hit. I did take profit on some of this. I just don't like what I'm seeing here with regards to the lower highs. I will be losing about 4 pennies per share on this. I'm okay with that. I'd rather get out now seeing stuff I don't like than wait and waffle, because that is what the look is going to be on this. Mr. Long Shorts is making me laugh over here. But yeah, happy with that EW. TSLA making some, not lower highs, but we're kind of seeing a bit of a curl. Keeping my eyes on TSLA on this. I want to see what we do here at the 90 MA should we get there. This candle, we get to, I don't want to say Morningstar because it wasn't really, but we get to the 222s. We wick above, we wick below. Now we're curling down. Like I said, the Tesla, my new strategy for Tesla, which is taking a lot of book-related trades, has been really helpful. So that's what I've been looking for on this TSLA as we curl back into 222s. If we reject, I'll take a quick pop short on a scalp basis. If we bounce here, if we get to 222s, push up, bounce higher, I'm interested in getting involved. But if there's any tickers you guys want, you guys can get involved in the show. Did you know that? You can go in the chat and you can press on this thing and you can press ask something and you can put your ticker in there. Maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's AMD. I don't know, maybe it's AMC, maybe it's TQs. Shout out to Shrieve's awesome TQs trade.
Appreciate
Whatever you want, get involved in there. Thank you guys all for being with us as we all learn how to trade together.
Absolutely. All right, I'm trying to add here on the future as we accumulate. I'm trying to add at 20s. Because there was a definite top here at 20s locally. All right, so now I'm long at 20s. I've obviously fundamentally changed my cost basis, which is fine, because I do like this accumulation. Higher lows with respect for the 10 exponential on the 5. So let's see if we can wet our beak there again. Bang. Let's see if we can get some more. I want some more, baby. Let's move up a little bit more. 19,297 3/4. Here come 30s. Nice move up. Let's weasel our way up a little bit more. I want to add again, quite frankly, at 20s. So let's see if we can weasel our way into that again. So there's the order out for defend of the 20 penny level. Now I don't know what this level is on the NQ September contract, but this 66.20 keeps getting defended for higher lows. And that's why I added there, and that was my thinking. So we'll see if we can continue to work off that level and make higher highs, because the higher highs are still in play, the higher lows are still in play. We could absolutely get a mean reversion. There's nothing stopping it, but if I had to look at it and take an educated guess, I think we can continue to trend, even though we have been very consolidative below 19.3, not taking it, which is okay, I guess, because we are in the lower volume time of day. So now I've added again at 20. So let's see if we can get some out a little bit above. We'll look to add possibly or not add, but I'll look to defend this level, see what we get. If we dip down below it aggressively, I'll get out and then look to add essentially at 66. So if it breaks down below 15s, let's see if we can get something a little bit higher than that, and we'll look to weather beak again. So here it is coming down a little bit off 15s. Where's the 10 exponential? I really need to look at the 10 exponential on the TQQQ so I can add off that. That's the 1 minute, that's not the one I want. Here it is, it's dipping down into 66 now. Here we go. The future's coming back down, so I'm gonna have to look. Obi wants it to go down. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a move up. Obi's yelling the mean reversion is coming. We break 90, that's it. So I'm out of that. What a move down there on the future. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a pump up. That was off the 20 exponential on the 5. What a dip down into 250. Where is that level relative to price action support? So we'll keep an eye on this one as it really comes down to, do we get anything new there? Wow, what a move down. Oh boy, Obi's yelling. Let's see if we can get a bounce back up. I'm not into this position yet. Let's see if we can get something here at 60. Where are we? 19,225. This is an interesting support level right here on the future. What are you looking at, Adara?
Well, he's got short the SPY, so we'll see how that goes. I will admit this was a little bit of just, hopping in. Okay, happy with this. Let's see what we can get on the SPY. We are currently about 30 pennies in the money on the S&P 500. Come on, SPY, do you want a SPY even lower? Okay, I'm cool with that. I'm getting very excited here. We're going to take out a piece. We're going to take out most of this. We're going to take out, there's a multiple. It's about 66%. It's 2/3. I'm saving a piece though for the dream. Oh my gosh, Sharif, if we get 5.5s, yes, I will be pleased
insane.
As punch. This is wild. This is nuts. Is there any news on this?
I have no idea.
Oh my gosh. Okay, market, keep going down. Come on, market, get low. I'm going to chill with this. If we come to 50s and we get a little bit of chop and churn, because I'm also watching here, this was that previous area of support. If we get back up to 50s and reclaim 50s, I'll get out there. I don't mind waiting a little bit though, because this is one of those trades that you want to be a part of. You want to be part of the movement, and you do want all the smoke. So let's go. I want to see what we can do here at 545s. I mean, I don't want to just be in this like, oh, I'm trying to get $1. But if I can get $1 in the SPY, that would be, I'm not going to lie, it'd be a nice time. It'd be a good time. Let's see how we do here. Okay, SPY, come on, get lower, get lower. Okay, I want to see what the SPY, this has been really fun to be a part of. I'm really proud of this trade. Proud I saw that, had the impetus to get involved. Kind of a bit of a bounce at 545s that I don't love. Let's wait and see what we do here in these here markets. But this is a really fun opportunity. Sometimes you guys just got to get involved with, when you see stuff. This is something I'm still learning as well. I saw that. I was like, think there's some opportunities. Not a massive position by any means, but it's not about the size always. It's about learning and what happening. I didn't like the bounce we got there at 545s, so trying to get out here at 545.15s. If the SPY will have me getting a little too bouncy, maybe should have gone out a little bit lower. Still proud of that position though. Took 70 pennies on that with the remaining third of La Position. We're still looking for news here. Freddie, the friendly guy. Ooh. Also, okay, wow, the market dropped even further. I got out too early. Let me see what happens there. I'm still happy with the position. Tesla also, I tried a long on this. Got out, lost about 40 pennies when we had that drop here. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking for any short and all shorts. I want to shout out the reversion man himself. The reversion man. With that trade.
Nice,
Obi. This is the reversion man. Yeah, thank you, Kyle Burdett, as well for the you get your little pun in there, and I also appreciate the shout out. So
big
good
smile.
Times. Yeah, so also thank you, Joanna Brewster. Definitely got to get that breath before the markets knock me out here. This has been such a fun day, guys. I hope you have enjoyed yourself in these markets as well, because this has been wild and woolly times. I'm looking for some other short opportunities if they arrive, just as short pops.
Yes, I got zigged and zagged, but I was able to make a little bit there at the end as we got back long. I'm still looking for a possible pop back up. Call me crazy, but I'm looking over here. Well, actually, if we get back into 19.2, I'm looking to actually take that rejection. We're actually quite close to it, 19,180. But I don't know, man. I feel bear trap coming in, but that's just my opinion. Don't take it as anything over here. We have everything really above the volume weighted average price in Mag 7 world except NVIDIA. That's the only one that's not above the volume weighted average price. VWAP on the futures 19,150. We are in the 60s now. We are coming down aggressively, and that's as quick as we can come down. It takes us forever to go up, and it takes us 2 seconds only to come down, baby. That's just the way this market operates, but we are now at VWAP on, I believe the future very close, on it on Apple, on it on Amazon, still well above it on some other names. And, well, NVIDIA is well below it now. NVIDIA wants to go red if it breaks 112. So I'm continuing to watch this future. I want to see if it does get a relief bounce off this particular area, off the volume weighted average price. Packing my patience. Also looking at Apple to see what it's doing at break-even point right now. 217.50s-ish is that level on AAPL. So packing my patience on this trade over here, seeing what we get at these levels right now.
Yeah, shout out to Kyle Burdett. Big
Spile.
Burdett, thank you so much for
Wow.
your $10 super chat. I want my quadunk. Say it, mustache man, say it. Shout out Dan.
I can't look at the chat.
As well. Yeah, I mean, he'll say quadunk once he's done there. Do not worry. I promise you a quadunk is in order. But also, I did take a bit of a Tesla short here. This I'm less proud of than the SPY short. I think this, I will be honest, I was maybe chasing waterfalls a little bit. I saw us break below 220s. I wanted to try something. I did try something. It has worked out, to be clear. But I think sometimes, you know, you still want to make sure you're following your plan a little bit more. Why can I not press any of my keys? Come on, market. So this is kind of weird, but let's see what we do here. If we get back below 220s, I'll stay in this. I want to see what we do as we waffle. I did already take out part of the position as we broke a little bit lower here, but 220, if not 221, I initially wanted 220.50s. 221, maybe not doing something for Tesla, but 220s is doing something for me right now. I'm just going to get out here, basically flat in the rest of that position. Didn't like how we were kind of trying to curl here. Bears versus Bulls, shout out to you asking if SPY is my favorite yet. I have to say, this is my second day in a row I've tried to take one of those SPY breakdown plays. I like the way it moves. I like watching it dance from across the room. It's doing the boogie. It gives you the eye. I think, I don't know if it's my favorite yet, Bears versus Bulls, but I definitely love it. I'm proud to have it on my side chart every single day to look at these markets. This has been a wild move here on these markets. I literally, no words. I am speechless, but if you are speechless about any takers, please get in that chat, guys, and go get involved. What stocks do you want to see? Press ask something. Then answer that question. Also, how are the Qs doing?
Good. I'm long and I'm like nicely in the money at this moment. We'll see if we can defend VWAP. That's the reason I got long here, but I'm not going to allow it to go against me. So I've already wet my beak on some profits. Let's see if we can move up a little bit off that volume weighted average price, maybe into something like 19.2. But if we give up volume weighted average price, I'm not going to hold this. I'm not going to sit there and DCA into it. But there we go. Zigging and zagging. A little above, a little bit below. Can we move up a little bit over here? It's a bit of an anemic bounce, certainly as it relates, as it compares to that big move down. I'm talking about the bounce that we're experiencing right now off the volume weighted average price on the NQ September contract. And the reason I keep moving my head left and right is because I'm looking at the actual futures contract on my side screen. We're nicely in the money. We're 20 pennies in the money here, but definitely want to see if I can take a little bit more off this level. We'll see if it can weasel its way back into VWAP. But if it comes down below my entry, that's going to be the end of the trade. And we'll see what we get there. Apple finding support off the volume weighted average price. What else? Amazon found support off the volume weighted average price. You're getting a couple of green candles as well now on NVIDIA, Tesla, Google. Not so much Softy though. Softy looking a little bit red. Softy might be a short here because I'm not seeing any bounce on the soft one. I'll show that in a second, but I'm trying to pack my patience here with this futures trade. But here it is against me, so that's the end of the trade there, and we take that last piece break even. But if it does bounce up again off VWAP, I'll take it long. If it gives away VWAP and really starts tanking down, I'll take it short. I don't mind. Let's basically just watch and see how this one reacts. But Microsoft is coming down, guys. There is not a bit to be had here on the soft one. Softy's on the way down. It's broken the 20. It's broken the 10. It really doesn't have anything price action wise until 424. That's at least what I see at these levels. You have a nice consolidation area top at around 424, but that's $2.50 from where we are right now. The future, though, getting another little bounce, which is keeping Softy from dropping anymore. So I don't want to jump into the short too quickly on this one because Apple bouncing nicely off the volume weighted average price, and so is the future. But yeah, it's having the effect of preventing the soft one from coming down a little bit more. So I definitely wanted to get into this, but if it keeps holding up like this, that's not the move for me. Any news on this, says Nate? Not that I see, my man. I'm looking at the news blotter here real quick, and I'm not seeing anything of note, but it could be geopolitical. I may not have eyes on it, so we'll see there. But Yeah, man, I'm just waiting for either VWAP to hold or get broken so I know exactly what I want to do on MSFT. Was there anything back there?
No,
okay.
they're talking about youth leading 2024.
Oh, okay, no, that's not the
Go youth.
Go, yeah, I don't have no problem with youth, but it's not going to move the market like this.
No.
Right, so I'm packing my patience. I want to do something here on Microsoft or the futures. It's just I'm going to have to wait to see exactly how this resolves, whether it bounces up and holds that 19,150 area on the future, which prevents Microsoft from coming down anymore, at least in my estimation, or we give way at VWAP. If we give way at VWAP, I'll be looking to short there. Martin says banks could be the reason. Let's have a look at the banking sector over here. I'm not seeing any flush in banks. I'm seeing, just they're mostly green except Bank of America. Actually, they're all green except Bank of America. So I'm keeping my eye on that. The soft one is coming down a little bit, even though the future is not. So a little bit of an inverse relationship right now between Microsoft and the NQ September contract. Well, at least there was. Now it's bouncing a little bit here. Unsure what to make of this whole thing here, Dara.
Yeah, I have some Tesla trades I was pretty proud of there. I was scalping that Tesla during that move. But also, I'm trying to get involved here in M's. I just got involved. I have some qualms. But you might be like, Dara, if you have some qualms, why get involved? Well, trading is, you always want to be a little bit uncomfortable, right? Why did I like this, though? I talked about this gorgeous range we had here for a little bit from about 122, 60s, 80s-esque to about 123, 80s on. So I wanted this short because look where we had that little. Okay, MMM's already making me regret my life. Let's see what we do here. If we come reject below 80s, I'll get out. Okay, yeah, this has not been the trade of my life. By any means, I want to see if we get back below 80s. If we get back below 80s, I'll stay in this. If not, it's like Dara, you felt kind of weird about it in the first place. Why did you get involved? I got to face palm myself for this. This is gross. This was not a trade I am at all proud of. In all honesty, we got out. Definitely, obviously could have been worse, but I was like, good times. On to the next trade. Thank you, Ahmed Amwala, AED 1799 super chat. Said Adara, say hi to my long-term Oklo. Let's take a look. Also, John H. saying why is not a strategy. Yeah, I'm aware why is not a strategy, but it's like I like to say the why to be like, this is why I like it. You know what I mean? It's like me asking myself why.
What's wrong with that?
So that's what I like. And I just wanted to say that. Yes, CMG is back to my level. Thank you, Jetvoy. Oklo, let's take a look at this 10 minute. The larger one, daily. Let's take a look at the daily chart for Oklo. See how this one goes. Wrestling with financing the facepalm emoji. That's literally what I was doing to my trade. Yeah, that I was not saying to that. I was saying to that. So let's say Oklo. Oh, it's the 1 month. That's why I was confused by that. Daily chart. Let's see what we got. I want to shout you out here, Ahmed, because Ahmed or. I don't know, I'm trying. You are up on this on the day, $10 on the day, 10% of the day to the upside. This is an interesting little consolidation pattern we've got going on here because we have slightly higher lows here and lower highs. We'll have to wait and see how this consolidates, but I do like this area we're trying to push up into that 922. This was certainly maybe a little bit of an area of support. We're trying to find resistance at. I think if we can break above, push above these topping tail candles, I think that is a great look here for OKLO. Thank you very much for your super chat and for your support. Hope your trading day is going well, and I guess it's certainly going well for Oklo there.
Yeah, we're just printing up over here. So there we go. Just got out, and I got out too early again on this one. So we're taking the mean, reverting back. And I know you guys were all excited, but the fuge, it's headed back to the high side. 19.2 just got taken. Here we go. Let's see if we reject, though. 19.2 and a quarter was incoming, and boom, we just get that topping tail candle right back down. So let's see if we defend 19.2 here. Don't forget that 19.204 is break even. Well, that's not break even, bro. That's yesterday's break even. You're losing it. I got to delete that. I was bamboozling trend line there. So I did get long at the $0.25, was able to wet my beak at 48s, but I want a little bit more there. So let's see if we can get that continuity back up. Where do I want to get in if we do dip again? So where is the level here? Now we're in between levels and I don't have a good idea. But I'll tell you one thing for sure. If we break this area, 64.90, essentially 19,150 on the NQ September contract, I'm going short for sure. We have to break it on a closing basis. We'll see if we have enough time until then. But right now, we only have 12 minutes left on the show. Can you believe it? That time flew like that. Quite frankly, we'll see. We're right above 19.2 again. So we're zigging and zagging a little bit here, but to be expected because that was a Okay, I want to tell you guys something. From the top of the candle at 1:30, excuse me, to the bottom of the candle at 1:35, we printed 19,149 at the low. We printed at the top 19,292. We dropped 150 points in like, I don't even want to say that was 10 minutes because it wasn't 2 full 5-minute candles.
That was crazy.
That was insane, yeah. So this is the 1 minute chart, 1, 2, 3, well, about 5, 6 minutes or so we got from top to bottom. Right now we're low again, below 19.2, topping tail candle in the 5 minute, topping through a key area of technical resistance, which is 19.2. So if we definitely reject that and make a newer low below 19,150, this is a very interesting short. Ugly, ugly topping tail candle right now off 19,225 and below 19.2 we go. Oh baby, the shorts are back in control, or so it seems. Big Spiles reloading his SPY short. Oh, this market's gonna crash. Here we go down again. Very exciting times. I'm just exaggerating for effect, by the way, in case you think that I'm actually doing this because I'm actually like this. I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm just watching the future and trying to get excited. It's Friday, baby. I'm headed to the beach after this. I got the weekend tomorrow, so I'm in a good mood. And yeah, just excuse me if I'm getting a little bit excited right now. So I'm watching the future, and if we bounce off here, I'm unsure what to do because we're in kind of no man's land. So I got no trade. I'm packing my patience. We either take that level again. I'm talking about 19,225 on a closing basis, or we break down below 19,150. In either case, if we don't do one of those, I'm not trading it.
Yeah, I got back involved in the SPY short here, and I did that because look at this topping tail candle. I like that rejection here of the 90 MA, and it was a little bit of confluence as well with that previous area of support on the SPY. I wanted to get involved a little bit earlier. I initially was looking at like 545.10s, couldn't get that. I said, Adara, as long as that move's still valid, I think you can get a little bit lower. I'm gonna get another piece out here at 49s. What I've been doing is adding out, taking out 2/3, adding back 2/3, taking out 2/3, adding back 2/3. The slalom style of range trading that I like. Now, did I change my average a bit? Oh, for sure. I knew that going into it, but I said, Adara, if you want to stay for this move a little bit, you could stay for this move a little bit. I would like to see decisive break below 50s here. That would be what I really want to keep me and propel me in this trade, because I'm seeing a little bit of a bounce here off VWAP. Do not love that on the SPY, but I don't have a reason to leave yet. I don't want to panic sell. If we get really decisively up above into 80s here, I want to see what we do here. That'll be pretty key for me. But man, I love just being able to take these trades as the market is rip roaring. This is so much fun. Hope you guys are having as much fun as we are on this, because it's been a good time. Thank you, Steve J. Much appreciated there. Yeah, I'm just trying to take whatever trades the market is giving me. I have to say though, this the trade is getting some aggressive journaling tonight. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I
heard that yesterday too, so I noticed.
I understand why I liked this. I get why I like this on some level. Look at that support. We were rejecting. We had a bit of a topping tail candle, but I didn't take like a massive position, but arguably too large. Happy with where I got out though. We got to the 123s, which was the area I mentioned earlier as well. If I took this trade, we got out. So I can't be like too morose about it. And honestly, why am I getting morose here? Because the SPY is breaking lower. Oh my gosh, SPY, you want to give me 30s? I'll take
Give it to her, SPY.
Please, this punch. Let's see if we get back below into 29s, which I believe is where my entry is. Don't you love when you press the order and then it like runs away from your price?
John, you love that.
But let's see how there we go. 30 pennies in the rest of that SPY position. I spy with my little eye trading that I wish I could be doing more often going forward. Though to be clear, this by no means negates the questionableness of the M trade. There will be journaling. Chill vibes with the weekend pun there. The best feeling is when you end the weekend green. Shout out to you if you were doing that. I definitely did not, but I think today was important. I've learned some things. I know where the questionable trades were. Aggressive journaling time.
All right, so I was scalping. I actually scalped long while you were talking, and I'm doing it again. I'm calling my Chris, but I'm looking to see we're still above the volume-weighted average price, so I'm still a little bullish. I don't know, I'm nuts, but what can I say? We're still holding VWAP, topping tail candle or not. So we don't have another low here, but below 64.90. I know Rick. Let's go shorts. Keep shorting TQQQ until 64.34, says Rick. Well, I'm really upset that I didn't add at this 65 dip. Dang it, because we're above VWAP, Sharif. Got to be feeling long until we're below VWAP. And then here we go to the high side again. Let's watch what we do at 19.2 and 19.225, because we know 19.225 had that gnarly topping tail candle. We dip down. We hold 19.150. VWAP, not just the 50-point level. So here we go again on the future. Wow, zigging and zagging. And I see people in the chat, they're like, yo, man, don't mess with the algos on the future. Well, I've been messing with them all day, and it's been okay. So let's see if we can mess with them a little bit more over here. I want to see if we can continue to move up or we give way at VWAP. And so that's going to be my look. I'm really disappointed in myself. I didn't add at 65. I really wanted to add there. That's a mistake by me. So I won't journal aggressively, but I will make myself feel very bad about it. No, I'm kidding. I'm just joking. So I'm going to be looking right now at whether or not we take it to the high side, but there's only about like 2 minutes left until I have to get up. So I'm kind of really upset that I have to get up today. I really actually wanted to trade these futures. I think we're going to have a nice, good direction into 19.2, at least one way or another. Say that again. I can't trade while I'm at the big screen, Neil. I ain't going to do that.
And sit there and the three of us will trade.
Sit there and the three of you guys will trade, and I'll cheer you guys on. I can do that. Or after the green screen, yeah. But I'm going. No, I can't do that. You know?
And I will give news updates.
Yeah.
All good.
But yeah, thank you. All right, let's see what everybody else is looking at here in the chat. Chop says session says chill vibes. Anu View, haven't seen you in a minute in the chat there, Anu View. Triple M stuck at 124. We saw Dara trading that. Fonzie always saying weird stuff like he always is in the chat. I have no idea what he's talking about. Love you again. What's going on over there, bro? Anyway, Neil says love you, Pawns. So yeah, okay, you got some love on the desk. All right, here we go. We're still holding at VWAP Adara. I'm not going to take any trades here because we're not below VWAP, so I don't want to get short. And we're not really, holding VWAP we're not making any new highs, I should say, sorry. So I'm not going to get long on anything. I'm just going to pack my patience and chirp up a storm until it's time for me to get up. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I like that. I'm proud to hear of this Tesla short that I had during that drop. I don't know if I talked about this one. So I took 20 pennies on this, took the 220, like I said, the 20-cent level on Tesla I've liked, so I took 220.20 with decent size into 220. Tesla, though, I think is kind of curling higher. Why do I say that? Because we're seeing higher lows in the book, we're seeing a bit of a bottoming tail candle here on the chart, and we're bouncing near the 90 MA. You know what I call that? Confluence. You know what Sam Waterston in Law & Order would call that? Chung chung. No, I'm joking. But yeah, my verdict is I think Tesla could push higher, but I don't have enough confidence in it to take it. The trade I am a little bit kicking myself for not getting back involved in here, though, is going to be SPY. Because the SPY rejected the 90 MA and that 545 level yet again. I didn't get involved, and I think I honestly don't even think that's the problem. I think it was just because I didn't see the same aggression that I saw the first two times I shorted it. This time was a little bit more subdued. It was a little bit more sleepy. It was a little bit more like me around 2 p.m., a little bit tireder. So I was like, I don't want to get too involved just yet, you know what I mean? But now it looks like the SPY making a bit of a bottoming tail candle. Oh, Tesla, if you want to actually give me a 221 long.
Give it to her, Tesla.
I think 221 might actually do something for me on TSLA, but I want to see it break above 221 and then chop before I get involved, because I don't want to take a 221 break on a whim when the market has been doing bizarre things. But speaking of whims, what about EOM? Because I know Mahmoud was talking about a short earlier on this, and I was like, I said a little bit rangy for the time being, and this is even wild because we had that big move down in the market. IWM still holding previous support and resistance. It comes back to the 228 level from whence it chopped and churned earlier. Then it comes right back. Now it's rejecting VWAP. This has been such a rangy ticker, IWM today. When I showed it OB when I was trading that one earlier today. Oh boy. But yeah, this.
Oh boy.
Speaking of oh boy, Amazon actually also kind of in a range. I was vaguely tempted by Amazon during the total market drop, but this one, yeah, interesting little look. I agree. Thank you, Steve J. For saying this quality over quantity. Adara, don't force the junk trades. I agree. MM, I'm looking at you because that was. I mean, to be clear, again, I had levels I liked on it, but I felt weird about it getting in. So it's like, why did I do it? I'm gonna have to reflect on that. Tesla, though, that's one I have been staring at all day. So if I were like that, I would not consider that to be a junk trade, in my opinion. But I think that I appreciate what you're saying there. You have to figure out what is and isn't junk. But yeah, Amazon interesting at 182.40.
All right, guys. I will see everybody at the green screen. Don't forget that we have a new way to vote, so make sure you are going into the chat there and clicking that black rectangle at the top. What stocks do you want to vote for? It's too late to vote today. but get your vote in for Monday. See everybody at the green screen.
Thank you so much, Sharif. Hope you have fun at the beach this weekend and fun at the green screen. You will see him in 2 minutes there. Hope you guys had a fun session in these markets because this has been so exciting. Here to trade. We've got Tesla back at 221. It cannot get above 221. IWM is so tricky. I do agree, Mahmoud. I think that it's one that, like, I had one trade in it today. It was just a bit too bamboozling. I think I made less than 10 pennies on it. You got to do what you got to do, and you have to be comfortable with taking different styles of trades. Some trades today, I'm happy with my new strategy for Tesla, which is just very book focused. Happy with how some of the CMG and EW trades went, but there are some trades that were just not the vibe, like, you know, MM. Or one of those AM trades where you have to do some studying and you have to work at it to learn a little bit better. So that's what the best parts of trading is. I feel like you're learning a little bit every day. But happy you got to learn with us here. You're going to see what the big kahunas were doing during this drop. I know the reversion man was, I think, pretty pleased as punch with that reversion. So shout out, you're going to be able to hear about that short, which I assume was pretty great there. So peace out to you, Ponzi Fonzie. Peace out to everyone here. This has been such a fun day. Oh my gosh, Tesla, do you actually want to give me a scalp here as we end the midday? Because I do like how we're holding these higher highs in the book. Really small position. This is just really to practice getting involved in these trades. If we push up here, get at 80s, I'd be tempted to add a little bit, but this is sometimes you just got to take the reps, right? One of the biggest things I've learned, because I was talking to the guys a couple weeks ago after just talking about it, one of the things that's really important while you're learning is don't force the size of the trades, force the, just like the actual reps of the trades. So that's what I've been trying to work on here. Let's see what we do here on TSLA. Just a quick little trade for the road because I do love this level and I was seeing stuff I liked on this level. But now we're going to have to see Sharif in a couple moments here on the green screen. We'll have to see what Obi was doing, what Neil was doing. Okay, market dropping back a little bit, so RIP Tesla. But this has been such a fun day. See you guys on Monday. Same bad time, same bad channel. Sharif.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. We got Obi in today. He's in for Sean. Sean's got the day off. Neil locked in, loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you on the How to Trade Midday show. So make sure to join Adair and I every day between 11 and 2 and get into the chat and vote for the tickers as you want, and tell your friends to vote too. So look, this is the futures here. Good move up off that initial bad start, but we did mean revert quite aggressively as we got into that 19,300 level on the NQ September contract. Couldn't breach that level and down we go again, right into the volume weighted average price. We'll have the big kahunas look at that, and Obi will tell you all about his mean reversion trade. But TSLA, the first one of the bunch. Again, no real specific catalyst for this one today, but we did get midday that Xpeng, one of their competitors over in China, is actually looking at rolling out their robo-taxi, and they're doing it before that October 10th date that Tesla is slated to roll out there. So Tesla, as you saw there, Adair finish off the midday show on the way down, guys. What is the look right now, though, for Tesla?
Well, I kind of feel like if it was the same as the things I'm in right now, it was like a short to pop, potentially. So I'm kind of hearing this weird echo. Yeah, I don't know if it's just me. We're hearing echo in areas. There we go. No, still hearing it. So look, everybody saw what just happened maybe 40 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. So you had a gentle uptrend, pretty steady, and then a hammer candle, like everything was reverting. If you were short, you're laughing. I'll get to, I was in ARM at the time. I got ARM on a break at that time. But now that this has happened, the question is, do we have any continuation? Like everything that I would have said were not for this, I think you almost throw out the window. Lower high is at 221 Tesla. That was a morning range bottom. So I think it's a simple over-under game. If it breaks back out above, I think there's going to be shorts trapped. I mean, I've re-entered into some short positions here, and you could get another flyby. Tesla is one of the names that didn't get to VWAP, so a bit stronger, and it's still green on the day. So a couple of things working in favor of Tesla for it to get back to this high. I think if it breaks the top, we could really go running. That said, that was a heck of a sell-off move, and only because you just mentioned Xpeng. We said this during the lesson of the day. Like Xpeng, it's right back to that 850 level. If you took the 850 bounce, great, but it went almost exactly to this previous high from the 23rd. It was just right on a T, 1 cent away, rejected, came back underneath 870. The only mistake I made was flatting some shares, which was, I think, pretty foolish. But I'll get to a little something after we're done our rundown of symbols, because I have quite possibly the most hilarious chart to show you, but I'll save it till we're done this little rundown.
Yeah, no, I like Tesla there. Continuing that sell-off from yesterday, right off of the open, we saw aggressive selling, not just only on Tesla, across the board on a few different names there. Again, Mag 7 and futures there, nice little sell-off at the end of the day. But take a look at this, off the open, can't really get past this pre-market consolidation range low area-ish, and then we break pre-market lows as well on the trip twos on Tesla, straight low flush down. Nice reversion as well. I like those. And yeah, nice little reversion. All that bidding coming right back up to trip twos, and then we flush back down again. But now Tesla definitely an interesting name there. Day 3 earnings, right? So definitely giving some opportunity, but trading within the range of these earnings day 1, earnings day 2 as well. We're still trading within that kind of range. So interesting price action on Tesla nonetheless.
Another EV name here, Rivian. Again, no specific catalyst for this one, but we did get this earlier in the week that they were going to have to actually face Tesla in court as the judge would not dismiss their lawsuit. Accused here, Rivian is by Tesla for poaching their employees as well as those employees stealing technology from Tesla and taking it over to Rivian. Not really much of a down move today, up 1.17. Still, guys, underperforming the market.
Oh my goodness, it's really close. Like the ES is 1.2, it's 1.17. It's so very close to the ES right now is Rivian. But the retracement back in is still right back into VWAP. My goodness, does everything have to set up for short right now? Pump back into VWAP. You've double topped it here. So as far as I'm concerned, like you've double topped it in what has been a gentle downward trend. Okay, so gentle trend is down. There's your lower high. Check that triple top. What am I even talking about? Triple top at 1690. Now you're going to get the first available lower high and a potential that you break down at the end of the day. Yeah, this could be on the list for VWAP trades. I'm in AMD off of VWAP
guy in the chat
though, so I don't know how much I'm going to want to get to Rivian. But hey, 1690 triple top. I think I would be looking for some kind of a sell. When I see something like this happen and pull back, I'm generally thinking either you make the lower high like this and continue flushing, or you retest the top. And anything in between is completely irrelevant to me because you've already broken the trend and made that high. So the consolidation is here at VWAP. I'm in AMD right now, which we'll talk about, I suppose, next when we get to NVIDIA.
Yeah, no, Rivian, again, more interesting price action, man. Take a look at prior day's high right here at that 1690, and today's high is exactly the same. Again, kind of singing the same tune as Tesla within its range for the past couple of days. You can see yesterday, nice little strength off of the open, 1580s up into 1680, 1690 being the high, and then you come right back in and at the end of day market, a market sell-off there. And then getting more of the same range today as we had majority of yesterday as well, 1620 to 1690 right there on Rivian. Interesting stuff. They did have relative volume yesterday. I'm forgetting what the news on Rivian might have been prior day, but it seems like that range still holding very, very interestingly on the day today.
1% and change here. It was a bit underperforming some of the other Mag 7 names on the day. But there was this positive headline. NVIDIA supplier SK Hynix out in South Korea looking at building a big plant there for high bandwidth memory HBM to the tune of $6.8 billion. You'll know that the new Blackwell chip that is being slated to be released later this year is going to have a whole lot of high bandwidth memory in there. So looking to secure some of their supply chain, guys.
Yeah, NVIDIA was a good one today. We're looking short off of, look, underneath 117 was the play for us once, twice. I mean, it was an afternoon sort of thing 2 days ago, and then didn't get to 117 yesterday before pulling back, and then tried to break it here, double topped. Now, we didn't end up getting anything off of 17. We just shorted VWAP and VWAP and under VWAP and under VWAP. And then when it made the higher lows into this wedge, stopped doing it. Right? Like this was part of the lesson of the day. You know, get away from the trade when all of a sudden it's doing something different. So it was kind of, I could have taken this trade. I tried and missed it. Didn't quite get that top. And then we got away. Now you're right back underneath VWAP. And I'm going to pivot to this because AMD, which I was scalping short into VWAP, is trying to run the top. and it's at VWAP already, and NVIDIA isn't. So the only reason I'm going to favor NVIDIA, and AMD's up 1.2%, 1.25%, and NVIDIA's up 1%. They're both up a little bit, but one is a little bit weaker than the other. And one last one for you. During that, you'll see I didn't have the Huadunk down on NVIDIA or AMD. It was ARM that just so happened to break trend. And we look at these all the time. But at that moment that everything was breaking down, the trend was breaking on ARM. So I got that one short, 149.5 into 148. This could also be a VWAP retracement. So I'm looking at ARM and NVIDIA not yet at VWAP, more likely to maybe fade those if they fail VWAP, as opposed to AMD. But I'll give you one more look on NVIDIA, just because we're talking about, this is a name that you guys wanted, back into the 15-minute. Everything, all that said about how key 117 is, keep this in mind. You got that huge wick bottom, close with a higher low, and if we hold on to this, it would still be a higher low into this 117, which could still set up a bullish breakout on Monday. It's entirely possible. For now, I think it's a short into VWAP, and I think that 17 is resistance, but you would still be putting in a decent higher low, barring anything crazy this afternoon, which I say that knowing full well what happened yesterday. It's certainly possible.
Yeah, no, again, NVIDIA wasn't necessarily my top name today, but yesterday's price action was absolutely wild. You saw that nice V-shaped recovery, 100% reversion off of the open there. Take a look at this. That's absolutely beautiful there. A low of 106.30s reverts all the way back to 115s, 116s, 116.63 high a day. Coming in today, a little bit of the same range. We attempt to push that high. Is that right off of the open? That's right in the pre-market there. Yeah, 927 candle. So right in the pre-market, we attempt to push that pre-market high, fail right off of the open, and we are trending a little, or we were trending a little bit lower. Now we're just sideways on top of some of these levels from earlier on the day. VWAP holding below that. We just saw that Huadunk come in. What time was this? In and around 1:30 there, and we're trading below VWAP right now. So it's interesting. Price action nonetheless. Guess somebody was selling right here. You can see that market slam down as well. Nice little beautiful reversion. But NVIDIA not really pulling back as much. So that's definitely interesting. Let's see if more of that selling comes in going into the later half of the day with only about an hour and 15 minutes left. NVIDIA looking interesting, a little sideways.
Palantir, again, no headline specifically for this one, but that doesn't mean there weren't some earlier in the week. This one does report, though, on August 5th, expected to beat analyst expectations. It did so last time, growing revenue 21% year over year on the quarter. Dan Ives, a couple of weeks ago, did chime in on this one, basically laying out the bull case and boosting the price target to $50, a nice premium from where it's trading at right now, guys.
$50. That would not be too bad. I know a few people that would be happy about that. Well, I know one person would be really happy to see 50, a 5 handle on Palantir, no questions asked. But you know what? In this bounce, which is shallower than the high in the market, Palantir is back up to top. And I'm not talking about top pair, top kicker. I'm talking about resistance, baby, 27.30. So once, twice. How many is this? It's interesting that I'm sitting next to Obi on occasion, and I feel like triple tops happen more when I'm sitting next to Obi, and then that Obi thrice thing just comes into my head. But you can't make it up. I'm including the lower high from 2 days ago because it was significant. So 27.30, 27.30, 27.30. You're at 27.23. I don't have to tell you that is a huge wipeout bottom we had yesterday, and there is a big difference between things that are recovering to the high when everything is just trying to recover after a down move. Things that are recovering to the high are stronger, in case that wasn't obvious. So 27.30 on a break looks pretty interesting for me today. Maybe even a VWAP dip. Palantir is in the good books right now, because that move you had down was a take everything down move. It probably didn't matter what stock. Microsoft, one of the strongest stocks out there, that moved down on it as well. It didn't matter what you were trading. It probably fell during that move at 133. So separate things into two buckets, what's recovered and what hasn't. This has recovered. That makes it strong. I'm not thinking short on this name. Plenty of other things you can try to short. At least I think there are. But Palantir is definitely not one of them. Super strong. Might get that breakout this afternoon. Good name. If I had the hat, I'd flash it, but I'm pretty sure Sean said he either left it in his car or it's still at home. I think he had it in the car. Is it there?
It's the green one, right?
Well, yes. Yeah. The green hat is there?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if it breaks the high, we'll bring it in.
All right.
How about that? Cool. That's fair. We breaks the high, we'll bring it in.
Yeah. No, it is. I definitely like that look. We were talking about how things might be building up. We got a strong sell-off on Wednesday. Very, very aggressive. Dips into 25.42 lows prior day. And then I'm just taking a look back to see what that 25.42 is. You can see right here some aggressive buying off of that 25.26 level right there. 68. And yeah, so then we did kind of dip right back into some of those prior levels after a strong sell-off and an aggressive bid back up yesterday, holding VWAP, and today just sideways consolidation. And yeah, I like that. I like that attempt at the highs there. We did wick that high right off of the open, but we've been pretty much sideways for majority of the day, just orbiting around this VWAP level here. Let's take a look at a quick higher time frame as well. Look at it on the hourly. You can see it a little bit better. Still holding this overall uptrend that we've been having on Palantir. So yeah, it did kind of break trend on that heavy sell-off on Wednesday. That was very aggressive. Might have been a couple of trades there, but next day we just base off, make a higher low relative to all of these, and we're attempting to bid right back up. So the question becomes, can we get past this 27.5s and re-enter kind of this chop that we've been doing there? But Palantir, interesting name, bit of a bid yesterday. See if that continues going into the end of the day with only an hour and 45 left.
To be clear.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
All right.
There it is.
Yes, we will.
Oh, hi. Last one over here, Coinbase, just to end the show. So Coinbase, again, no really headline with this one today. What is going on, Neil? Okay. Coinbase, no headline, but the crypto conference did start today in Nashville. The Van Ecke CEO was there and disclosed a large portion of his portfolios, 30% in crypto. Donald Trump and JD Vance also slated to speak at that conference on the weekend, and crypto had a fantastic day today. We talked about the rotation into IBIT, net inflows for Bitcoin, net outflows, guys, for Ethereum.
First off, I want to give a big shout out and thank you to the best moderator in the world, Bears versus Bulls. Not just because we have a fantastic community that he connects everybody with in our live chat. If you want to be in the chat, make sure you are a subscriber. But also because he happened to think that was a decent impression of Obama, which I'm not good at impressions at all. However, my daughter is on this thing where she's 7 and she really loves impressions. Preston Praxton from the Rainbow Rangers, which I've been trying to do, and then anybody that she sees in YouTube videos. So I've actually been working on impressions to make my daughter laugh, and I'll try and throw some out there if people actually think they're good. I think I suck. I think Coinbase, look, in complete hindsight, and hindsight's always going to be 2020, right? We all saw that level at Coinbase. Coinbase never closed above the 265. So that breakout that looked like it was imminent, that would have been really cool, just didn't happen. And probably should have just been look short for a couple of days, at least into the 50-period moving average. Well, you know what? It got to the 50-period moving average, found this bottom, the support at 230, wicked it yesterday because everything wicked levels yesterday. So it was almost like if it could just hold on to that 30, which it did, gap up, fall back into previous resistance, and double dip it and run. So a lot of times, I think we overcomplicate things. If it pulls back into prior resistance, there's a couple of nasty wicks out there, but then it holds and then breaks back out the top. When it does that pivot back and forth, you're probably looking at a long. Now, that said, that's not the thing I was trading today. I slapped the old fail on Mara because I wanted it breaking out, and Mara didn't care what I wanted. Like, Mara tried to go. We took a breakout trade on Mara. Okay, technically speaking, I did have it off 22 and a 22.11 and then got stopped out. Then I bought the dip, which at the time was off of VWAP. But if you look at a 15-minute chart, right, like as I'm getting it, I'm kind of getting it on the back end. So even if that kind of worked and that could have been worse, it was pretty much at the moment where you wanted to fail at the 22 level. There was never a dip in this one that I really liked, but it doesn't matter because we always talk, if it takes the stairs up, there's your wipeout bottom. All you got to do is look for the next level up. You don't need to have the bottom. You just need to be in the trend. And I say this all the time because I fall for it myself. You don't have to have the bottom. You don't have to have the top of any kind of short. If something is going to trend for most of the day, which this did after the open, just find the higher low. It was right off yesterday's high. I could have been right back in at 21.25. Obviously, you're not going to know that the market's going to dump like it did at 21.90, so you're probably taking some out. But that's the kind of trade that you're going to want to have. That said, you're not going to be able to wipe a smile off my face that I'm not absolutely wrecked today. I'll let you talk about Coinbase, and I'll let you guys know.
Okay, yeah, no, Coinbase. I guess it was a little bit on watch after some of the action that Bitcoin's been having. And yeah, off of the open, we did break prior day. We were opening above prior day high, nice little pre-market consolidation above prior day high. Again, after we did a strong reversion, sure, we close off pretty weak into the close there, trading back down. But when we open up here with a little bit of the same consolidation that we had prior day, but a little bit above prior day's highs, take a look at the action that comes in off of the open. A little bit of a lick grab of pre-market lows and then a strong trend up. So how much did it actually trend up off of that wick low? Let's take a quick look here. Off of that, that's about almost a 9-point run from 240 pre-market consolidation, not necessarily pre-market low lick grab, but pre-market consolidation lick grab. Again, more of the volume kind of coming in after that 7 a.m., 8 a.m., even 9:30 morning candles right there. So you can see that we did a nice little move on Coinbase off of that. But since then, we've been pretty much, well, we sold off. That was absolutely beautiful in terms of a reversion, but you can see that we've been trading below VWAP, attempting to reclaim VWAP as of right now. So interesting stuff. I feel like the morning was a good time for opportunities on Coinbase. We've been in a bit of a range chop since then. Since about about 10:30, that momentum kind of dissipates, and we're just kind of chopping around underneath VWAP since then. So we'll see.
Yeah, the market's making another move to the downside.
Okay.
So those are kind of choppy still, but that's okay. So the NASDAQ approaching, so that flush bottom, 19,150 on the NASDAQ. We're approaching that same low again. Microsoft just lost a support level at 426. That's what I hit the flush for. But I could have also hit this. And this one. So as I said, I got very, very lucky today. And the reason I got lucky is because I was sized down to like 20% on a stock of what I was trading it for yesterday. Because while I was doing the lesson of the day, and none of you, I guarantee you didn't notice while I was doing the lesson of the day, at about noon, I was long a certain stock that's 92 cents with a stop at 92. And I'm being very dramatic about this for a reason. And this broke. Now, I'm not making this up. I had a stop order. That's where it filled. Wow. That's where it broke. That's where it filled. But I'm going to be flat on the day today.
Script stop?
Yeah, it was a script stop. And that's where it filled. So every now and then this is going to happen. I've had trust me, I've had ones like that which are you just been shut down on something. It's very, very rare, but I got really lucky. As I said, I happened to be sized down in that moment because I didn't really love the bounce long. If you remember yesterday, I was like, it needs to be over 94 for breaks. I'm in it scalping 93 to 92 for like 1 cent right now because it's back to normal. But you can't be mad. I'm actually more upset that I didn't get the long back in here than anything else. I was talking about it with some of the guys. Like that was essentially free money. It's not often that a buyout goes, and this stock is being bought for $1 cash. $1 cash. And so it's not often that a buyout goes SSR and is down over 10%, short sell restricted. So after it ran the stops, obviously the only reason I even knew it happened, I saw it happen. I'm like, oh crap, I had the level 2 up and I was finishing the lesson of the day. I went over and didn't really get the long. That said, those are rare opportunities. Now I have a very simple trade going on in the stock, which is not going to yield a monster win. This was the previous low, I'm short to it. Keep it as simple as you can. it is what it is. We'll see what happens. As I said, Microsoft is coming back into the downside, so that's looking pretty good. Apple's holding up pretty well here, Obi.
Yeah, it is.
And like I'm looking for things. Obviously, we talked about Palantir. Palantir's kind of more of a breakout or a VWAP dip, and it's not at VWAP. Let me put that back up there, Palantir. No, it's not a VWAP yet. That'll be 2705. But Apple is holding VWAP in a higher low. So if the market holds on, I'd say Palantir looks pretty good. Apple looks okay. I have to keep an eye on Microsoft because let's remember, Microsoft was one of the strongest names out there. Wow, that trend break.
That was
you know what's interesting? The last time we were looking at a trend break like this,
it's almost the exact.
it was
same thing.
Shopify,
Yeah.
but both of us sat in our seats the whole time. I got out of my seat to go chat with Brankles. I love you, Brankles. No, it's fine. It is what it is. Like I said, it is what it is. But when this broke that trend, and this is the reason why you put anything with a steep trend like this, since VWAP, very, very steep. Look what happens when it breaks it. It just holds the line as resistance, and you happen to have that market dump. Maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's not, but let's be real. That was a fun one. Yeah, I'm going to get over to this Palantir. It doesn't even want VWAP. This is a strong one, Obi. It got to 2710 or right back up to the high. I think Palantir is going to break this top.
That's pretty wild there, man. That market flush. I asked the chat, was anybody in any shorts? Did anybody catch that market quadunk? Oh boy, that came in real hot. And I was talking to Neil already. We were talking about how Softy's so strong. Like, is this strength going to continue? It's even accelerating in terms of its trend there. You can see if you draw any speed lines, when it comes to trend lines, you can see that the trend is accelerating, right? The speed lines kind of help you see that, okay, there's trend acceleration or deceleration even, but there's trend acceleration as well, which is even better for the reversion in my opinion, because I'm like, all right, well, we're really kind of ramping up. So when that bid kind of gives, I definitely want to be there. And the bid kind of did give for a little bit there, right, Neil? So we were looking at right here. That's what we were looking at. Neil and I sat down, and I was like, oh, okay, well, where do I want to draw this line from? Take the point at last where we held VWAP quite well, a little pullback consolidation for the high-a-day break, and then you start accelerating in the trend. I think I started getting short in and around here and continue to short up. Got more here, and then happened to be there for the quadunk. But I covered everything right here in this consolidation, which is something I got to do better with. Strong sell, break of all-day trend. Maybe not an all-day trend, but let's measure this right here. This is a strong trend. Sure, you can count the open, but the open was really, really choppy. Some of you may even want to start the trend from here, where we actually break out, right? So let's do that. An hour and 48 minutes if you measure from there, from the VWAP hold. About 2 hours and 20 minutes, right? So we've been bidding up for quite some while there, and all of a sudden you get a strong flush, and everybody starts hitting the bid off of a break in trend there. And if you were looking at the 15-minute, the 15-minute was a little distinct as well. You can see the 15-minute is what we kind of drew it on. We're like, all right, this is really accelerating. Look at those prior bars hold very well. The first time the prior bar breaks, sure, you continue bidding up for a little bit, but the buyers are definitely dissipating from there, and I got to do better at punching more in here. So let's take a look at my chart to see what happened there. Okay, so forward, we're still in that forward here. You know what? You
know what's interesting about that? I want to. So that same setup. Look, I had a similar trade in ARM actually for that trend break, and then I'm going to show you an example of using that same principle for a different setup that I think I screwed up on serve today. So I had serve failing this. See this hammer? Like, look at the wick. When it breaks 16, it just smacks right back down underneath 16. If I see that kind of a reversal candle on a small cap runner, I'm going to want to be short there. I'm not waiting for it to break the trend since VWAP, which would be right about here. So I got into the short. I'm not taking anything out till it tests the trend line. However, the mistake was not that I got out when it got the previous support, 16 to 15, it's a strong stock. Look what happens after. Like after it drops underneath, you look at that trend since VWAP, the same principle always talking about, the same thing that got me into my ARM trade, It's just, since it held VWAP, take that low. I could draw a little bit better for you. I could have put that over here, but it's the same principle. It then tries to get above and keeps failing above that previous trend with a resistance at 1580. And then look at it drop after that. There's something to be said about when you are trying to make a mean reversion trade, the best trades are usually going to give you a chance to get in after it's done some kind of an obvious trend reverse. You'll make more money if you magically catch the top before that happens, but it's better to be in the trade when you're right. You know, like I could have been sitting in ARM underneath 150 the entire afternoon and just been trying to short VWAP and getting stopped out and all that kind of stuff. Or I could do the same principle, something that'll look a little bit like this. Whether I can draw that better than I can, but you guys get the idea. Like it's holding the same trend since it double bottoms. So double bottoms here, then it holds this trend line. As it's breaking the trend line, the entire market dumps, whatever. But it's failing underneath that trend line for the first time with any volume. Like it's bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. It fails, you enter the short. Instead of just sitting in it the whole way. And obviously you're gonna make more money short 149.50 than, 150 than shorting 149.50. You make 50 cents extra. But you don't have to worry about the fact that buyers that are following this are feeling pretty good about themselves. And that's an important thing in the market. ARM for a dip buy, I don't know. It's also underneath VWAP. It's a good, like Starvin, technically making higher lows, but I'm not really thinking dip buy on this name. We have a lot of earnings to get to next week. I feel like there's going to be some jittery. And while the market is in this consolidation, I'd rather be long things that look more like Palantir than look like ARM on a Friday, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Like Palantir, higher lows into a flat top. Maybe you could go long on VWAP and it loses. Apple holding VWAP. I'd rather be in one of those than something like ARM, which looks a little bit weak at this point.
Yeah, no, I like that. A lot of people in the chat talking about how they were or what they were short going into that. Chill Vibes saying, I was in the Qs short at 464. So let's take a quick look at what Qs was doing at 464. I am curious. There's a little bit of a cover on the Ford. Ford holding VWAP as of right now, even through that Quadunk. That happened. Oh boy, got to add to my WM here. But you know what, we'll talk about this first. QQQs, right? Okay, QQQ short 464. Was it 464? Okay, nice. 464. So you were, okay, wow, you were sitting almost 2 points from before. Interesting.
Damn.
So you held 2 points against you, got a little bit, but 2 points back. Nice, interesting. Little action there on the Qs. I didn't think that the Qs fell as much as this, but Softy's still coming in as well. But yeah, 50. I guess yeah. I'm watching the NASDAQ here. 50% retracement of the move there. So yeah, interesting stuff on the Qs. Who else? Let's see. Patrick saying I caught it all. 50 puts from near the top. Like whoa. Okay, cool. Puts on what? Market or I don't know.
I'm going to assume the market.
Yeah, I guess.
I feel like if you don't say a stock, then
Yeah.
you must have had, like, you had to have been like the Qs or the SPY.
market.
The market.
The market. Mr. Long
What else
Short
you gonna be
saying
at?
short 2 minutes before the drop on TQs, 66.21. So let's take a quick look at TQs. Now I'm sure these
Damn.
tickers are going to be looking very similar. 66.20s. Damn, that's pretty much near the high. The high is 66.34, so it's just about 13 pennies
Obi's
off
chart.
the high. 13 pennies off the high there on the TQ. So good stuff, Mr. Long Shorts there. And yeah, okay, so let's go. Let's take a look at that Walmart chart. Walmart, nice. Softy, not Walmart. Microsoft chart here, and see what I did. I didn't even have my my chart up for the most part. I was just looking at the book there. Let's take this wick out to 428. 428. We'll go with 30. That's about right. Okay, cool. And the chart's going to crash. That's fine. I will pull up another. Got to open up the, oh, not that one. Open up another chart. Let's go. Come on. All right, cool. All right, so Softy, let me open that up again. And okay, hopefully the wick is still not there. Okay, perfect. The wick is not there. Beautiful.
Boom.
Okay, so right here, we talk about that. Let me confluence this with the charting that we did on Softy here. So I want to talk about this. Yeah, so 15-minute right there breaks the trend, retests the trend which was support, now acting as a resistance. So the ticker's still bidding up, but now we're testing underneath that, acts as resistance. You can see it clear on the 3-minute chart here, acts as resistance, and then right there, boom. So as soon as that kind of broke and started to get weaker, I started to get short, and then a little bit more on the way down there. But again, it was very aggressive. I'm like, all right, well, this reversion trade, if the book is going to be that aggressive, in my mind, it turns into like a tape scalp. So I'm like, all right, as soon as a bid kind of steps back in, I'm starting to aggressively cover because I don't know if it's just going to do like a strong sell and then rip right back up just as aggressively. So I got a little aggressive, but something I do need to work on is like, all right, if we're going to sustain and those pops continue to get sold off and that sell pressure might be dissipated but still there, and we've been bidding up for over 2.5 hours, like I should be getting in more here at that 427. My average is 428. Right, so average is 428. I shorted above 427.5, above 428, and then above 428.5, giving the total position about a point and a half. I have 10% of ATR being about 2 point something points, so well within a reasonable risk limit when it comes to an ATR percentage. But again, getting more here, I would have never been out of the money as the average may have come down into 27 halves, right? So that's something I definitely got to do better at. Now we're trading at 25 halves, 2 points lower on that move. So much improvement is needed. But yeah, that sell came in real hot, man. Like let's think, people were saying,
you almost had to just
microsecond.
Yeah, like if you're sitting in something short, if you're sitting in something short like that, the best you're going to do is you're probably going to have maybe you have a take profit bid out. It's like, okay, cancel that. And then try not to get swept in the moment and then try to hold on to something. There's not much you can do about it when you have, like if you have scalp orders out, they just got filled. Like that's, like I can tell you that's exactly how I got out. Because
that's the only way you're getting those fills. You can't short on the way down.
Yeah, you can't. Like like you're in the short, like it broke and then a second, like it was maybe, for myself, it was about it was less than 1 minute after arm broke trend that everything fell apart. And I had just gotten in and I threw a bid at the 3/4 because that's what I do. You know, I'm like, oh, it's going to break to 49, but I was in this trade before in front of VWAP and it held this line right here at 149.50. So the first thing I was thinking, oh, if it does this, it's going to be a stair step down. I'm just going to get out of most of it the first 75 cents. And then if it trends, I'll just find a way back in. Then the market just took everything out. I was out instantly. What are you going to do in that situation? You know, trail the rest because that's what you can do. And you just have to be ready. And if you are long, it's a good reason to trade with stops and have an idea where you're going to be wrong. There was a question I wanted to get to. You might have seen that I had a chart of CrowdStrike up there because I was asked if CrowdStrike was a good long-term buy. You know, I'm not here to, we're traders. I'm not really here to give somebody long-term financial advice. It's just not. It's not what I do. I can tell you that I was almost stink bidding CrowdStrike before the bad news. And it was literally the day before. I was like, yeah, I was considering buying. I was talking to Sean. I'm like, yeah, I might sell some of my PanW and put some of that into CrowdStrike because I don't want to buy like a cybersecurity ETF. Maybe I'll put a little bit into something else and not be all in PanW. I didn't. And then when we came down to 265, I was like, well, if I half liked it up here, let's take a shot at it. So I have. That said, since that news, you have not made a defined bottom with a higher low. And here's what I mean. There's your first bottom at 260. It tries to get back above the first resistance level, 275. Fail. Hold the low? Nope. So you have another double bottom here. Now a double bottom at 250. Has it broken back above 265, the next resistance level? So it's going stair step down still, right? You're getting defined high, defined low, broken, defined high, defined low. If you're catching a falling knife, why do it? Or you can get something which has the round, it's already making the bounce. It's already showing you that the buyers have stepped back into it and regained some semblance of control. So like, as a momentum's trade, it doesn't look like it's done that. And if it's going to go back up to like $350 in the 50-period moving average, who cares if you're in at 75 or at 65? If one of them is on better volume. If you're just going to hold on to CrowdStrike forever, I can simply just tell you that I have bought some. But that's only because I'm probably willing to add to this position if it's down at 200. I'm not crying if it's in the 170s at all. So everyone has to treat their own book, and I think you got to be careful with it. It depends on your time horizon, your own risk. I think when you're catching a falling knife, better to let that sucker bounce than sit there like this, potentially getting hurt. So Palantir, still strong, still holding, and VWAP doesn't seem to want to get there. So this is now twice that it's bounced off of in front of 2710. So creatively enough, I think I'll just look for like a 12-13 fill, and if we lose tens, maybe wait for VWAP. But we could have it's a Friday afternoon. What if Palantir just wants to trade between 27.10 and 27.25 while maintaining a decent amount of volume? Well, then scalping it inside of the range will make a lot of sense. Well, I'm holding on for Microsoft to make the next breakdown, or for NVIDIA, which isn't on the New Zealand market, despite what I just typed. Maybe we get VWAP on NVIDIA. It had this one chance to short in and around 113.75. Now I just don't want to chase it down here. If it breaks 113, goes into a new range and sets up a different short, that's a different story for NVIDIA. I just don't like compromising on price. They're an ARM. Yeah, ARM, maybe not at the VWAP just yet. But we're getting close. We're getting close. I think you want to be patient with these, just like anything else in trading. You can hold on to winners as they're going, trail them out, all that good stuff. But jumping in too early to a move is a good way to get yourself hurt. I've done it before. I've done it a million times. Getting into a move too early is just a recipe for, if it works out, you're going to do more of it, and then when it doesn't work, you're going to get burned. That's pretty much it. The market is more than willing to reward you for breaking your rules. That's the worst thing that can happen, is that you break your rules and get a win. Because then you're just going to, that same rule break, you're like, but I made money on it. You're just going to do it tomorrow. And if you do that tomorrow, you're going to end up losing on the trade. So whatever that is for you, I hope you trade safely, follow your plan. I like these VWAP retraces. If we're in a range, I want to trade the range. And if you see something breaking out of it, then tell me. Because I'm not seeing anything breaking or going crazy. I have my halt scanner up. Nothing's halted for like 2.5 hours in the market. I don't see any small cap runners that are going anywhere. I don't mind going over to them if we did. Like if something wants to X-Peng this afternoon, I'm perfectly happy. Like that would be great if we get an X-Peng moment. Like X-Peng, Robotaxi, that was the news. Does one of those. If you don't get the up, you get the down. But yeah, if something wants to make that kind of move, we're on it. Tobias, DJT, is it going? Not really. DJT would qualify if it wants to move, if it's going to do something explosive, but it's just a slow grind on DJT without a break of the high. So high or low, no break. That's like 31.60 needs to go, and then you've got room to rally to the upside. That's not bad. This is not bad to put on the radar. Like if this breaks out 31.60 on any kind of volume, that could really go. And Hog Rider, yeah, 3M is still going.
Wow, 3M's still going. Hey,
I mean, this is the thing.
That's a miss on my part. I don't even write it down.
Not just yours.
Top ideas,
No,
it definitely was.
We went over this.
Yeah, it was worthy of top idea.
Yeah, we went over this in the morning, 3M, and then went to other stocks.
Yeah.
And 3M was easily the one today.
Yeah, that was
easily.
It was the one. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But wow, Softy coming right back in. Oh my God.
Well, that was quick and Palantir.
Yeah, that selling is coming in.
In the split second that Softy went from $1.50 to $2 in the money, Palantir lost 3 cents for me. But I might have been wicked out of Palantir.
Oh no.
Yeah, we were going to talk about 3M, but that move in the market, we just broke support to the downside. And for my style of trading, 424 is the spot. Well, we're actually heavy into here. If we were gliding down to 424, I like that one. How about this one?
Okay, yeah.
If we were gliding down to 424, I'd just sit on the bid because I see a level like this and that's where I want to get out. Instead, I like to trail because we're not gliding down. We are free falling down. I have to cancel that stop and get a trail in. Like it's so crazy, like the way this ended up working out.
Yeah.
Like that's the better short.
Yeah, of course.
But then somehow this is the bigger move.
No, I see. That's what I.
This is like
as well. Like
this is
short, right? Or you were short.
but I was short. I just covered on the trail because it bounced off 424. However, I also took this breakdown. Because remember it was consolidating. I'm like, oh, if I was short here and hadn't taken anything out, I'd be considering an add on a break with a stop up there. But then I realized, no, but Neil, you're not actually short from up there. You just have the breakdown. Am I really going to hope that it holds that level by shorting the bottom? Well, that's stupid. Get out, Neil, and make a better trade. That's the other thing. Sometimes you've got to be like, this is a dumb entry here. That's a dumb entry. So just get out. And if you're going to short off this level, short that level. And if you don't get it, you don't get it. Scalp to the bottom. If you can find a re-entry, you can find a re-entry. But yeah, with that move to the downside, guess what Palantir did? I knew you'd do this, Palantir. Right to VWAP. See, I compromise on VWAP, lose 3 cents. Palantir goes to VWAP and bounces. We were just talking about patience. Well, I got impatient with Palantir, and look what it just did. Look what it just did. Right off of VWAP. So Palantir is still strong, no question about it. I'll have to be a little bit more patient on the way back, because now if I start chasing it at like 10s, the same thing is likely to happen to me. It can always break out the top, but VWAP is the way to go. Tesla, what's it doing? I don't know if I'll be back into Microsoft, to be honest with you. I think you just take that one and run it, pull back all the way into VWAP at this point. Yeah. Either it breaks it, or I'm not sure that's a short anymore.
Gotta take
Tesla here, not bad.
You got to take these reversions to VWAP. Like, it's like I'm getting too, I guess, emotional. That's definitely emotional trading. Like, I'm like, oh, it's fast. I got to cover fast. Like, no, that has nothing to do with what you want to do. Everything with what the market is doing right now. And yeah, no, I liked your trade there on Softy, because that's the second part of the trade that I want to get into, which is like, all right, cool. Take this scalp. Take the tape scalp. Get cover when the tape changes. The bids start stepping up. But when there's no follow through, get short again for a potential continuation, because again, bigger picture, we are breaking a multi-hour trend, which did accelerate as well after holding VWAP. So definitely a lot of short-term players are involved. That's just an assumption on my part, but the price action is a little telling. But I see that somebody in the chat, was it Kyle W? They were like, oh, what does it mean by ATR percentages? Can you explain that? Sure, we can go through that real quick. So what is the ATR of Softy? Again, go. There's multiple sources where you can check. I'm just checking it here on this website right here. What is the ATR? The ATR is 8.76. All right, cool, 8.76, 0.76. And I'm like, all right, what's a fair area to risk? Now, you can come up with whatever percentages that you want, right? But I like 10%, I like 25%, sometimes 15%. So I can just be like, all right, well, what is an acceptable level to risk in my own opinion? Now, again, this can be right or wrong depending on the situation, but again, you take a 10%, so 8.76 times 0.1 is 88 cents. So I'm like, all right, if I want a short or a long to make sense to me, I need to find a place where I can be risking 10% of the ATR or 15% of the ATR. So you can kind of play around with it, see what works for you, see what works with your style of trading, but that's what I mean by ATR percentages. And again, if you want to know how to calculate the ATR, again, you can look it up on Investopedia. Has a great page where it kind of breaks it down. You know, you take the absolute value of high-low close, and then you take the average of a different array. So if you want a 14 period, so you take 14 periods, and then you take the average of those true ranges there. So nice little. Nice little explanation.
You're messing with Ram at this point.
Yeah, Ram is just like, whoa. Here's the thing. You don't have to do all that. You can just search up what is the ATR of Microsoft, and it'll let you know, and then take your percentages off of that. But for those of you who want to look into it, delve into it deeper, there are sources where you can find the equations for some of these indicators. And again, I would always say that if you have an indicator on your chart, if you use an indicator, it's probably better to kind of understand the formula that it comes from, so that you can also manipulate that formula if need be. Understand discretion. I don't know.
I look at that the same. If you don't understand the indicator, look, I get it. If it works, and you back test something. But sometimes you might have to tweak it. That's why moving averages are very simple. Yeah. When I draw a trend line, it's very, very simple. I like support and resistance, so trend lines are an easy concept. But I liken it to this. Would you invest in a company if you didn't understand how they make money? Like I say that about like C3AI. I don't know what they do. I have no idea how that company makes any money. So no matter what the chart looks like, I will never invest in C3AI unless I change that. A part of that is I don't care that much to understand it because there's plenty of other things that you can buy out there. But yeah, obviously it makes sense, and I appreciate you going over that, Obi. Wow, this move, yeah, we just came right back. Like that move down in, broke the low, and the recovery was pretty distinct on a few things. So I'm looking at Apple right in here. Like Apple broke VWAP, wicked underneath what has been afternoon support the whole way since we had that drop, and is now holding back above. This is going to be a pretty key test. If Apple ends up holding on to this 217.75 again, this really should take out the top. It's kind of how I feel about Palantir. So those two still remain opportunities for longs. I keep glancing over at NVIDIA. NVIDIA did break 113, so broke down into a new range and has a chance to make a lower high now off of that range. Last time it was 113.5. Maybe it'll be the quarters. I'll let NVIDIA decide. When it starts doing this, I'll try to short when I start getting wicks like this. Maybe it is 113 here, and we'll go sideways, give a chance to short off the 113, play back into the low. That's what I'm waiting for on NVIDIA for a short. The same way I'm looking for maybe that opportunity for a long on Apple. Drop these into a couple of different buckets. I like the longs in one, I like the shorts in the other. Just have to see it actually set up. In the moment, I kind of feel like NVIDIA, oh, maybe not. Maybe NVIDIA is not going to be weak underneath this 113. But lower highs, I'm just going to pick my spot for sure. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla still looks pretty bad, but it's holding on to VWAP. It's a pretty big stair step down, but once you come into the bid, what are you going to do? Tesla bouncing off VWAP is a good way to go broke, shorting it at the bottom in the afternoon.
Yeah, no, definitely want to be on the right side of those.
It's got to be NVIDIA.
So, VWAP. I am not doing too much. Chilling. Looking for the next trade. Reading the chat a little bit. People are talking about.
You can have some beers with the boys after?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is a Friday. But yeah, we shall see. I'm still in this WM trade here. We did break low a day. It's still trending down. 197.
Obi, that trade is trash, bro.
Nice. I like that. I'm about to take that trash out, though.
Boom.
All right. But yeah, no, I was just like, I definitely places to add on this that I missed out on, not in my full size, so I got to do better with that. But again, we were talking about it not doing as much volume in the morning, but it's done 1.4 million now, and I guess poised to do a little bit more with an hour and 10 minutes left in the day.
You should full screen and zoom that out so people get a better feel of what that trade really looks like.
Yeah, okay, cool. I just want to...
Did you have the daily chart up of waste management?
I do have I do have it up. I just want to take a piece right here first. So I'm going to do that. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Interesting. Oh, it got me in between the spread. Nice. Okay. Yeah, waste management. Okay, so let's pull up the daily chart here first so we can talk about this. And yeah, no, I was going through my scans last night. Did some work. Again, we talk about how past couple of days have been not the best. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to put in some work. I'm going to put in some trades that really kind of stand out. Like stuff falls into your lap during the day. We had that softy trade as well. But before I continue what I'm about to say, what's going on, Indira?
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Thank you very much, sir. There, just for anyone watching this MIRA stock, this just lost support. I'm going to have my eyes on this. Only about 4 million shares worth of volume, but you can see the consolidation break at 280. If it pops back in, I think I'm going to like this short. So you have a consolidation break, but it has not taken out this double bottom at 260 yet. Ideally, it would pop back and I could short into 80 instead of trying to get 260. And then it just occurred to me, probably have to pay for locates on this. Answer being yes. So I'm going to go ahead and get some locates, which I predict will be 1/8 of 1 cent per share at real trading, because it feels like it always is that cheap.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, might as well be free at that point, right? So it's like interesting.
I mean, it's a small cap. They charge, whatever. They're hard to borrow. They're going to charge something.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. So waste management daily chart here. So I got the replay on so we can see how it kind of built up going into earnings here. So a bit of a chop consolidation range. We got lows right here, 199s, bit of a gap level here, 194 and change. The highs are at 214 as of right now. And prior day, if you guys know, we had some earnings there. So we ran up into earnings. Look at that aggressive run up pushing into earnings. And then earnings comes out. Guess what? Boom, slam right down into earnings. So strong flush. So anybody and everybody who was bidding this up, plus the players who are playing the consolidation range breakout off of 214, so that's players who are offside. So I was like, all right, when I was doing my scans last night, I saw earnings day one. This day had not happened yet. So I'm like, all right, cool. We close. What's the close from yesterday right here? The close was 199.92, and then
lower.
I'm like, all right, what is the low of this candle? 198.88. So I'm like, all right, cool. Coming in today, if this ticker looks weak into that 199.88, I'm looking for all of these longs to be offside off of a apparently not so well taken earnings report, right? So, all right, so let's go back in. Yesterday, look at that closing, attempts to push, we fail. It is also SSR, right? Today, did it become into SSR? Actually, no, I lied. That's not SSR just yet. I thought this was an SSR one. Anyways, we're on the downtrend. We close near low a day. Coming in, 200 is right there as well. So I'm like, all right, cool. 198.88. I'm coming for you. If that looks weak, so we flush off the open 200 breakdown, and then we continue to flush to the downside with sell pressure kind of dominating on the day. So that's kind of like that's the daily chart, kind of the thesis behind it. Earnings day two, looking for a trend continuation and players offside. So this is kind of how I took it today. Again, got to do much better on this because.
Are you sure? Are you sure there's players offside on that?
It's an assumption, but
you should check the VAR.
The tape is speaking volume.
No, you should check the VAR just to be sure.
Yeah, what's the VAR?
Oh, nothing. Okay, no, I keep forgetting you don't watch. No, it's you don't watch sports. It's
okay.
Yeah, in soccer with like the replay, the video replay, so like offside.
Okay, yeah. No, definitely. We saw a little bit of the replay just now. We saw everybody who was offside.
There you go.
So, flushing off of the open. 201s, great prices. 200s, like you got to be fast, but you got to remember this ticker was not doing significant volume, barely any volume in the pre-market, but something that I do like to watch is relative volume, right? So sure, it's doing 20K, 30K, maybe even 100K volume, which if you're used to trading large caps, if you're even used to trading mid caps, that's not a lot of volume to work with. But take a look at this relative volume right here. It's doing over 1, so 1.4, 1.5, 1.7, 1.8 at times. So it's doing above 1 times relative volume on an earnings day two. We break day two lows at 99.50s. That's where I like the short initially, right there, just at 99.50s, and then I take more here. But this is another one. It comes back up to 99.50s, Neil, and this is the place where I can be adding a lot more. I said I do not have all the size that I want, that I planned for on this trade. It comes right into 99.50s, rejects it, never gets above, and then fails VWAP again. So there's lower highs at VWAP where sellers are clearly showing their hand. VWAP sellers coming into the name. Again, multiple time frame longs, weeklies, I guess monthlies as well. All of them offside below that 198.88 price. And where is that price? That price is right here, 198.88. So you can see that lower high comes in right there. So I can and should be getting in the rest of my size on these lower highs to take it for the day low. Now again, I got in here and here, take it to the day low, but not enough size just yet. But you know what? With more reps, I'm sure that'll come with some time. But that was a trade on WM. But I guess the even bigger trade, in my opinion, was that softy kind of reversion where I can be really getting aggressive right here underneath that 427 consolidation here as well. Even the breakdown of that consolidation, the retest at 26 halves, doesn't really follow through. And then you get a nice little trend to the downside with a little bit of, I think it's a 1 point chop but it does about 3-4 points to the downside. So again, that makes a lot of sense to me. To be risking a couple points to make at least a multitude of that, at least a high probability 1-to-1 after you've seen some strong price action on the chart. But yeah, that sell came in hot, man. And I was looking at the second chart here on Softy. Let's take a look at that 5-second chart to see how fast that selling actually came in.
There it is.
Is that a fly?
Yes, it is a fly. That's the same one.
Okay, anyways.
It's kind of big.
Yeah, I will pull up my chart here, 5-second chart. But yeah, that sell. So this is the charts I usually like have on the side here. So take a look at this. So that sell-off happened aggressively, again, with a little bit of expanding volume within 1 minute and 30 seconds. So these are 5-second candles. So that sell-off came in aggressively, 428s, 428, 427 halves, and all the way down to 426s as well. So coming in real hot with that selling. Now, I don't think it was news related, but again, I've heard this being said multiple times. Wow, we are back down at 19.1s here.
That's the bad one.
On the NQs. That's absolutely wild there.
That's the good one.
That's the bear. Yeah, that's the
there's
high
like,
definition bear.
There's like two bears. One of them is the budget bear, and the other one is the high quality bear. But I don't know. What would you call it? I couldn't come up with it. I couldn't come up with something funny for the bad animation.
Low res.
Low res?
Low res.
Yeah, that's
low res bear.
I'm down.
High res bear.
But the market just got back into these lows is what I was getting at. So NVIDIA, we got NVIDIA that 113. It just pulled down into 112.60. I'd already scalped some out. You need this break in. If we break this bottom, I think we see 112, and we can look for another entry that isn't the 113 level. At the same time as that's happening, Apple is retesting this under VWAP support. So sometimes VWAP, which is it's a line on a chart, everybody, and you look at it, like where's the actual? I'm just going to draw this here so you can see. Like where is the actual support since it broke out today? It's been right around 217.50. So VWAP's a nice line on the chart. It tends to want to close back above it, but it's been holding the line underneath 218 at the first $0.50. So if it can hold this and break back out, that would look a little bit good for Apple. But it's under some pressure. Oh, Palantir's back at VWAP as well. So PLTR did the over-under as well. So it broke VWAP. Came right back up. Now it's trying to hold the same low, just above $27. This might not be able to keep it, but if it does, I'm going to try this. If I'm going to get it, if it needs to hold above 5s and 6s here, somebody be a buyer up so I can join them and then give it to that local bottom at 2s. Not a lot of action in the stock. Wow, the volume is pretty low. So it's a pretty low volume bounce, at least for now. And it's already starting to give it back in. Like we're already back down into 4s on the bid, now 3s on the bid. So this is not looking awfully strong here on PLTR. Like you want to see it dip down and kind of immediately reject it. The buyers step up at 6 and 7, you buy like 8s and it goes to 17. Something like that is what I would look for. Instead, it's just hanging out on the offer. And a lot of times you'll hear me say a term like I want to see the buyers join above X. That's what I'm getting at. And now they're starting to step in a little bit here. So there's some buyers at 3. I'm going to try and get some 4s. I just got 4s. It'll be a relatively tight stop. I know why risk 3 or 4 cents in a trade, because the range is 20 at best. It's 15 to 20 cents in a best case scenario for the range. So if I'm risking all the way down to here at 26.90, that's a trade for the morning when it can run all day long. And you can risk 15 pennies because Palantir can go $1. But this afternoon, the range is pretty tight, so my stop is likewise going to be pretty tight down here. So we're in the first long in a while, and we'll see what happens with PLTR. Still got that NVIDIA, which is only now retesting that low, about 50 pennies in the money. But I think that's the kind of market we're in at this point, where you just got to look for that scalp trade and get what you can. Like Palantir, if it's going to give me a move, I'd rather take the paper cut and look for the bigger win than try to fight this too much. Like they might have just trapped me into that long, and I shouldn't let it break that low. But we'll let this one resolve itself. Chris L, I keep meaning to look at Enphase today. I haven't looked at that stock today. I've seen a few people posting about Enphase, and I haven't pulled it up even once. And I know those names have been moving quite a bit. You just don't usually trade them. It's a price point thing. There's always something that I feel better to trade than Enphase for some reason.
Yeah, it is power hour.
Oh, it is.
Entered the power
Here we go.
hour of power.
And we're still bearish.
We're literally wiping the whole day. That's beautiful. I mean, I don't know. Why don't I have the market reversion? Like, why am I getting in softy when I can get in like the DAC or the ES here? Right?
Because Microsoft will give you a bigger.
It's the same damn chart. Like, come on. Like, take the DAC, risk 70 points, and risk 70 points, make 200. Makes sense, right? 2 to 1, 2 to 1. Need more risk. All right, cool. WM still holding 197s. Softy pulling into that VWAP right there. 424s incoming right there. So let's see what we do. 19 ones on the DAC.
Oh boy.
And a bit of a pullback through that 5 halves on the ES as well. So let's see if VWAP catches a little bit of a bid here on Softy. Again, the bid was very strong in the morning session. If the bid is real, where will it catch? VWAP buyers were very strong off of the open and off of this acceleration that we got as well. So my question becomes, is who's going to win this battle right now? The sellers that quadunked and then started flushing right into VWAP here, or those VWAP buyers that kind of held the base of this acceleration, this trend up on the day? Do they show up again a little bit higher here, just on these 424s? Now, something I do like to do is take a look at the weekly chart just to see how the candles are printing. So let me just do this. We can go, I guess we can take a look at Softy. So this is the weekly chart here on Softy. So, you know, nice little healthy bar, about equal size to the week from before, roughly. Coming in and got a nice little top wick, got a nice little bottom wick right here on top of VWAP. Now we only have about 55 minutes left to trade. So how much further can price really travel in that time? I have no idea.
50 points.
But this candle looks good. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know. The NASDAQ's 50 points from the low. So I'll just, you throw out a number like that. So Enphase is, wow, it's just another example of what we were talking about here. Obi, look at this one.
Wow.
Look, I haven't even called this chart up, but it doesn't, like a lot of times you're like, okay, well, where do you choose to draw it from? Like you can choose to be like, this is the trend line after it double bottoms. You could go that route and then see when it breaks, it consolidates down. You could say after it holds on to VWAP, you want to draw it here, that bottom to that bottom. Well, look what happens. It doesn't matter. Like both of those, and it has to be something with a very strong move up. Like the more steep, the better. The steeper, the better. Whatever. Both of those work, I think. My English, fantastic, everybody. But yeah, you break the trend line. You draw it from the higher low. You draw it from the double bottom. Either way, you're going to end up with it breaks underneath. You see the first area of resistance. It never gets back above the trend line. This one maybe not as clean, but it does ride it for a bit, then fail. And if you're long, this is a great way to think about how to get out of a trade altogether. So someone was asking me, what do I think about Enphase? I mean, at this point, I'm not shorted, so congratulations if you are. And if you're in a long, well, you've got some room to the bottom. That's at least true. The good news for Enphase is it's not bad on the daily chart. The bad news is when you pull up the 15-minute chart, this kind of stinks. Like, look at the consolidation for a breakout. That's a failed breakout. Like I said, the good news is it still has support level like $2 or $3 down that you could hold on to. But you never want those fail breaks. Let's see how it responds next week, because you still have 115, 116 down there that it could always bounce off of, just from a technical point. So here's the VWAP bounce. Notice like the buyers came in, thankfully didn't break 27 there on Palantir. I should even be offering some teens, which makes some sense. There's a guy at 10. I'm offering 10. I should offer like 8 or 9 instead. So anyways, Palantir trying to bounce off of VWAP. Probably could have just got some 7s. I'm sitting at 8. I'm sitting at 12. And we'll see where it goes from there. NVIDIA still working to the downside. We got 60 in the money on this. Pennies, that is. Off that 113 level. Love when you go from a New York stock to a NASDAQ stock and hit enter too fast. That's what I do. So we're close to the bottom. Didn't really get any re-entry off this lower high, down around 112.80. So I might have to look for something underneath this bottom. If I'm going to get more, it has to, maybe it'll be like 112.60, and then I'll trail it out so that we can't actually lose on the overall trade. But that's where I'm thinking. Like, I didn't really get the ad in NVIDIA. I'm going to look for that opportunity, and it looks like it's going to try to give it to me. Is Palantir, first time the bounce didn't work. Why? Because I didn't give it to the level we wanted to. Second time, we get the bounce right in around VWAP in front of 27 even, and now it's working back into the upside. So ring the register there. Scalp trade, because that's what we're getting this afternoon. NVIDIA won't get to 90, Sean James said. Well, you know what? I grew up, I've already said this, I grew up with a dude named Sean James, my brother's older friend, and the guy was like a freak of an athlete. And I remember he kind of somewhat took me under his wing in track and field a little bit. He probably wouldn't even think about it that way, so maybe I should listen to him. I can't know for sure that it's not going to get back up here to reload the short. I don't know that for sure. I can just be patient and see if we get the opportunity at it. That's all. It might not get back there great because we're already short, but ideally I'd find a spot to be able to get more. With less than an hour to go, you're starting to get in that time frame where you're setting up your last trades. I feel like it's just going to be NVIDIA and Palantir for me. After Apple, you could take Apple too, but is Apple vastly different from Palantir? Basically the same. You know, dipping just underneath VWAP, strong relative to the market. Market bounces, maybe it runs the high. You know, Palantir is just a cheaper stock with a similar setup, I think.
Neil, I got a question for you.
Yes.
So I'm pulling up. So I had the weeklies pulled up, right? This is softy on the weekly. You know, I think this is the trend from today. I hide that one because it's in the way. All right, cool. So that's the weekly, right? Hide this one as well. This is irrelevant right now. So next week, what do you think about next week?
I'm thinking I should log in and buy Microsoft.
This week, look, like this is 2023
No, I'm not gonna
lows.
do that.
So this is the beginning of the year. This is January 3rd. Was that the first trading day? Yes, it was. So first trading day of the year, we started this bid on softy. Today, we're coming into the trend. Now, we've come into the trend multiple times during the year, once in March, a couple times.
Obi, what's the bottom of that
October.
trend line?
Down here?
Yes.
221.
Sorry, no, the one from today.
Right here. That's the day low.
It's literally today's low.
Like, it's in that area. I might be doing some line fitting, but like, it's the area. Just under 420, 417, plus minus 3 or 4 points. It's a $400 ticker, right?
So it could have had the low of the day today, Mike.
I mean,
Damn.
yeah, I don't know about that, but like, it's like, I'm just putting this on, and it happens to, you know, be there. It happens to work for now, but it's worked multiple times over again. So the question becomes, yeah, we're like, okay, well, you know, tech is pulling back aggressive for the past 3 weeks. We're like, okay, is this a bear market? Coming into next week, I might want to be a little bit more nimble.
If it closes,
that bid takes back up.
if it closes underneath that, get the you-know-what out of Dodge in
very
terms
clear.
of finding bids. I'm going to be favoring shorts in Microsoft if it gets underneath that. No, it's jokes because that bottom got made at 9:30.
Looks very similar to the reversion on intraday's Microsoft.
That's
today.
insane. Look, man, if Microsoft doesn't hold on to that trend line, it looks pretty nasty. And I think you see, like, I'm not going to draw the same trend line he did.
Yearly trend line.
But if you open up underneath it, we're going to see the 200-period moving average on Microsoft. Now, keep in mind, it's not just any week next week, right? It's all we get all the earnings next week. It's not just we get 4 of the major names on earnings. It's not just softy. So it's going to be a big week of earnings, and that would be a heck of a time to lose a trend like that. It would not, I stress, not be good. It's a buying opportunity, I suppose, if you have a long enough time frame. But yeah, that looks a little bit nasty. Palantir won't print 12s. It's at 12s, but it's not actually printing 12s. It's just sitting here. There's a bunch of dark pool prints coming off the bid at 11, and nothing's hitting the offer. Shout out to you, Adrian. You're right. Someone said thank you for NVIDIA, but maybe we should have just taken both the longs. Don't want blue ocean. Apple, just like Palantir there, is going to end up holding that trend. And again, not about VWAP. It was about that 217.5. A lot of times you will get, like, here's it holding VWAP before, there's it kind of holding VWAP, but after that move in the futures to the downside and that secondary push, you begin to notice where the actual support is and where it might have been but is no longer. So you could have that long underneath 218 as opposed to above 218, which is going to make you 50 extra cents. That matters. You do that every single time, it goes to the top and you're like, I got a $2 winner, who cares? But it does matter. If you extra 50 cents on that trade, on average, like the difference between Palantir 27.10 long and 27.04 long or 03 long, that's going to make a difference. If it gets to the high of the day, you're probably not going to care as much. And if we get to the high of the day, I'm getting out. Just to keep that abundantly obvious. With only 40 minutes to go, 37 till we get the imbalances, and an inside range, stair step up, buy the dip at a better level. I could have drawn a trend here from the bottom as well, because that seems like something we've been doing over and over again. Now, usually I want to fit it to somewhere inside of a stupid wick like that and give it to that one. But again, holding the trend to the upside, so why be long there? Get out of stupid long to make a better long. Or a stupid trade to make a better trade is the way I said it before. If you have a trade that is not good, you don't have to hold it all the way back into where it's going to be better. You can just get out of it and then trade it where it's going to be better.
Yeah, it's something I definitely have to do better with. Being nimble, right? Being nimble with your positioning, being self-aware of like, okay, well, you know.
And quick too.
And
nimble
quick.
and quick.
You got to be nimble and quick.
Yeah.
For sure. And yeah, a little bit of a bounce happening here on Softy. 424 bouncing past 425, 425 halves coming in. So are we reverting the reversion off of a VWAP bounce? I have no idea, but the market is bouncing.
You can't revert a reversion.
No, reversion of reversions happen all the time. Because you have a strong move, you revert that move, and then that was the reversion.
You got to call something
revert
else.
that reversion.
But nobody says
it's just
it
price action. It's just,
Yeah.
you know, it just happens. Yeah, it just happens.
I feel like we're dancing over here. Apple is rocking up there, Adrian. But I got the eyeballs. Yeah, the market just made a bounce. Okay, there it is. Just to give you an idea of, I'll give you the reason we couldn't break the low on Nvidia, but then the market starts making that bit of a bounce play. So instead of trailing it to 60, yeah, of course, right when I decide that I'm getting out and going to try to add back at 13, Nvidia's going to want to break down. Again, always trade your own style. I tend to be let's just get out when it looks like it's not good anymore, and then we go lower. So if somebody held on to Nvidia, you're definitely more bearish on this name than I am. Because the other thing that's happening is Nvidia down here is like are we going to be green or red story. So it's at that point where I'd need to see confirmation underneath 112 anyways, so I'm probably talking an extra 20 cents, and we might just get it.
Nvidia
I got to go over. Now it's at the low of the day. I got to go over to like AMD, because if we're breaking the low and it's going to drag something with it, can I get AMD or ARM is the first question I'm thinking. ARM's at the low of the day as well. AMD is not. Okay. Might be able to pick up AMD. But on the low break, look at it go. Might be able to get ARM as well.
Yeah, I guess Nvidia day low. I have a little bit of like a chip basket kind of watch here, just 8 tickers that I kind of look at for when it comes to chips. And yeah, SMH at day low, Nvidia at day low, Intel not really, AMD.
Where's Intel?
Really, AMD is making a higher low roughly.
No, Intel.
Intel's at 3121.
I just went for a break on AMD, which is probably not going to work. Intel's in the middle of nowhere as well.
On this ticker, so I should probably get out of this one here. Waste management. Finally, there's some tape speed happening on waste management all day. It's not really been there in terms of speed and aggression or anything like that. But some bid catching here on WM. Again, with only about 45 minutes left. Let's see how far this thing will get. But Nvidia coming into the day low there, breaking below. What was that day low prior to this? If I can just.
Well, it's lower now.
112, 112.01. We're 20 pennies below 112, a quarter below, printing 75s on the bid as of right now. So a little bit of aggression to the downside happening here on some of these chip names. See what Apple is up to. Spider is at 543.65, so hasn't really reached its day low at 541 halves. Softy still strong, man. Softy's holding that VWAP as of right now, with Nvidia selling off, making some fresh lows there. We are below prior day's closing price as well as of right now here on the Nvidia. So interesting stuff nonetheless.
The
Nvidia, yes. So we're trading 20 pennies below. I was looking to punch that day low. But it didn't really, I guess, go as aggressive as I was looking for as of right now. But we have been downtrending. So
you don't want this to reverse off that. Like
The thing is, like something recently, like I've I guess learned was if we're in a bit of a downtrend, things might take a little bit longer to kind of pan out if you're trying to go with that trend versus if it's a counter trend, it should probably happen much faster there. On that.
Yeah, when something reverses, remember you have
just like that flush that happened.
You have longs covering en masse, and you have shorts initiating.
Oh boy.
That's kind of one of the reasons. So you saw me get out of Nvidia before it broke the low of the day, and then mutter about whether I could get ARM or AMD. Well, we couldn't get AMD up there, but when Nvidia broke the low of the day, you were essentially just breaking here. So I got short on AMD because I was looking for something that hadn't made the move just yet. So scalped it in a 139. I went first to ARM, but ARM hasn't broken this yet and is not moving. So ARM is like watching, I know this is like a 50-cent range, but like the tape is doing absolutely nothing right now. But that's why I'm not into ARM, which looks pretty good. But I gotta have eyeballs on Nvidia. Like, look at this. We get out of Nvidia, AMD does half the move. We gotta look for a pop to short. We're underneath the bottom now. You still do have a chance that you can hold on to some of the bigger dip in the aftermarket for Nvidia, but you're now red on the session. You did end up going green to red, and Nvidia has a way of dragging things along with it. And so with that, I'm gonna pop back over to Palantir because I do have, like, we got that long off VWAP. We're able to get some out. Okay, the 15 minutes not gonna be that useful for Palantir, but it just came right back into VWAP and bounced temporarily. So the way the market's going, if it gets back to that lower high that we just took at 12, I'm just going to get out of it there, move my stop up a little bit so we can't lose on the trade. So we can't do anything worse than break even on the last that I have here in Palantir because I'm not going to let it get to that point again. The way the market's going, don't want to lose that way. I'd rather be a little bit more cautious. So get out, take the scalp trade that it's going to give us, and if the market's going to trend down, unless Nvidia makes a recovery, I don't want to get wrapped up in a long when yesterday, you guys all saw what happened if you were watching the show yesterday. I don't care how strong the stock was or what you were looking at. It probably tanked in the last 30 minutes. That's Palantir. You already saw what happened to Google. Nvidia, I don't know if I showed it, but Nvidia as well. Like once you hit like 330, there was no bid to be found anywhere. So let's find some shorts. If we can get back into Nvidia on a fail of 112, maybe. Otherwise, I'm going to stick with AMD and possibly ARM. Maybe ARM.
Yeah, so Nvidia's not really doing too much here just yet. But again, with about 40 minutes left in the trading day, this could continue to kind of just trickle down as we have been post that, what is that? When was it? 130, sorry. Yeah, 133 I have here on the 3-minute chart. That strong sell that came into the market. Was it 133? Hold on. Yeah, it was. So 133, that strong sell comes in the market. We've been only downtrending since there, rejected VWAP, and then continuing to trade. Here we go, reclaim of that 112 there, Neil. So we are back above that high of, not high a day, low a day that we broke below on Nvidia. So let's see if that trend kind of comes back in, if sellers are still in charge going into the last half hour, not just yet, but the last 40 minutes-ish. But half hour until the imbalances. And I'm just looking around to see what might be the next trade. Can I take a quick scalp? But again, nothing really happening. Like maybe, false break of day low, potentially. I'm getting that idea.
Yeah,
right
like
now.
if it did just do that.
Yeah, a false breakup day low, and then we just close flat by just trending all the way up to VWAP in the next 40 minutes. I don't know. It's one of the possibilities. Or we could go down, or we could go sideways. So it's like it's one or the other. Of those three, and nothing too crazy as of right now as we're holding that 112. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at. I see a few people were talking about Meta, and Meta, I have not looked at Meta today. Let's take a quick look at what Meta is up to. So all right, cool, interesting. Wow, okay. Take a look at this 460 hold. You know, it was doing a pretty tight consolidation in the morning.
It was
465 to 460 clean. It gives it to you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times before breaking out.
It looks like a pusher.
I need a range finding scanner.
Too soon. No?
What?
Oh, a rangefinder? Okay.
Rangefinder?
You know what a rangefinder is, right?
That's for fishing.
I mean, yeah, it's for a lot of things, but like, I mean, rangefinder, use it for golf. as well. Or like bad people might use it for other things, like what just recently happened, like with the assassination attempt. The guy had
is that a thing?
the guy's walking around with a rangefinder where the ex-president is going to be.
That was wild. Yeah.
I
didn't know that was a thing. I know it from like I guess fishing.
I'm just simply saying, like, maybe that's a little suspicious. Maybe. I don't care how you lean. Like, I'm just saying, man. Like, if someone was tasked with protecting me, I would hope that they would consider that to be suspicious, because I ain't trying to go out like that.
Yeah, it was crazy. They saw the dude from before and nothing happened. Even called it in, but no. I don't know. I was reading up on that. There's some sketchy stuff as well. It'd be like, fire them all. Like, what are you doing?
I guarantee you that couldn't, like, you know what? You know, you like, I wouldn't get away. I know that couldn't work if I tried it. That's for darn sure. I get arrested on sight. Come on, with a rangefinder, just chilling around. Okay, yeah, that's all perfectly normal. But what I saw for this stock in the morning, and the same thing that you're talking about, when I was saying it looks like a push, it looks almost like someone was manipulating Meta this morning. You do not usually see this outside of there is an algo that is completely in control of this stock. That's why you see a level like that. Couldn't break 465, then the sellers are obviously there, and the buyers are just chilling out there. Whenever something like this happens, I wasn't watching Meta. Once it starts to do something different, you'll want to be in that, in a general sense. Once it's doing something different, be in that direction. So same bottom, same top, all of a sudden it's got a different bottom, you want to be long. I don't know where, but you want to be long, because this is not going to do this. Like, it's the entirety of the morning show from 9:30 to 11 o'clock, it did that same move. And then all of a sudden at noon, it wants to hold VWAP. I don't care where you want to be long. If it's the breakout, if it's this long, if it's that long, maybe that's too early. If it's that long, if it's the breakout. Wow, unbelievable. So 465, we should track on Monday, for sure. Because like when it shows you a level like this and the 460 level, and the 460 level, both of those, maybe you get something. Maybe we get something on Monday. If you get something today, I don't know. I don't really love the long that much. Even with the false breakdown, like, it's crazy. Like, I'm out of the Palantir long. I'm not falling in love with the long. The second that we broke above, like, look at this. This punch out seems random, but that was the moment NVIDIA retook 112. I was like, I'm short this as long as NVIDIA is underneath 112. If NVIDIA broke down, I was adding to this position to get the low of the day. Instead, NVIDIA goes above 112, and we go back higher. You could have just punched long and reversed, yet I didn't believe in the long. And here comes VWAP now. Yeah, Hydration Nation, I've already finished my water. I need a refill.
Yeah, that false break is coming in real hot there. 112 halves testing right now. Let's watch some of this NVIDIA tape together. But not on the Amex, on the DAC. Thank you. I am good, thank you. I got some right here. Still got half a cup right there. Wow, we're trading all the way up 75s. Oh boy, so we reclaimed the dollar. We're up about a point off of these lows there. 111.60s are those lows. We are trading at 112.80s, 112.75s. See if we can print that last quarter before 113. That was a false break, and I was a little too busy, a little too distracted to kind of take that trade. It's funny, you were saying this earlier. I was instead of talking about the trade, why don't you take it first and then talk about it? Oh, I know, because before you know it, there's 300 lots right there at that 112.85. Let's see if Buddy gets taken out. Let's throw up a size filter right here so you guys can see it as well. And as I was putting that on, Buddy got taken out at those 85s. So interesting stuff. We took out some size on the ask, so the demand definitely a little bit there. Right back into VWAP. Where is VWAP? Here on NVIDIA, I got to check my other chart right here. Open up.
Now we're flying to the upside now.
What's happening? VWAP at 113.77, so about a point away from VWAP right there as of right now. But Neil, a ticker that I am definitely going to be watching on Amazon. Monday.
No.
I love how fast that was. I'm definitely going to be watching. He goes, Amazon. Maybe I might be watching Amazon. I watch Amazon every day. It's part of the basket, but. Not really, I guess, in play right now. But
3M.
3M for earnings day 2. Take a look at this. This thing is poised to close near high a day there. 126.40s is high a day. We're trading at 125.60s as of right now. We are trading above VWAP. we are trading above multi-time frame resistance here. Take a look at this. This was the trade. This was the trade to be had today, and I am disappointed at myself for not having even a piece of this on the day. And yeah, so 111s, what did we open up at today? Let me take a quick check here. So we opened up today at 112.69. So let's go back to the weekly right here. So 112.69. Hello. 112. So 112 right there, and then look at that prior high. We open up before the above this prior high, and then we basically rip all the way up to the next resistance, which is sitting at 127.33. So sure, we didn't quite get right there, but we were talking about this. Look at this volume. This is outlier volume that happened in this flush. These volume bars are bigger than any of the volume bars that M has had since inception. Since inception in, when is this? Keep going back.
I don't think you get to call it
1962. 1962. Since then, these are the strongest candles that this ticker has had, and we just wiped that price action right back up, and we are poised to close in and around just underneath that prior high at that 127, in and around where that volume kind of transacted at. So coming into Monday, I like this one. It's going to be interesting. Let's see if we get that continuation. I have no idea what it's going to do, but it's definitely in play and on watch as an earnings day 2 name that closes very strong off of the open, continuation of trend above VWAP, holding moving averages, and closing near high of day on M. So that's potentially the next trade here. I'm still holding on to
M sounds like a wrestler.
M.
Yes, it sounds like, because it's like Triple H. Well, it's 3M. I don't know. But
Or a rapper?
Triple H?
M?
Triple M? It could be. I said wrestler because of Triple H.
Okay.
The wrestler.
Yeah. I think I've heard the name before.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
See? There you go.
I know some things.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley, everybody. 149 on ARM just came in, so that just happened. Remember like 2 seconds ago, and by 2 seconds I mean like 6 or 7 minutes ago when we were thinking breakdown? Well, if you're not going to break down the bottom, you can at least try shorting the top. It's hilarious because I don't have any longs. Obviously, good job, Neil. I have no choice but to show you this. Okay, so ARM is coming back into the downside, yada, 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 shorted it when it failed the break of 149. That's obviously this high. That's where I entered the trade when the whole market went kaputs. But I have to show you what happened in Palantir because it's too funny. There we go, PLTR. There we go. So Palantir, the second I got filled was exactly where you wanted to add to the long, and then it got all the way to the high. So Palantir does get from 27 to the high of the day. It just did so without me. But, you got half the trade, and then you move on to the next one, and the next one was the thing that was at a price that I liked that I wanted to short, and there were 3 of them. It was AMD, NVIDIA, and ARM. ARM's the one that was right at the price, so that's the one I took. Let's go over to the screen. I believe Adara has some names to look at.
We did have, of course, some outside strength across the board in the market today, but there are some names moving on catalysts worth mentioning. A lot of these are going to be biotech-based and or earnings plays. One of them here is Biogen, BIIB. This one trading lower here after the European Medicines Agency decided against its Alzheimer's treatment here. So not a positive opinion on Biogen's Alzheimer's treatment, setting this one down about 7%. Another biotech name, BMY, Bristol Myers Squibb. This one is an earnings name. Still up near high of days, up more than 10% on the day. They beat across the board and raised their 2024 EPS guidance. So good look for BMY. Last but not least here, Dexcom, decidedly to the downside. They had lower than expected Q3 and fiscal 2024 revenue forecast. They beat on EPS but missed on sales for the quarter as well. So DXCM not really recovering, down 41% right now, guys. Quite an interesting day.
Yeah, that ticker was not top of my list, definitely top 3.
The Dexcom 5.
DXCM. Yeah, I didn't even look at it after the morning session.
I always forget, like DEFCON, is it like higher level is high? Like DEFCON 1, is that like the lowest alert level and then 5 is the highest, or is it the other way around? I never remember that.
I don't remember.
Because the funny thing, I was going to make a pun about that,
Yeah.
like they take it the whole way, but then I completely forgot which way the scale went. So I'm not American. You guys are, if you're in the US, you probably know that. As a Canadian, I have some knowledge of what goes on down south. Obviously, we have to. But I always forget that one. You guys will let me know in a second. We got to get back to the trading, which means, okay, the market's not actually red. I just like when things flip from going up to going down, I like hitting that one sometimes. So we went over to ARM, which was at 149. There is your wick at the exact same place that it did it before. So there is your wick reversal. ARM goes to the exact same place and does the exact same wick. Maybe it does the same reversal, probably not, because that's not always how the market works. But 148 was support, 147.50 was support. Like the initial push has already happened. So now it's a matter of whether it gets to here or it gets to there. So try to ring the register. This is one of those afternoons where it's just a range bound afternoon. So if you find a range, try to trade it. It's not going to look like the greatest exit here on NVIDIA. And possibly I could have shorted 113 on NVIDIA again, but I happened to have ARM up in the moment and NVIDIA was all over. Man, it's just right back at that 113 level. Who said we weren't getting back to 112.80?
Yeah, I know.
Someone said that in the chat. I was actually believing it wasn't going to happen either. That's why I'm in ARM, but apparently it did. So there you go. NVIDIA working back to the downside. You had to find it. Okay, so it is so Kyle W says 2 is the missiles are flying. DEFCON 1, they have landed. So DEFCON 1 is like the worst case scenario.
Oh, okay.
So that Dexcom stock is probably at like 2 or 3 or something like that. Good to know. I didn't know that one. And you learn something every single day.
It has definitely landed. Let's say that.
Well, has it landed yet?
I don't know.
Landed if you make a bottom.
Yeah, it's kind of making a little bit of a bottom with whatever limited information's been.
Attaboy, Daryl Flinch.
62.30s.
See, somebody shorted NVIDIA at 113.
Oh,
Daryl Flinch in the chat. Will it hit the bang for you? You shorted at 113. There's 113. Everything popped back into where it made sense to short. And then you short that level. I'm willing to bet AMD probably went right to VWAP. Yup. Look at AMD. Right to VWAP. Same wick, same result. It doesn't even matter which one of these chip names you were looking at. All did the same thing. Just take one of them and you're good to go. You're going to get that big move down in. You're going to get that buck, whatever you certainly fancy. The early look on the imbalances has dropped past 330. Ford's a small buy. Whatever the heck, BN, 2 million to buy. NU. They're the, the Brazilian SoFi, I believe that's NU. 1 million to buy as well. So not gigantic and no big cap tech names that we are going to care too much about. But just because there isn't an early imbalance on something doesn't mean you won't see an imbalance on, say, NVIDIA. We've seen imbalances on NVIDIA almost every single day in the 2 to 3 million range. They've tended to have some kind of a move in the market. For NVIDIA, at least specifically. Robbie V. CTA selling in the last 30 minutes into the close. I certainly feel like we're dropping into the downside, man. You know, and it's part of the reason why I got out shallow on Palantir and why I don't even want this reloaded VWAP. I just feel we dropped yesterday heavily. The market overall has been in a bit of a pullback. Like when you look at let's look at the cues. I should always finish the thought. Like it's easy to gloss over these things. I do it all the time because I know the full thought in my head and then I don't end up saying it to everybody because I'll just do like the short version of it as I'm gonna load up the cues here, yada, yada, yada. You know what, 15-minute chart's gonna show me everything to make the point. So if I look at the cues, you had the monster everything is dying day, right? So we broke down, there we go. We broke down support. And there was the bounce zone at the close. It was right in here. Same high rejection, lower high rejection, dump at the close yesterday. So I just tend to think bearish when I see that. Now you can go both ways and see that as higher lows and breaking out. But I always go back to, well, what is the theme of how we're ending the week? And the theme is we're ending in a breakdown. So I'd rather just play with that. And if we're trending from there, look at those lower highs and respect them. Short, weak stocks, as opposed to when you're in that kind of a range, go long. Both work because we're making a tighter range. But I tend to favor one or the other every single time. And it's just, well, we broke down on the future. A lot of things are coming off of highs. You've got monster earnings next week. So there's going to be some trepidation there because Tesla and Alphabet certainly didn't do what everyone wanted them to unless you were short going into it. So I think there's going to be some pressure on those earnings. That's the idea why I just prefer the short going into the final 15 minutes of the day. But Speaking of the end of the day, make sure you stick around because the market recap show has our friend Ryan Faluna is going to be jumping in again. And the interesting thing about Ryan is I think he's the only guest that we've had, outside of Michael Noss at times, that is actually active in some of the smaller cap type movers. He actually trades them. So if you have questions about that, make sure you stick around, throw them in there, because it's fun to be able to talk to a guest. A lot of times we're just talking big cap tech, which is great, or some of the bigger, more important names out there in the market, but there's lots of trades out there. You don't have to always be trading the Magnificent Seven. You know, everyone has their own trading style. I say candidly, I made my first bones trading penny stocks. I didn't stick there forever, but that's where I started getting my checks. And you know what? They cashed them all the same. And it might not have been, it wasn't as cool talking about it at the bar, but you know, you still could pay for drinks. That's the way to think about it.
Yeah, I like that.
No, it's true. Like, trust me, like nobody thinks it's cool to trade penny stocks. Absolutely nobody.
Penny stocks are pretty cool, man.
No, like it was one of those like even
They're
other
really competitive.
There were other traders that would be like, I'd go out for drinks with traders at other offices sometimes, and they're like, yeah, what are you trading? I'm like, I traded this and this, like penny stock. They're like, well, that's not real trading. Okay.
Is there a bid? Is there an ask? Does it follow supply-demand mechanics?
Yes, exactly. That's my whole point. I didn't care. I was young. I was just happy to be making money, man.
Come on.
Let's be real.
Come on. Does it draw candles on a chart? We can work with that. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm just
JDSU.
What?
Freddie, the friendly guy. Yeah, of course I traded JDSU.
JDSU? Why does that sound familiar?
So if you're a real old head, and no one's gonna get this, and if you do, you know what I'm talking about. I was the king of using the track gateway. I was that dude. Like if I was putting track orders on the stock, then I was doing enough volume to be a market maker on a couple of stocks, and I was the track gateway guy. Most of you probably won't be able to get that, but I'm now talking about 2004, 2005. So it's like way back when. Yeah, that was me.
VIV Solutions.
They wasn't the who now?
JDSU. I mean, yeah, you probably know about the ticker. I mean, a lot of times, like I don't even know what the company is. I just know the tickers.
Well, this
JDSU VIV Solutions.
Well, I should preface this. By the way, we're breaking back to break even. The market's bouncing a bit. I should preface that. Penny stocks now are vastly different from penny stocks in the early 2000s because penny stocks in the early 2000s were all of those big tech names that died during the dot-com bubble, right? So they burst in the dot-com bubble. So they had all these like big companies that now were trading, you know, in the low dollars or underneath the buck. They had big market caps, but were like trading really cheap. So they're doing a ton of volume. And so lots of people were trading them. And I found the ones that were just a little bit smaller than that were doing great volume that all the big players weren't on. And so I was trading a bunch of those. And that's how I made my first bones. It's not the same thing now. Now, you do catch some of the weed names go down, and then a bunch of those end up doing pretty good volume, but they're smaller. But you get way more reverse splitting these days, so you can't trade them as long, and they're not as cool when they reverse split. I'm looking at you, Virgin Galactic. But yeah, it was just a different time back then. The dot-com, in every market gives you something different. The dot-com bubble lent to things like WorldCom and things like ICG. Internet Capital Group was like the first stock that I ever had like a big win on. It was ICG. I'll never forget it. It was the first stock that I got shut down on as well, Internet Capital Group. And there was like a penny stock that did like hundreds of millions of shares of volume on a daily basis. You had some of the EV names do stuff like that with Mullen, when Mullen was doing nearly 1 billion shares in a day. So you look for the things that were huge then failed, and there was an opportunity to do market making, which is like bid ask, while getting some growth out of the stock. And then you had the financial bubble. Coming out of that, everybody traded the banks. Like you just, for like a year, you were just only trading financial stocks most of the time. And that's what it's all about. You just try to get whatever you can out of the market. So what goes up must come down. What goes down must come up. With only 15 minutes to go, ARM, I had a trail out right at break even, thinking we're not going to see that. We're going to see this. But I should have just popped out at the 148 level. But it is what it is. I don't know if we'll have anything else. It's such a finicky market at this point. Like, what are the actual odds that we're going to get another pull back into the low, bounce off the high again? It's weird. Like, it only works so many times. And I shorted NVIDIA first. It's like, okay, we short NVIDIA when it goes up to the top. That's coming right back in. We short ARM. We short AMD. We long Palantir. And even that's like holding the bid. So pretty much everything that you started off with, you could still be doing. It's wild there as well. Ari Pages, shout out to you. Appreciate the respect, your honesty, and your self-development. You have to be. In the trading game, you really, 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 really have to be honest. I'll take it a step further. When I was a trainee, I wasn't trading penny stocks or small caps. I was trading Oracle, AMAT, Intel, and maybe like Microsoft, maybe like Cisco. Like I was trading like a small group, like a 5 or 6, at the time, big cap tech names. Which one of those is still cool? Microsoft. And I was drawing trend lines and I was doing momentum trading, still trying to work support and resistance, but that's not where I made my first bones. What first made sense to me was penny stocks, then gravitating to things like Sienna that traded $4 or $5 at the time, or 140, then eventually Siri traded like 3 or 4, moved on to those, and then eventually trading other things. But yeah, that's what it's all about. Like, do your progression. You never know where you're going to start, but you have to make a base somewhere. Trader needs a foundation and a bankroll. Without those, you're not going anywhere. Because when times get tough, you need something you can lean on. And that first strategy that starts working for you, maybe it's the mean reversion, like Obi.
Yeah.
Everybody's different. Like, no two traders are going to have the same journey. So you can't expect yours to be mine, or mine to be Obi's, or mine to be Sean's, or Sean's to be Adara's, or Sharif's, or anybody here at Real Trading. But that's the whole point. That's what Real Trading is about. We have every single market out there. You have all different kinds of stocks. You can go long, you can go short, you can trade futures, you can trade crypto, whatever is your fancy and whatever clicks for you. Hopefully go out there and make money with it, and but just be disciplined about it, right? Because without disciplined trading, you're in a world of hurt. I was not on YouTube before Trader TV. I've been trading for 20 years, but Trader TV is like the first. Yeah, like I'm not, I was absolutely, and I wasn't even the type either. That's the other thing. Sean's the type. I was not the type. Like without Trader TV, there's no chance I would be on YouTube. Believe me.
Yeah, no, I would I guess never thunk, but trading definitely I like a lot. No, but thank you for kind of reiterating that and explaining that, Neil. That's definitely very, very key to maintaining a successful and long trading career, it would seem. And definitely you've been here for a very, very long time. So I will take that advice to heart. Thank you for that. But I'm kind of I'm looking at my Ford. I don't have too much left here. And it's just been consolidating on top of VWAP there for over 2 hours, almost over 2 hours here. We got that sell-off around 1. Let's say about an hour and a half roughly, where we've been consolidating, holding this 1120, 1121 mark here. And I only have breadcrumbs left from what I had before. Definitely can be taking a lot more on the way down. That's something I do have to get better with here. But WM taking a little bit of a sell-off into the close. It's funny how the block boys were not around, and then in the last 30 minutes, block boys start showing up on the tape as well. So interesting action there on waste management. Let's see what else is going on here. Let me check the tech basket. NVIDIA is back underneath that 113 mark there. So can't get past that 113 as of right now. I see that you have the imbalances up, the early looks. We've got 4 minutes left for that for those imbalances to come out. See what else is going on here. So Dexcom sideways, AZN, AstraZeneca, never really, attempting to break day low. We bounced off a day low, but it hasn't really gone anywhere. RCL was another one on my watch for earnings day 2. It seems like VWAP selling is the play there, or was the play, as it's held below VWAP pretty much all day there. Let's see what else. Allstate, we talked about Allstate maybe potentially being something. They had a, They had an intraday catalyst coming into the end of day. I didn't really...
Whoa, what the heck happened to Allstate?
Yeah, exactly. That's what, so I was like, I was doing some scans last night, and I was like, something happened to this. I'm looking for continuation to the downside, but we didn't really do much there as well.
Hold on. So you guys can't hear Fabian and Ramin in our ears, as I'm like, what the heck happened to Allstate? And he said they actually paid out insurance for once. See, I outed you. You You just insulted a major company, and now it's on public record, Fabian. No, but you don't know. I don't know everything. None of us know everything. I had no clue. At least Obi saw that the stock did
I'm like, chart look nice, trade
nonsense.
tomorrow.
Chart looks nice. That's a nice looking chart. I guess to a trader, that's a nice looking chart.
That's volatility. There's continuation.
Yeah, but it's also putrid.
Clearly, like that's panic selling. That's like aggressive selling. Clearly, players offside. I want to be on that arena.
Okay, but
provide more.
But here's when I come in today. My take on this is so there's the panic selling, but then it bounces off to 50, and then like 165 holds, and then you look where it kind of leveled off, and then by the time you get to the open, you're essentially consolidating and breaking out, then holding a higher low. So like I don't know if there was ever a short available in that. Like if it loses 165, you can short it, but outside of that, I don't know. This is the best thing. Someone in the chat was just like 2007, 2008 was the best time to trade. What made that time so good is that you would just, if this happened to a stock, you could basically just walk in the next day and you knew we were going to find a short in it. That's what made 08. If like something that hadn't broken down starts breaking down, well, you're shorting that today. And if you can't short it, there's going to be monster bounces because the drops are so big that the reversions, there were so many times you could risk a couple of cents to make a lot back in 07, 08 because that's just the way the market was moving. It's the only time that basically everybody made money.
You're saying there were reversions around before as well?
A little bit. But apparently we need to go to Adair. It's 3:49 and balance is coming. Let's go to the desk.
Just quickly, before we get the imbalances, I found what happened here on Allstate ALL. This came in yesterday afternoon. So Allstate has acquired this National General Holdings Corp. They acquired it for $4 billion. The U.S. Justice Department suing National General Holdings and its subsidiaries for falsely placing insurance on hundreds of thousands of borrowers' vehicles. So just to recap, a company that Allstate acquired getting sued by the Justice Department, guys.
Thank you, Adara.
Well, so I guess they immediately regret that decision.
Yeah, maybe some regrets there on
that's even better
for Allstate.
That was a good one.
Interesting price action. You were just speaking about the price action that was happening in and around the .com bubble burst as well.
It was the best.
Yeah, I bet. It sounds like a great time to be.
Well, that's not fair to say because I'll tell you this right now. Everyone, when you're okay, I'm going to give the imbalances and I'll finish this thought. Not much. Ford, 1.8 million to buy. Ooh. BAC, 1.3 million to buy. Nothing else over a million. Intel's 800,000, but that's nothing. Nvidia, 800,000 to sell. It's been in the millions the last few days. That's about it. Unless Apple starts popping up. I did see Microsoft down there at 500,000 to the buy side. So Microsoft buy, Nvidia sell, Intel buy. Kind of a flip-flop. TLT's there for $1.5 million. But that never seems to matter, the TLT imbalance. I'll keep that up. I'm going to head to the desk in a few minutes for the aftermarket show. Stick around for that. But shoot, now I already forget. What was the thought I was going to make? Oh, if you're myself and you've been trading since 03, like I'm going to say that the best times to trade were like the dot-com bubble bursting, because that's when I first made money. Or I'm going to say 2007, 2008, because that's when the big times happened for everybody early enough in my career. But that's not to say that there weren't other big ones. I'll never forget the Greek, when Greece had its issues, trading in Europe was fantastic. It was, almost everyone was making money doing that. You also had, when marijuana first blew up, everyone came in, stopped doing what they were doing, and traded weed stocks every single day, and that was fantastic. You had the meme craze in 2020 when the best trades on the floor here were like GameStop and it's now it's DJT, but what was DWAC from before? Like those were the best trades a couple of years ago. And that's what you go from one to the other. There was a time when IPOs were just free money. We'd crush IPOs. Still, you can make money on them, but it's a little bit different. There's always something. Just someone like myself is going to remember, like, you always think the older times are the best times. It's not actually true, but it's just how older people feel. Or people that have been around a while are always going to say the same thing. So not much happening on those imbalances. I will say, I saw in the chat, Daryl Flinch was like, I'm not reloading 113 on NVIDIA. I didn't reload ARM at 149 either, brother. And that would have been the right decision to reload NVIDIA at 113. It's late in the day. Time is of the essence. It would have been the right decision to reload ARM at the same level again. That said, when you're day trading, you're up against the clock. It felt to me after that last reversal, maybe you were going to try to take some profit from shorts and be buying a little bit going into the close. Now you have only 7 minutes to go. I'm not going to put anything new on. As I said, random scenes. So sad we're never getting wrapping anymore. That's on Adara now. Like, there's no chance. You guys hear Adara do the roll call. There is no chance she can't spit hot fire. You know she can. So if pressure her to rap, not me. She's the cool one for sure. Just saying. She has. Trust me, she has bars. She does it in the morning when it's just Sharif, myself, and Adara, and we get in and we're kind of going through things, and she knows there's no one else on the floor. She's dropping bars all the time. I'm just saying. No pressure.
All right. So we're gonna get some rap battles, or
No, I didn't say battle. No.
Okay.
That's literally the opposite of what I said. I said Adara, not me.
rapping? Okay, cool.
I just do like a song that I already know. Like, I can't actually drop anything off the dome or anything.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm kind of, there's nothing really I'm seeing here on, nothing too crazy on these imbalances. Just kind of holding on. Intel, Intel is a buy, but we're kind of selling off here into the close. The offer here. You know what? I should probably pull this up. Intel. Intel trades on the DAC. Yes, it does.
Does it though?
Oh, why am I going to Intel? Ford. I don't know why. Ford. That's why I was a little confused. Trades on the NYSE. Okay, there we go. There's a thick book right there. So you can see, look at that, 1,200 lots on the bid and a bunch of stacks on the ask. I do have to kind of clear up some of my book here. There's repeat orders here, so I have 2 ARCA books that I need to work with. So okay, there we go. I got my cover at the 11.19. So all right, thank you, Ford. That was a good ride. But I shall see you maybe next week there for maybe earnings day 3. But Ford, nice little sell-off today. Tried it a couple times before we finally caught a bit of the backside here. I liked this area. Earnings anchored was just above this 11.36, and that is where I got the most aggressive. But I had already lost a decent amount kind of coming into it. So I pretty much, I guess pretty much flat. Didn't really do too much on it due to earlier shenanigans that I was pulling on the Ford.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, no, definitely. Getting involved a little too early, giving it too wide of a risk there on Ford. You know what? I should probably put this in. Actually, pairing happened already? Okay.
Yeah, pairing just hit. TLT paired off.
Market is flushing.
Intel paired off. Everything looks like they paired off. I don't see any of the big names with imbalances anymore. But you know what time it is? I'm going to mosey on up to the desk, just make sure I don't have any orders out and all that good stuff, and we'll get to the market recap show. Are you mocking that? Are you going to hold it to the close?
I just tried to mock it, and it canceled me, so I don't know.
Oh, you can't. It's after 355. It's a NASDAQ stock or New York?
It's a NYSE.
So use like a Rosen.
Rosen?
Yeah. You should be able to. You can put that. It's 355. You can still put that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I should be able.
Hold it from open to close, man. It's not very often that you get something you can hold in the close. Okay, fine.
I don't have a. Do I have a Rosen on here? I don't have my Rosen programmed on here. That's fine. I'll just wait till last second. I mean, it is the NYSE. It does trade in the after hours, right? A little bit.
I'm doing my best to be like, you should always have those keys set up, even if you don't use it on a regular basis.
Yeah, exactly. So the show keyboard layout is slightly different.
Yeah. Well,
I have my regular mock keys.
No, but this really mattered one time.
Yeah.
I didn't have my.
You're right.
It was a trading an Amex stock. It was .am, not a NASDAQ or New York, and I didn't have my limit on open after an auction key set up on the Amex. And then there was a crazy runner that day, and it goes nuts. And I take the Holt trade, and I'm like, okay, this is great. I'm like deciding where I want to put it. And with 1 minute to go, I'm like, okay, am I going to take anything out on the reopen? And then I realized I didn't have the key set up. And I was scrambling to set up the key live on the show. While Sean was talking, I was setting up the key so I could get the market on open order or the limit on open order. It gets idiotic. Like you have I'm saying that about myself. Like it was completely foolish. I had 5 minutes to make sure I had that key set up. It takes 2 seconds to do. But if you do it in the final minute, you might screw up. And then what if the best fill is the market on open fills? Anyways, I got to get back over to the desk. That was one last story. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Neil, again, for everything that you do. Again, Neil's been dropping some hot fire, some nice knowledge here if you guys were listening.
Don't show me crutching over.
Yeah. No, it's so I want to talk about this this kind of market move that we had today into the close. We only got 3 minutes here, so my mock key does not apparently not accepting. I'm thinking I honestly don't know why, but I'll just wait till kind of last second here on this waste management, as it has gone a little bit to waste below some of those levels, or put some longs to waste. You know what? I don't want to be biased like that. But definitely players offside on higher time frames. Yeah, hopefully you guys had a great week. And Justin in the chat with the super chat, great week of trading. You all are the very best. No, you are the very best, Justin. Thank you very much. Again, in the chat, you guys are a vibe. And now I am in the chat as well. Finally, kind of we was there in the morning, made some comments. So I'll be around whenever I'm on now. To kind of reply to your messages and stuff. But yeah, thank you again for the super chat. Bit of sideways action here on the futures, right? So we kind of opened up, we trade higher, we chopped up the range very aggressively, so pretty much got nowhere. Definitely paper cuts being taken on that choppiness. Finally broke out. That was a trade. Failed to follow through highs. That reversion, that was a beautiful trade. I got to do better with choosing the right vehicle for market trades, right? That's something I definitely do have to work on here. WM coming down to, is this day lows? Not yet. Day lows is 196.60s. We're trading in 196.80s right now. It's crazy. The spread on this thing at times was about a point, was about half a point, was about 20 pennies. Now the spread is literally a penny to 2 pennies to 3 pennies right now. So things are getting a little spicy, getting a little crowded. We got about 30 seconds left. Can I post on the bid? Can I post on the bid? Get taken out. Let's see. In the last 30 seconds, you know what? I'm just going to get out of that. Thank you. Oh, damn, it gave me 91s. Okay, all right. So nice little bid back up into the close. That's fine. I was like, oh, okay, a little too slow there. I wanted 80s, I wanted 70s, but a little bit of a countdown timer. I got to get on that right now. Here we go. A little bit late. 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. All right, so thanks for spending time with us today here on the show. Again, I want to thank Fabian and Ramin. You guys did an awesome job today. Nice little market action as well. I want to thank Neil as well for being here and kind of dropping that knowledge for us as well. And I want to thank you guys in the chat for, again, a lot of great ideas, nice little interactions there. People asking, what's your chat name? Well, the chat name is Obi. So I see that a lot of people are atting me in the chat. That's again, thank you for that. Yeah, close out your WM. Yeah, it's done. It's closed. It's printing in the after hours, in and around the same prices here, 196.90s, 196.98s. But yeah, I tried to get a little cheeky and get out. I guess a little bit lower in the 70s there. Where did we print? That closing print prints at 196.96, so not too bad. And I got 196.91, so not too mad about that one. It was okay. Trading day could have been a little bit better. Hopefully you guys have had a good trading week. It's been wild. This market has been selling off for 3 weeks. I'm curious to know what we do coming in next week. We saw that softy chart kind of testing the low of the trend there. Just literally the day low is clip that trend on the weekly, the trend that we've been having since January of this year. So it should be an interesting week next week. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Take care. Happy trading. We'll see you guys on the flip side. Don't go anywhere, though. We got Dara and Neil at the big desk for the market recap. See you later, guys.
Thank you, everybody. And it is a bigger desk, although I like to think of the main desk as like the home as well. But it's been a wild day, a wild week, Adara. The market has been giving you so many opportunities. We're just blessed to be able to trade. Shout out to Obi, and thank you for a fantastic day, Obi. But I wanted to get this super chat out of the way right away here because thank you, Justin Swearington. Great week of trading. You all are the best. You guys are all the absolute best. We have the best trading community out there. And this was just a weird sell-off kind of day. you saw there at the end, it was pretty heavy everywhere. And I just got to highlight this chart on the daily because I was going to talk about here, we had 830, we had our PCE number. You end up failing a lot of highs in the overall market. We got big earnings next week after disappointments from Alphabet, after disappointments from Tesla. We got all the big names going into next week, and I think there's a lot of trepidation about it, but it's not all bad because we have 3M, everybody. 3M is going to somehow magically, no, 3M is not going to carry the market, but the rotation is in. And we talked about this before. Things that are finding bottoms and breaking out of them, or breaking out of these resistance tops. Like if you pull up a weekly chart of 3M, look at that. There's your consolidation. There's your rounded bottom. When you get these sort of staple type names that have been left for dead, and we talked about this yesterday, let them start to go. Now you've got something which is trending into the upside. So while we had that big sell-off, and last night's earnings started out really bad because Dexcom was terrible, but you have some good points, 23% to the upside here in 3M. Now, obviously, you do have a lot of positive sectors out there. I want to start with the diamonds. I mean, the Dow just continues to absolutely fly. Rotation, rotation, rotation. What does the Dow got? A bunch of boring stuff that only parents care about, and maybe I do a little bit here. But the Dow continues its breakout on the weekly, closing above the 400 level. Pop up the daily chart here on the Dow, 1.5% today, maintaining the dip into prior resistance. So the Dow dips into prior resistance, holds, now you're closing above on the weekly. We've talked about this with some guests before. When a lot of the other indices catch that high, maybe you get a reversal. So the Dow is going to try to retrace back next week. We'll see how it does. A lot of names are going to be reporting in the next couple of weeks that'll have the determination for that, but I think we've got some kind of a chance. SMH, a little bit of a reversal. Now, it's a bit deceiving here because you're up 1.5% on the SMH. Big reversal. Everyone saw what happened with NVIDIA, right back into a key 235 level, specifically for SMH. But if you look at what happened today, maybe not the most bullish of days. So yes, you're going to be up because of how we ended yesterday, but overall, since the open, this to me was a weekday for SMH. Range bound, but weak. Double bottom, double top, close with lower highs. It's always deceiving when you dump at the close. You can get a skewed percent gain potentially out of it. The Qs are up 1% as well. Shout out to the IWM, as Adara likes to call it, EWM? EWM. It tried going. It tried to continue going. So, we always try to do a trade review, and I'm curious about this because Obi was actually trading IWM.
He was.
I don't really I think I've traded like way in the past, but Obi was trying to trade it. It didn't quite go all the way back into that dip support, but it certainly held the higher low after breaking out, and now was trying to get back into that 52-week high. So it looked relatively bullish. Nothing really ended that way unless you're 3M. Were you trading IWM today?
I had one trade on IWM. I was trying to take the range. There was a while there where it ranged 223.30 to 223.70. I got involved 223.30. I ended up getting out, I think, at 40s just because it wasn't giving me what I wanted it to. And I was seeing a couple topping tail candles. I just didn't like it. Got out with profit. But again, I just wasn't. I was like, if I'm not that confident, if it's not giving me what I want, why am I kind of sitting here?
Right.
But I remember too, there were a couple times where it faked you out into breaking below that range. The rest of the market sells off like crazy, and we have IWM coming right back into. Sorry, maybe intervener. Yeah, good times. My mic, but sorry, the zooming in there got. But so what happened was, it comes back down, and then it comes right back up to repeat the same range. So basically, IWM was glued to that 223.30, 223.70 range. If he played that range, great look, tried, but there were so many other things going on, yeah.
Well, I think the good thing for IWM here, and I just come to the chart for a quick little second, you can see the range that she's talking about. Like right in here in the middle of the day, you did have a scalpable range with that bottom at 223.30. Now, obviously, when the market did that big reversal, I think it's important. You don't always have to divide things into two groups, like what stocks you like long, what stocks you like short. However, when you get a big event like that in the overall market, and maybe I'll do this where I show you the Qs first, where this happens to the Qs and look at the drop, have a look-see at how other things react. So if you go back to the Russell here, it drops, then makes a higher low into a breakout. So it's able to recover and continue to make higher lows after a move that dropped everything. So it was diddling in the middle, went from that to what's the reaction? This dip higher low probably makes you bullish onto this in the last half of Power Hour. Not that I was trading it, but that's just the look that I would have. So decent move for IWM. Can it get through that high is going to be the big story. Because, as we had Chris Brecher on, and he was mentioning how the last time we had that crazy market, when we have crazy market tops, it'll be the things that haven't made the tops, they get there or fail at that high. The things that are playing catch up fail at their highs when the market's pulling back, like the NASDAQ and the S&P are pulling back, and that sometimes signals a market top. So we are going to be watching IWM with certainly a lot of interest if it's going to make a run to that 240 level. It's looking pretty strong today. But I have to, it's that Dexcom stock. So while we talk about trade review, here, Dexcom didn't have a good day. This is not the right one. It's DXCM, not Dex. Dexcom did not have a good day. Down 40% on the session. Obviously, that's not good. I'm not going to try to convince anybody that that's a good chart. However, if you look at what this ended up doing, there was, it's down a ton. But by the time you get to the open, which is right in here, look at what Dexcom was doing. It was already making lower highs after dropping. You're in a downward trend, making those lower highs. And I'll pop a 3 minutes so this looks a little bit easier to try to understand. 9:30 hits and you drop. Then you pop back into a lower high and another lower high, then trend for the entire morning into a double bottom. Imagine this stock. Remember we were talking about this in the afternoon? Well, I had one trade in Dexcom. And it was right in, I want to say, wasn't here. I think it was in one of these wicks. One of those two wicks. Where I got wicked out of that trade. Now, admittedly, I was only half focused on Dexcom and focused on the chip names that were shorting this morning, which was the right thing to do because AMD and NVIDIA and eventually ARM, they all printed to the downside. But I got wicked out and Dexcom just kept trending to the downside. Sometimes a bad stock and a bad reaction is just bad. But for all of that hoopla, it eventually caught a bid. So congratulations, Dexcom. Only down 40%.
Only.
It was a lot worse if you watch this thing at about 130. And it was actually able to gain back about a couple of bucks, so a couple of, a few percentage points there. It was down at $62. That's ridiculous. It was down $45 from the previous close. So Dexcom, I think it's going to be an interesting play on Monday just by the simple fact that it's fallen so far. But as far as trade review goes, we had a lot of great shorts. Dexcom for me was not one of them, but it had more to do with not continuing the trade because I elected to short NVIDIA and keep on going back over to NVIDIA, which was just as good and something we trade more often. And I think if you're prioritizing between two stocks, which one do you think you should pick? Probably the one that you're used to trading. Sometimes you do want to jump to the new thing. Kind of wish I'd done that with 3M, but if you stick to what you know, usually good things are going to happen there.
It's funny you bring up 3M because I was just going to say I had a bit of a situation on 3M. The thing is, the technicals on 3M, where I went short, I'm going to see if I can pull up a chart for this because I want to be able to describe what I was doing here. Basically, we were in a bit of a range in 3M. We break below the range, then we retest the range on a wick basis. I was like, cool, sure. The whole market was falling. We were down, and twice it tried to fill me and couldn't. I was like, okay, so they really don't want this area. I'm like, this is great. We're going to push lower. Awesome. I'll pull up let me just get this up here in TradingView so I can kind of explain what I was looking at. So yeah, so you can, yes, here it is. So you can see here, you can't really see the wicks, but we were, there it is. There's that kind of topping tail candle. We get back into that 122.60 area of that range. We wick up into it. I'm like, okay, cool, sure. I go short, and then immediately it pops into like, what was that, 124s? So I got out like, or not 124s, 123s. I managed to trade okay. I didn't lose too much on it, but it was like hard because the technicals were there. I was looking at it all day to play with that range, and I just didn't feel confident about the trade. So that's one example I think of sometimes where just if you don't feel good about it, take a moment, breathe, and make sure, even if the levels are screaming at you, short me, because I was looking at that all day. But yeah, that's my 3M rant.
I'm like very curious because we were talking a lot about trend breaks. So I'm going to slap this on 3M on a 3-minute because this is fun to do. When Obi's on, we both kind of like this sort of idea where you have a crazy parabolic stock like a 3M, look for an area where you can get a pullback. So in the morning, right at 9:30, it breaks out huge. It then consolidates right here, 116.5. That's at 9:40 before making its next move. You then get this dip back into right at 11 o'clock or 10:30. That's right into 118.80. So that low and that low connects you with a trend line. Have a look at when it actually broke the trend. This is a pretty strong stock. Like when it broke that trend line, it just consolidated. It didn't break down. Remember Microsoft? Microsoft tanked when it broke a trend line like this. ARM tanked when it broke a trend line like this. This stock decided to glide sideways, retest the high, and then go to the downside. So that's an idea that this may be a little bit more bullish than the others, because something with a big, steep trend means you have a lot of people that might want to take some profit if it starts pulling back, because they're in deep, deep in the money at that point. And anyone buying those highs has got to be scared, if you're buying near that high, that you're going to get a really big dip back down in. So that's interesting. I hadn't put a trend line on 3M at all, but that was a big, big mover for sure. I know we have a bit of a treat this afternoon for Trader Talk because, and I know we have a lot of fantastic guests, and we're able to talk to Ryan Faluna from Benzinga on Thursday, but we didn't necessarily dive into absolutely everything, and we don't have a lot of guests that actually trade a wide host of names, which is, I find, a lot of fun. We have a lot of big cap tech. Not always get the chance to talk to a trader that's in some of those small caps, which I know a lot of you like. So when I get that thumbs up, we're excited to head on over to a little bit of trading. That looks, there he is. There's Ryan.
There I am. I was like, hey.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Ryan?
It's going really good. It's going really good. What a close to the week here. I know I was just hearing you talk about small caps, and like I was saying, I'm glad that people remember there's these great stocks called small caps, which can sometimes move huge amounts. We want to be able to trade them, and it seems like they're finally back here. So I am stoked for that.
You know what, Ryan, and just a shout out to you for coming on. For anyone that doesn't know, we got Ryan Faluna here, experienced trader from Benzinga. And I don't even make this up. Like, we're randomly talking stories with Obi on the desk in the afternoon show. And I was telling everybody that when I started trading 20 years ago, I started making checks on penny stocks and small cap stocks. I gravitated, you add things to your toolbox and I gravitated away. But at that time, it wasn't the cool thing, but it was the thing that made me money. And that's all that anybody cares about. So, like you said, it's good to remember other opportunities out there in the market. So first question I have to ask you, today was obviously insane, 3M going nuts, the market's up, it's down. We end up with that crazy weird sell event in the afternoon that took the Qs down a ton. And brought
just like we had yesterday? Yep, repeat of yesterday.
Yeah, like another repeat. So what were you looking at in particular? Because it was really easy to just do most of what you did the day before. A lot of that stuff was working here today. What was your look today? What were you trading? What worked, what didn't work?
Okay, couple of things. So first of all, on Fridays, I'm normally very, very light on the trading. A lot of Friday afternoons, I'm actually not at my terminal. I'm on the golf course. So that should just give you an idea of how I'm handling Friday as it is. However, today, 3M was just too much. Early in the morning, I was trying to trade some small caps. I was actually kind of watching more than I was trading. I did try to take one. I got stopped out on it. It just didn't work. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to kind of hold off here. I handled some of my lunch business, but when I came came back and I saw that 3M was pushing up again, I was like, I can't just let this week expire without trying to get in the scalp action there. So right after noon, when we started to dip back towards the VWAP, I started to scale in pretty small. And eventually when we went higher, I took that scalp off and called that a day. One of the reasons this is the case is because a majority of the the majority of the positions that I'm holding are small caps. So I really didn't have to do anything today, and my balance just kept going up. So I'm pretty good there. That if I don't have to actively work, I won't do that. It seems like less is more right now. And so I'm trying to kind of stick to that, especially near the end of the week. Tomorrow next week, we have a huge week. Big Mama's reporting earnings. You probably never heard that from me. That's Apple, of course, along with some of the other big cap techs. And then, of course, we've got the Fed decision on Wednesday.
Yes, sir. I have not heard that one from you. I haven't heard anyone refer to Big Mama. Big Mama. So where are we getting that one from? I've been trading a while, but that's a new one for me. But it's obviously big earnings. But where do we get the Big Mama from?
Well, Big Mama, it is Apple. It is the stock that everybody loves. Everybody loves their mama. Come on. I mean, so everyone loves Apple. It is the biggest stock in the market. I know NVIDIA was kind of playing with it for a little bit, but Apple's retaken that lead. Apple was the first stock to $1 trillion market cap, if I'm not mistaken. It's just the big one. It's the one that moves the market around. It's one that since I really started doing this, Apple is one of those earnings that I have always looked forward to every single quarter, and it is the same here for next quarter. So that's kind of where Big Mama comes from. Worth noting, we also have Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta coming next week.
Yeah, the next 2 weeks are gigantic. You're right. Apple is the granddaddy. It's
the Granny Smith.
The Granny Smith. The whatever adjective you want to get. I do like the Big Mama because you're right. Everyone loves their mother, except for bad people.
I mean, it just is. It is.
It is what it is. But my level of concern would be, we just saw what happened with Google and Alphabet and Tesla, right? And the reaction that the market took after those two. Now all of a sudden you have an even bigger week with those with bigger tech names. The expectations are high here, Ryan. And if they don't meet those expectations, I think there's a lot of risk to the downside. Well, I mean, maybe not a lot of risk. There's more risk to the downside. How about that's a better way to put it? I shouldn't say there's a lot of risk to the downside. I say there's more risk to the downside, given the reaction that we saw with Alphabet and Tesla. Now, are you just a completely reactionary to earnings like we are as day traders? It's like I see it and just trade it as it is and what it lies, or do you go in with any ideas beforehand that you favor one way or the other?
Yeah, it depends. If there's something that I feel really strongly about, especially for a particular print, I'll trade it. And we can just actually kind of pick up with Apple, which is where we left off. There was a period of time where every time I heard news stories come out about channel checks on the iPhone and Apple's not going to produce phones, I just said, okay, thanks for telling me. Now I'm long ahead of earnings, because after earnings, we'd get a beat, the stock would pop, everyone would be like, what's going on? And Apple would just continue to do that. Now, recently, I haven't really had that feeling. I've owned Apple since 2015. This is one of the picks that Jim Cramer seems to have got absolutely right. Don't trade it, just own it. That's worked well. I've gone through 2 splits at this point now, so that's pretty sweet. I'm not necessarily going to play that for earnings itself. I'm actually going to watch and see what happens. And the chart that I have here is actually not on Apple, it's on SPY, because this is probably something that I'm even more concerned with next week, other than some of those earnings. We have the Fed decision here on Wednesday. This line, let me actually turn off some of these. It's a little bit easier for the viewers to see out there. This line right here, this trend line goes back to October of 2023. We have tested this a couple of times and held, including recently, and we are about to retest this again next week. If the Fed decision or any one of these earnings really starts to bring the SPY down and we get a breakdown from this trend line, look out. I think we've got some more downside below, and you can actually start looking at some of those moving averages for potential levels, most notably that 496.74 level down at the 200-day. So I'm looking at Apple, but honestly, I'm looking at what it does and then seeing how it affects some of the other stocks out there in the market. Now, As far as those small caps that we talked about, I'm still long them. So if we still get this move where the Qs and the SPY come back in and the IWM outperforms, giddy up. I'm already positioned for next week. I look at this chart here, this IWM daily. I saw that you guys were looking at this earlier. I look at this chart here. I got a great plan, right? If we back test this 212, we'll figure out what the next trade is. But otherwise, this daily chart looks like this is trying to go higher. Let's see a 230 print next week in IWM. I'd be stoked.
Yeah, there you go. And you weren't the only one. We were looking at, you looked at the SPY there. We were looking at, Obi and I, like a Microsoft chart on the daily shows you a similar trend that is really, really under threat for next week, obviously with earnings. And it doesn't take much, man. If you draw, when trends break, we're trading some in the afternoon. When trends break, it is a run to the exit for profit takers. Like, why would I get out? If you've been able to buy it to the same dip point for 2 years or a year, or if you're a day trader, if you've been able to buy the same dip for the entire morning, well, what happens when everyone's seen the exact same thing and it breaks? They just run to the exit. That would be the fear. But I love that look on the Russell. I don't day trade the Russell, and a few people on the desk do, and I feel like I might need to go over to that because if we do get this rollover, there's always a big if. Like you said, position yourself for what'll happen. If we do get this rollover and suddenly the place to look for the longs might actually be over in IWM, you're going to want to have some relatively strong names or something that you can trade in the other direction. I always find myself doing this when I come into a day and then at midday, at 10 o'clock, at midday, and then in the afternoon, I always want to have I like these things to the long side. I like these couple of things to the short side, so that I'm always prepared for any eventuality. For yourself, just thinking out loud here, do you have that approach, or do you prefer, hey, I just like longs today, I'm only looking for longs, or do you like to have something in the pocket in each direction?
Okay, that's a great question. I'll be honest with you, everything is going according to plan if I have long setups. If I could just trade longs the rest of my career, I would be stoked about that. I try to make most of my money on the long side. I feel more comfortable on the long side, so I try to just go to where my comfort zone is. So I often don't have things lined up for the other direction, but that's what makes some of these events so important, whether it's going to be an earnings print for a particular stock or a Fed decision like that. Like what you want to do is trade to the long side and the long setup does not present itself, you better come up with another plan. And that's kind of when I will come up with that. And I oftentimes will try to use options in order to capture a downside move because exposing myself to unlimited risk is never a part of any of my trading plans. Generally speaking, I'm not shorting unless it's a short scalp of the equity. I'd rather play that with options. Oh,
I 100% agree. And I want every single trader out here all the viewers, whether you're an experienced trader, whether you're a passive trader, I want every viewer to understand something that you just said. I like to have trade in either direction. You prefer trading to the long side there, Ryan. And then you said on Fridays, usually you're not doing much of anything. And then what is the one stock that you mentioned you had to jump over? This is a day where the shorts were paying for most of the day. Early, they paid late, 3M. And this is what it's all about. If you're someone that favors the long, maybe not the only answer, but the best answer to what is the thing that you were looking at today needed to be 3M. And whether you traded it or not, at least it was the thing you were looking at, because identifying where to trade is half the story. Like, what is the stock that I should even be looking at in the first place? And I think you absolutely nailed that with 3M. We only have a couple of minutes here maybe left. Do you have any final thoughts? And specifically, maybe if you could tell me any continuation ideas for 3M. I looked at the daily chart of this thing, and I know it's up 23%, but if you look at what's happening on the daily, or maybe even the weekly, it's just breaking out of a long downward trend. I got to be thinking maybe there's a dip buy that we can get into prior resistance. This looks pretty exciting, although it's such a wide range, might have to wait a day or two.
Yeah, I mean, this thing's got the mo right now. Now, it did kind of trade up to a resistance area. So the level that I think the most comes off this weekly chart. If this thing wants to play any regression back to the mean, which frankly would make sense after being up 23% today on just an absolute blitz of a move, I think a pullback towards this 200-week moving average, which I have here at about 117, that makes a lot of sense for potential entry. You could talk me into that. If we put the cursor there, you can see that this actually lines up pretty well with some former areas where the dip buyers ended up taking the stock higher when the stock dipped into this level. So as far as it continue, first of all, I like how the way that you set that up. You'd actually rather wait for this to just kind of trade back instead of just trying to chase the Mo. If we get that, let's see here. The other thing about 3M is I believe they still have some investigation worry. Let's call them headwinds potentially in the past. So we'll see what happens with the news flow. We'll see if anything comes out. We'll see if anything knocks this back down to a tradable level. As far as identifying this here today, look, I tried to play longs on some of the smaller stocks this morning. It just didn't work. So you got to go to the one that's just absolutely raging all day. And to me, that was it, right? There was one choice here today.
Yeah, I say it all the time. Sometimes you have to buy high and sell higher. That whole notion of buy low, sell high, the reality of trading is if that's the only trick that you've got, you're going to be sitting on the sidelines a heck of a lot. You're not going to get those bottoms and tops. Sometimes joining an established trend is the best way to go there. Ryan, thank you for coming on here. Enjoy having you on a Friday. Best of luck in your trading. It's a big earnings week next week. Certainly, best of luck trading, but also have a fantastic weekend. And thank you for coming on the show. We enjoy having you on.
I really appreciate it. You folks have a great weekend and watch that Microsoft 200-day next week after earnings.
That's right. Thank you so much. Adara, it's always so much fun talking to a trader. Like I've only had the chance on the show to talk to Ryan a couple of times here and Sean one time before, and we've just brought him into our community. But every single time, it's like even by accident, he wasn't going to trade today, but just the stock selection, the thing that you chose to trade, what you're looking at, the not chasing 3M because they have litigation, because it's broken too far. It's just so easy to flow because those are the questions that I had. I wish I was long 3M today. I was shorting stuff because I was looking to go either direction. I felt like most things were weak, so we were shorting things. But that's what it's all about. You can learn from every single trader out there. I think everybody in our chat and everybody on the show can learn a little something from Adara about having endless energy, that's for sure. And on that note, you know what time it is.
I do.
We're rolling into the weekend.
We're rolling into the roll call?
We're rolling into the big earnings week. We're rolling into, whatever. We're rolling into roll call, everybody. So you know what time it is. It's the time where we give thanks to the great community that we have by Adara dropping hotlines as I'm going to get my name in there because I like hearing it riffed on as well. Big shout out to Ryan and big thank you to him. But Adara, take it over. It's roll call time.
Thank you, Ryan Valuna. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Benzenga. Thank you, Fabian, as well. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do. So happy to be here. Adam DeLuce, shout out to you. Shout out to Pineapple Undies. We got Bears vs. Bulls hashtag traders stay late. Indeed, they do. Mahesh, we've got the philanthropist Baker, Blue Arrow, Kyle Burdett, Big Spal Burdett, Richard Fan. We've got Neil in the chat. We've got Robert Leo. We have Neo Roberts, not to be confused with Neil Roberts, in the chat as well. We've got Adam DeLuce. We've got BGZ, Las Hansen, Darwin, Bristol, By the Drip. We've got the Piper. We've got Henrik, the Philanthropist Baker again, Noah, Mark L, Rivian Millionaire, Fat Fig, a Happy Zombie, Alex Diaz, Las, Scrambled Eggs on Toast. Sounds really good. Roy on 20s, Jay, Blue Arrow, Neil again. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin and D. Shout out to this whole community. The Nathan Williams, Copy Gear team, Kyle Burdett, the Scratch Life, Cerise Ye, the Nathan Williams, Ronald Grimman, Case, Bright Awakening, the Nathan Williams, Copy Gear team. We're kind of running out of names here, but always having more steam for this market. Cannot wait till next week.
CompuCare team just said, when will you shout out my name to me? CompuCare team, you got it. You got it. I'll tell you right now, we shout out Fabian and Ramin. Ramin was fixing stuff around. Fabian hasn't even eaten his lunch. I'm looking over, I'm pointing. He's on the ones and twos for his traders stay late, and he still has his pasta next to him, and he hasn't even eaten. That is the work that gets put in so that everybody here can enjoy the best trading community and the best trading show out there. That is Trader TV Live. It's going to be a fun one. Big shout out to Obi for stepping into Sean's shoes and filling them like he always does. Some bangers today with that awful, ugly, nasty waste management trade. Of course, it was a great trade, but it was a short, and waste management got punked, so that's a good one there. But you know what's up. Say this every single time. Today was good. Tomorrow is always going to be better. We've got the Super Bowl of earnings, all the big names. So make sure you tune in to the week ahead video. Get prepped for it. We've got big earnings. We got the Fed next week. We'll have a fun weekend, everybody, from Trader TV Live, for Dara, for myself, for the entire team. But we're right back at it Monday morning at 8:30. Good luck, everybody.